Is the strongest in another world a hero? A demon lord? No. It's a fairy Desu. CH 76-100. Chapter 76, Day 27. The hot spring felt great. TL, Yuki. It's Adel-sama. Adel-sama. The next day, as a trial run, I went out with Arena and Lavale. This is a good place, lad area that is. The whole country is like a huge forest, but the space is well divided and is gentle to the eyes. The air feels great, which is similar to Fairy Town, and the country looks like it was covered by a green carpet. The sound of the running water mill also makes a wonderful ambience. It makes me want for the fairies to come over and play. She's so cute, they are like goddesses. I think it's a good time to stop escaping from reality already. What is it, Lavale? I couldn't hear you. What are you talking about, Tilda? Ha. Well, but, you see, being the center of attention like this is kind of awkward. That's right. It's even more painful for me. I am already feeling an urge to yell out to make everyone stop, but at the same time I don't want to betray their expectations. Ah, how frustrating. Probably understanding how I feel, Arena held my hand. Adel, let's become fairies? Ah, that would probably make things better. Lavale, we will disappear for a bit. Ah, that's cheating, Master. And so I changed into my fairy form. If I don't want anybody to see me, fairy magic will automatically activate to make me disappear. After that, the two of us admired the cityscape while hiding inside Lavale's hood. Alright, Lavale, go Tilda, go seriously. Lavale kept on walking for a while. She went around visiting various places, like the guilds and government offices. After walking a bit more and seeing almost all the establishments, the girls concluded that everything is fine. Oh, that place is. They discovered a certain house in the distance. Canvases could be seen from the window and a signboard was placed in front of the house with the label Rubyreath's painting class. Oh, so he's teaching how to paint now. Lavale, let's go over there. Alright, I get it. That's why stop pulling my ears. The entrance was closed, but when we took a look inside, we found the figure of Rubyreath, who was teaching a number of students and elderly people. He also seemed to be livelier than we had expected. It looks like he managed to make a living on his own. The three were watching the events taking place while drinking World Tree honey juice. Everyone showed their work to Rubyreath. The well-received ones were praised, while others were given advice on what to improve, and everyone soon went home happily carrying their work. The last person who was left behind was a rabbit-eared girl. In front of her is a blank canvas, and it seems like she still hasn't started painting. I wonder what's wrong? How about going over there? Alright, let's go. Along with Arena, we flew towards the girl's lap, landed and then showed ourselves. At first the girl blinked a few times and then reflexively covered her mouth. She probably didn't want to make a loud noise. Only her long and slender ears were moving about. Her bright red eyes also resembled that of a rabbit. Oh, are you fairies? That's right, I'm Adel, and this one here is Arena. I am Lapis. Lapis bashfully pats Arena's head. It seems like her curiosity was piqued by seeing fairies up close. Soon enough her face loosened into a smile. Arena also happily giggled while being stroked by Lapis. Me? I was rubbing my face against her cheeks. The sensation was amazing. Now then, Lapis, it was only by chance that I've found you. But is there something bothering you? I have decided that I want to draw, but I somehow can't seem to do it. Looking closely at the canvas, it doesn't seem like it was actually blank. Instead there are traces of being erased over and over again. Noticing that I've realized this, Lapis became depressed again. That's no good, you know, for a cute girl to have that expression. Alright, Arena. Let's help Lapis boo, but now, let's do this. Okay become clean and beautiful. I seated myself on top of Lapis's head, while Arena cleans the canvas using fairy magic. Now then, I'll also activate fairy magic. I'm also making a clear transparent image on the canvas. Wow, amazing. How did you do that? It's the mysterious power of fairies. Now then, are you able to draw this? If it's like this. Alright, Let's also make her hands more dexterous. Become dexterous tilde become dexterous tilde become dexterous tilde become a beautiful Anisan in the future tilde ed. Oh Adel. Don't ever change. 1 hour later, the finished picture of an old man and a girl walking together. Both of them are facing back. However, the two of them are smiling at each other. The quality of the image is high because I've helped. Thank you for helping me. I'll show this immediately to Grandpa. Even though she found it a bit hard to carry the canvas, she did her best to immediately show it to Rubairith. Now that I think about it, she must be the grandchild that Rubairith once mentioned. Ooh, Lapis. I have been waiting. Will you show me what you've painted? This. The grandpa who saw the art looked back at Lapis with a surprised face. This. Did you draw this by yourself? I didn't do it on my own. The fairies helped me. The moment she said that, we also showed ourselves resting on her shoulders. Hello, Grandpa. It seems like you were having a blast enjoying yourself for the whole day. You aren't you that Oju-san? I see. No wonder she was able to create such a detailed image. Thank you for guiding Lapis to create such an image. Or rather, you did your best to make such a wonderful picture. This is similar to the miracle you did last time. Oh right. Can I commission you to make a portrait of Fauna? Ooh, I'll gladly do it. I also want Lapis to be one of her friends. Is it alright for me to be friends with Fauna-sama? That is indeed a good idea. I'll inform Fauna about it later. I should also commission a portrait which includes Arena and everyone. It might be kept as heirloom later. Master, your real intentions are leaking out. Don't get everyone dragged in this time. Now then, after walking for a while with Lavale again, we arrived in a place where white steam was rising from its chimney. Isn't that a public bathhouse? This is the public bathhouse. This seems to be a more luxurious bath that I've expected. Adel, that NN. There are several flags in front of the public baths, and there's also a banner with Lad Area Special written on it. There's no facility like this in Galania. Now that I think about it, I don't really understand it, but fairies don't get dirty. Is it because of their metabolism? I do sweat, but it's not to the point that I would feel sticky because of it, and it has a natural floral scent. I was grateful about it as a woman because I won't need to use perfumes due to this constitution. Is there one in the castle? There is one. I took a bath with Lavale. We head over there, Lavale. I'll also ask everyone. Yes, it was decided to take a bath tonight. I immediately called Fauna, Kilo, and Mika. Why am I grinning? The bathroom was surrounded by white walls, and right in front of us was a wide bathing area, large enough for everyone to be able to swim. There's also a thing from where hot water comes out, and that is a lion statue. It's normally filled with steam and hard to see, however I have fairy magic. Even if my head suffers, I must imprint the image of beautiful women inside my brain. It will be like admiring a sculpture of Venus. Oh, what a large bath this is. Fauna, it was a dedicated bath for a king. That's why this is my first time bathing with friends. This reminds me of school trips. I'll also dive. This is nice. Is what Lavale sighed when she dipped her naked body in. While Fui is Adel's reaction seeing Lavale while doing a backstroke with Arena. The temperature of the water is just right. Both the public bathhouse and the castle's bath are supposed to be collecting water from springs under, but this location is supposed to be different from the old Lad area, and we still don't know the actual source. Adel, do you know where it's coming from? Who knows? Really? I don't know. I've created this place without knowing about that. Watching closely, the hot water was kind of milky in color. This water seems to have a beautifying effect. Arena is going to be turned into smooth Arena. I'm sure that she will be even more squishy than before, so let's pinch her a lot later, to test if she will be smooth like mochi. Now then, my excitement is going to overflow again if this continues. Just seeing the three is already attacking my limits. And now Fauna's tails is hitting my stomach. Fauna, your tail? Oh, she didn't answer back. Are telling me that it's okay? Are you really sure about this? You will cry out loud, you know? 8 I do L ha. Arena. I'm already reaching my limit, you know. Please stop. Oh no, this is bad, this is bad. This is bad Jiu tilde tilde. Arena finished it off with a hug. Fauna's tail was also wrapped around my belly. This a really dangerous situation. Please, spare me from all of this. RNN. Fauna-san? NN? Jiu. This is no good. Fauna's tail and Arena's hug combo. I'm losing it. It's overflowing. No, I can't stop it anymore. What's wrong, Master Tilda? Don't you like taking baths? And then, Lavale attacked me from behind. She held me close as soon as she submerged herself in the water. The double bouncy stimulus is hitting me. I must not move, endure it my will, or else it would really be bad. Get away from me, Lavale. Hey, don't tickle me. Kilo, who took the chance while I was held by Lavale, moved her hands on my waist. It was something that a beautiful woman shouldn't do. No, stop, please stop it. Fufafu. Adel-chan. Mika, not you too. You are a hero. Don't make such a disgusting look. That is definitely the face of someone who is about to do some mischief. No, stop it. Help me escape. Be the noble hero that you are supposed to be and help me escape this hell. Mika, you are a hero, right? Please help me. Help me escape out of this hell. Grin. Mika. She then grabbed my foot. Oh no, this is bad. I will have my revenge against that punishment. Whore tilde tilde tilde. Tilde 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 ha. Stop tilde 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 it. Miko attacked my souls with tickles. Revenge is not something that a hero should be doing. No, I can't. Kaya tilde. After that, water tentacles were created using fairy magic and everyone was engulfed in a tickling hell. Arena. My tickles are super strong, you know. Nairu tilde. Everyone was out of breath from laughing too much. Chapter 77. Chapter 77, Day 58. The will to not be dragged down. TL, Yuki. After a month, beastmen from all over Galania have finally been gathered together. I was watching, along with 3 other people, the beastmen as they entered the gates one by one, getting surprised by the place being so similar to their former country. Some of them cried in tears after finding their homes. The houses that they have returned to were also complete with furniture, making them raise their hands in joy. However, Kilo moved among them while the tension was at max. She solicited everyone who has just arrived to join the fairy cult while also handing out leaflets to every home. I'm confident that most of them will join. I did create a scripture for them to follow, so it's something that I can't stop anymore. I won't be able to walk around freely anymore. Well, in a sense, you were the one responsible for things ending up this way. I'm also in the same condition, because if I remove these earrings and become a dragon, Kilo will definitely come to worship me. Hold on. I'm sure that Arena was using those earrings, and that Lavale can just make a human body when she needs, since her true body is just that large red crystal. But this is what the raw indicates. Sorry for the inconsistencies, you two are celebrities. Arena was also quite popular in the city, but right now, because a lot of people have gathered, Fauna has ended up with too much work so she can't play. We are currently doing inspections about the current situation. There was also a meeting about the time to restart the workshops, and Fauna has been studying hard to understand everything that is about to happen. Surprisingly enough, they were quite skilled in handling metals. It was to the point that their workshops were famed for their high quality and efficiency. There are supposed to be people in charge of every section, but Fauna is doing her best trying to understand each and every field, even though nobody would really complain if she avoids overdoing it. The workshops have been revived along with the research facilities, so we'll probably have to go dungeon exploring soon. Master, you've been working a lot lately. You were also searching for a mine a while ago. Are you really fine doing all of this? Well, I am interested in the magic tools that they could develop after all. I also wanted to explore dungeons, and Arena would also like to join, right? We'll go. It was a week ago that they've asked if I could find a supplier of revenant ores, So I tried dowsing using fairy magic for fun before finding sources. I used Arena as my scout, placing her on my head instead of using metal antenna, which is more fun to do. I was surprised to get a reaction from below a nearby ancient forest. When I started digging around that place, instead of rocks, I found a whole rocky mountain buried underneath it. Apparently, it was an actual mountain that sunk in the ground in the past, and everyone laughed after learning of this because it was something like a blind spot where nobody would have ever expected. Don't you know anything about what the terrain here was like in the past after all? That's something I wouldn't know, Master. I don't really like going to places far away from my territory after all, and I would only remember places existing at least 1,000 years ago. Well, that sure is true. After some inspections, it was judged to be a safe place to mine Revenant, since it won't easily collapse. In the long run, it should be enough to stabilize the country's finances. Currently, the population isn't that high. When it comes to problems, there is that person. I think it should be the right time for us to move. What should we do? It's already that time. Well then, let's move. Come on, Arena. Let's go. Mission start. Hi. Now then, let's talk about what happened a month ago. Because of the increase in population, people who have been working at the former castle have slowly gathered. Among them were many diplomats, soldiers and civilians who were good at negotiations. The prospects for collaboration with evil have also been established. On a certain day, I was consulting with Fauna about something. As we were finishing, someone, whom we didn't really want to come but expected to pop up, has arrived. Why is a little girl sitting on that throne? A werewolf. Oh, aren't you the son of Chief Seth? That's right. I'm Ujaz. I inherited the title and have become the current chief. Those people we have expected were the ones like this one who have inherited titles of chieftains. He was filled with confidence that his tail was also buzzing around. Another one of those. He is similar to an older kid jealous of a little girl, so that buzzing tail just makes him look more like an idiot. The king should be someone approved by the tribal chieftains. I am one of them, and I am not willing to approve of this. Is this something that was agreed upon by all members of the wolf tribe? That's right. There's no way that a little girl would be heralded as royalty. Do you think that this would be enough for this country to survive? Don't you think that a better leader should be enthroned? At that moment Fauna understood his goal. He wants his clan to take over as royalty. However, this person just stormed in without knowing the circumstances. The residents were informed of many things, but it seems like this person and his cohorts didn't even listen to others and just forced their way in. Also, it seemed like he had met Fauna in the past and thought that she was nothing but a stupid little girl. That's why this clear refusal that he's petitioning is not that surprising. Unfortunately for you, this current Lad area is not the same as the old Lad area. The entirety of its former management has been abandoned and a new one is being established. I am only fulfilling my responsibilities now by working hard along with the people. It would be helpful if you brought up this story to try again later. Maybe after 10 years or so have passed. I can't irresponsibly step down when everything has just started, not to mention that there are still many races that haven't been gathered, a fact which could affect the stability of this country. I don't mind listening to your offer, but please drop such a suggestion at the present. The rights of succession will be fine even if it's to be decided upon later. Also, right now it would be dangerous should the current ruler be suddenly changed. Ujaz can't even say anything in reaction to what Fauna said. After all, he stormed the palace thinking that he could easily kick Fauna out of the throne by making her tremble in fear and then crown himself as king. As a matter of fact, the surrounding vassals were not worried about being ruled by a little girl, and just like Fauna they were glaring at him with cold eyes, in a similar way to how he was glaring at Fauna. And so Adel, I'm thinking of developing this place as a tourist destination. I'm looking for methods so that we could develop the nation in that direction and let everyone know about our country. I think that a hot spring would be good. There are sources all over the country, so let's renovate those places and turn it into a hot springs area. If it's like that, I think souvenirs should also be prepared for the customers, right? Fauna completely ignored the annoying person, and continued talking to Adel about the plans of making the country into a tourist spot. Adel also responded while keeping a wry smile. "Oh, oi," he tried to voice out, but Fauna continued to ignore him. "That's right. Unlike Haspani Falls and Galania, people value something that would make them feel good, right? Hey, don't ignore me." Adel also ignored him and continued the conversation with Fauna. "That's right. Hot springs have a variety of effects, so it will be easy to market them. Kilo would be able to identify the quality of the source with her divine eyes." "Hey, are you listening?" He was ignored. His words didn't even reach Fauna. "Understood. I will ask the church later regarding this." "Thank you, Adel. Don't mind it." "Oi, look over here." "Don't ignore me, you bunch of rude people. I am their tribal chief of the Wolf Clan. Don't you know?" Adel was definitely irritated. She glared at Udjaz with an angry face. But Udjaz didn't know about Adel as he ignored the pamphlet, so he considered she an outsider. However, all the hair on his body stood up when he received a strong intimidation from Adel which completely froze him. Did you even know what Fauna was entitled in this new country? Wah, won't that be Thekribabi, or the Waste Clinger? What would a little girl like her be able to do anyway? She is known as Fauna of Courage ? Udjaz couldn't understand what Adel was trying to imply. He could only raise his brow, not understanding anything. Adel was patting Fauna's head and continued her explanation. She challenged the impossible and confronted everything without fear. "For you, who didn't read the scriptures, you are but an ignorant fool. If you can't even stop to look at the difference of what is around you, then there's no way that someone like you would be able to solve any problems." Since the time Fauna was born, she was already part of this country as a ruler and citizen. And yet this was the first time she was praised for doing something for her country. Courage is not only the will to face wars or duels. She was not chosen to be a king because she is royalty, but because she is Fauna. Adel is an ally of any girl who does her best. If the person enthroned was actually a stupid and useless king, then she would have agreed in changing the leader, but Fauna was leading them properly, and with her lead, the people were filled with hope. She won't forgive anyone who tries to belittle someone like that without even knowing anything about the situation. Do you think you can just set aside everything that happened and claim what you worked hard to create? Can you even become a king of a country you haven't founded? And you've been imposing about being a tribal chief. But what are they now? They are nothing more than normal citizens of this new country. Do you actually think you have the power to lead this nation? In the olden Ladaria, tribal chiefs were indeed treated like nobility. However, the tradition should have died along with the previous war, and their rights to inheritance have all been dismissed. Each tribal chief should have a field of interest that they are in charge of. But right now Fauna is the one managing all of those fields. Of course, it would be impossible for her to manage all of that, so there are helpers included, but that doesn't mean that she is not involved. What this kingdom needs right now is not a person who sits in the throne or a stupid person who only thinks about power, but a person who could unite everyone and lead them into the future. Those last words said by Adel completely shattered Udjaz's confidence. Mru, who was listening, whispered that would give me a hard time and sighed, but Fauna replied with a smile saying, "I think it should be fine." Then a duel. Yes. When Adel was listening to what Udjaz was trying to say, he grinned and pointed at Fauna. If it was in the previous Ladaria, such gesture would be deemed as rude and he would be apprehended on the spot. I can understand the case about royalty, but when it comes to Beastman's traditions, then that should remain unchanged. Don't tell me that you are also going to change that? Hearing the word tradition made Fauna grimace for a bit. What are you implying? Beastman's traditions have been followed since ancient times. These have been agreed upon by all races, to unite under one banner, and are taught even to this age. And one of those traditions is their duel. From that point, Mru was the one to explain about the tradition. Duel is one of the most sacred traditions among Beastmen. It was recorded to be the main cause of the unification of all Beastmen, and representatives are chosen to do it. As long as the rules of the duel are not broken, then one may be able to make a request that cannot be denied. I see. So this was his aim from the start of this debacle. Even though Adel knows that Udjaz is stupid and irresponsible, She didn't expect that he would declare something like this which could actually have a chance of winning. Is it really alright to accept such a stupid rule? I have never heard of something like this happening before. In this case, Fauna could be considered as a youngster and wouldn't know about it yet. However, bending the traditions of beastmen would be equivalent to denying their existence. It is also true that Fauna's ancestors took over the bad rulers by winning the position. Can I become the representative? That would be impossible. All who understood the situation couldn't help but be troubled. Fauna may have been a representative of this country, but when it comes to raw power then she definitely lacks it. Moreover, this man called Ojas is stronger than an average adventurer. Ojas, 25, LV.141 race: werewolf, HP 3544 3544 MP 1075 1075 ATK 2874 Def 3200 Matk 971 722 INT 70 SPD 6544 Skills: Claw Arts, A. For attribute magic, C. Ground shrink B+, solidify hair C. If I compare it to the people of Galania, then he would be on the same level as knights. When it comes to skills, he would be on the same level as Abil. So, what of it? You know that if you refuse then you would be known as someone denying the tradition. Well, if that happens, then it would be easy to take over the people's support and build it up from scratch. Beastmen are a race that follows the powerful. But I'm not a demon. It would be boring to fight knowing that my victory is secured. That's why I will give you a 1-month preparation period. So what will it be? Fauna was at a loss. She understands that she won't be able to beat this person. Not to mention that she's someone who knows about tradition quite well. It was already decided that the weak are to be trampled upon and thrown away. I understand. I will accept it. Fauna's armor. Are you sure? Shut up. Don't let this sheep that's hiding his tail affect a little girl. I have received your words. Then see you again in 1 month. Right then Ojas left the castle while laughing loudly. What should I do, Adel? Well, why did you accept it? I thought that you have some idea. I don't, but I can't refuse. Fauna sunk like a tired old man. Well, I don't really know about beastmen's traditions, but it's not really something that annoys me. I did expect fools to pop out soon enough, but I surely didn't expect this. It seems like no matter the world, there are stupid people who would only think about what they want and not even consider what would happen after. It can't be helped. Fauna, it may be hard, but are you willing to do anything? It's good that we have 1 whole month to do this. I'll do it. I don't want to lose to a muscle brain idiot. That's the spirit. I'm happy that she's also fired up. Oh, but would Maru be okay with it? When I looked at him, he was already bowing down. I was about to ask, but it seemed like I have already been entrusted with the task. Then let's do it the same way as that, the method I used to raise arena's levels in a really short time. There should be strong monsters living close to this area. I wonder if we could immediately start dragon hunting tomorrow. Hunting? For the time being, Fauna should change in easy-to-move clothes. I have the tools needed for our preparations. Fauna's tail waving around. That certain trait would definitely be useful. From that day, it seems that adventurers have started to secretly admire such features. Chapter 78. Chapter 78, Day 59. The price is an eyeball. TL, Yuki. Good morning, it's Fauna Desu. Starting today, Adel's boot camp will begin. I was told to come to the gate without carrying anything, but I don't know why. Adel, what is that? Just following the mood. For some reason, she was wearing pattern clothes with dark colors. It felt like it would be suitable when hiding in the forest. Harina was also saluting next to her. Is that some kind of uniform? I'm wearing adventurous-style clothing and armor that is easy to move in, which was prepared by Maru, but I wonder if I should also wear something like that. You don't have to be worried. If something comes up, then we could easily return using fairy magic. Well then my friend, Let's move out move out Gunyu tilde. Lavale was the only one dressed in a white robe and red dress as usual. I was thinking that she looks like she belongs in a separate group. Now then Fauna, the work in the castle has been left to Mira for now, and we will be away for a whole month to train starting today, but are you prepared? I'll do it no matter how hard it will be. Good, then let's go. Lavale, transform. With that said, Lavale transformed into a red dragon big enough for the three of us to ride. It would be troublesome if she transformed in her original form and was discovered by Kilo. We then moved to a nearby forest. On the way, Fauna suddenly pulled my clothes. Do we have a plan to follow in order for me to become strong? It's simple, Fauna. You just have to level up by killing immobilized monsters, and after defeating them, you will have mox battles with us. Lavale and Arena have different fighting styles, so you will be having mock battles each with us. Of course it will be harsh and painful, but you have to endure it, okay? After hearing the details of the training, Fauna was a bit upset. Sorry, I don't want to be strict and harsh to a little girl like her, but if I don't do something like this, it will be very difficult for her to defeat Ajaz. Fauna opening parenthesis 8 closing parenthesis LV.1 Race Fox Beastman HP 6060 MP 8 8ths ATK 15 Def 10 Matk 17 Fatin INT 760 SPD 22 Inherent skill Foxfire Skills None. Her current stats, other than INT, are lower than a goblin's even though she's a beastman. It can't be helped because she's still young. If it's like this, she won't be able to wing it by only using simple means. I have to be thorough doing this, even if she sees me as a demon. Speaking of which, her inherent skill Foxfire is something that is unique to her race. Foxfire, a unique skill possessed by Fox Beastman, a type of fire attribute magic. Its effects depends on the average status of the individual. Because it is a magic that is manipulated using mental image, chanting is not required to activate the skill. I was thinking that this would become a trump card. Although it's limited to fire attribute effects, it is quite similar to fairy magic. I'm thinking of training her with the skill as her main. Alright, we have arrived. Do your best, Fauna. Where is this? After traveling for a while, they went down in the depths of a dark forest. Above us were nests made of small trees and a collection of branches glued together by some unknown material. And then Adel tells Fauna about the place without a sense of danger. This should be a good place. We're under a wyvern's nest. Right then several high-pitched screeches from wyverns flooded the area. Fauna immediately pulled out her sword although she was trembling. Adel on the other hand was spinning a glowing halo with her finger. Lavale was cuddling Arena, who was rubbing her sleepy eyes. Why isn't there any tension, everyone? Well, we would feel some, if they were at least stronger than a hero. That's just. While they were talking to each other, the wyverns attacked all at once. Right then the halo on Adel's finger shot out and split into many glowing rings that immediately captured all of the approaching wyverns. The wyverns that were suddenly immobilized crashed into the ground head first. There were some unfortunate ones who broke their necks and died on the spot, while others lost consciousness from the impact. A wyvern that fell in front of Fauna with its eyes rolled back due to fainting became her first target. Yosh, Fauna. Attack. Hi tilde, she cried. For a little girl like her who has never experienced a direct confrontation, it wouldn't have been a surprise if she fainted. However, she was able to endure it, showing that Fauna is more courageous than a normal child at her age. Fauna, with your current status you won't be able to damage its scales. That's why I suggest you aim for the eyes, stabbing there until it dies. Adel was like a demon. Yufufu, so this is how it feels like when stabbing its eyes. Fufu. The sound of its screams every time I do so is still lingering. Azari, I know that doing this all of a sudden is terrible, but you need to do it in order to build up resistance early during the training. Fauna. You did your best. Arena. Watching Fauna cry as she struggles to cling to her sanity while hugging Arena also makes my chest hurt. Even though I feel guilty about it, I still have to continue. I'll let Arena handle the mental care for the time being, but I wonder if my value will also start to drop as we continue this. Well, maybe I could also let her ask for a reward when all of this ends, or something. And so, how much did it rise this time? It's now 80. So high in just a small amount of time. Well, the level of wyverns should be around 70-90 in this area. However, that alone won't be enough to match up edges, who can probably win against those monsters. That's why, even if it's the current fauna, it would still not be enough to beat edges on her own. Fauna finally started to gain confidence after knowing that her level has increased, so she wiped her tears and stood up. I will do it. I don't know how much I can improve, but I have decided on this. I also don't want to just rely on Adel in solving this. Good. That's the spirit, Fauna. If it's you right now, then you will be able to defeat even a demon lord. Well then, should we go dragon hunting next? Why the pale face now? We will still do it, you know? The day ended after fighting one dragon. Fauna's spirit was not that down when she was faced with the dragon, but she finally reached her limit when she did her best, finishing off the dragon by stabbing its eyes until it died. Right now, she's resting on Arena's lap pillow. Wow, I can't believe that I would level up from 1 to 100 in just today. Such a great result. Tomorrow we will do mock battles in order for me to get used to my improved status, right? I will do my best to forge both my body and spirit. That's right. I will be reporting to Mu today, so can I leave dinner preparations to everyone? Leave it to me. I want to learn a lot of things. I then moved to the stone that was synchronized with my space magic. I arrived in an office. Mu immediately caught me and then shook me as he asked about the results of the training today. Adel-sama, is Fauna-sama alright? It apostrophe s tilde all tilde right tilde she tilde is currently tilde fine tilde tilde. Mu is strong as expected. The moment he caught me, I was shaken with tremendous force. After he let me go, I briefly explained what happened during the day. While listening, it couldn't be helped for him to be concerned, and he was also shocked as I continued. You really cared for her. I sincerely apologize for the trouble. I will do my best at managing the kingdom in Fauna-sama's absence. Adel-sama, I leave Fauna-sama in your care. Leave it to me and you don't have to worry about anything. Also, please don't do anything unreasonable. After that, I returned and was greeted by a good smell emanating from a pot. It seemed like Lavale finished dinner preparations just as I arrived. Tonight's dinner will be wyvern hot pot. It's kind of surreal seeing Lavale, a dragon, cooking other dragons, even if they are of a different classification. Ah, you came back, Adel. Was Mu worried about me? He was indeed. However, he also fully respected Fauna's decision. He's a really good person. In my previous life, there has never been a person who trusted me like that, with all of his heart. Fauna understood this and was a bit embarrassed, but also proud about it. Now then, because tomorrow will be mock battles for the whole day, you will be moving a lot. That's why eat your fill up and sleep well. Oh, Fauna, it's already night time, so quiet down for a bit. I'm sorry. Foo-fa-foo. The four people laughed as they enjoyed a quiet meal. Fauna's current status. Fauna opening parenthesis 8 closing parenthesis cell V.100 race : Fox Beastman. HP 710 MP 707/707 ATK 431 Def 299 Matk 721 655 INT 760 SPD 578 Inherent skill Foxfire skills : none _ o tilde ne dot tw tilde 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 now fight fun yeah tilde don't overdo it, okay. Fewer tilde so good tilde you are. I can't move. I have only been sitting a lot recently. ZZZZZZZZ. After the meal, they did a bit of muscle training and massage, then they fell asleep. Chapter 79. Chapter 79 Day 7488 Growing Up in a Different Way. TL. Yuki. 2 weeks have passed from the time Fauna started her repeated leveling up and mock battles. It was quite surprising to see how she was able to adapt to fighting monsters in just a week. and to the point that she is now able to easily subjugate any weak monsters she encounters. When it comes to mock battles, it seems like she's talented with swords, and she was even able to win a few battles with no magic. Seeing this, I think it's a really big improvement. No. I think Fauna is quite talented, you know. A normal person won't be able to easily improve just like that, you know. Maybe it's because she continuously moved her body along with increasing her level. There's also that way of thinking. Well, normally, people raise their skills according to their levels after all. Even so, it's still not enough even with your current level. The status difference is still too high, it still isn't enough. Having a child's body is really Her level is already 150. However, her current status is only a third of the status of ages. It probably increases as the person gets older. However, that's something we can't do at the moment. I understand your feelings of urgency, however we need to do what we can. Fauna's average status is gradually increasing, so we will continue doing mock battles as before. We might discover something to cope with the difference as we continue. And so the days continued with her working hard. Once every 2 days, we would take a bath at a nearby lake. We were also feeding her with lots of food because Fauna is still just a growing child. I think she will have an amazing figure when she grows up in the future, and I'm looking forward to that. Now then, let's begin. I am ready to receive you no matter where you start. Hi. Right now, Fauna's sword skill is D. Since she started without that skill even existing, it could be considered a tremendous progress. I don't really have to move much if it's only at that level, so Fauna will need to use many tricks in order to cover for the difference. She tried using feints, throwing sand, throwing swords, and many others. And right now, magic is also added to Fauna's arsenal. That was quite a surprise. It is impressive how you were able to come up with such nasty tactics. But I still wasn't able to beat Adel well. Don't you think that it would actually be quite effective if you used against someone else? In a traumatic sense, that is. What Fauna showed me was a really nasty way to fight, which surprised even me. And yes, even with magic included, she isn't able to win against me. However, if it was against Aegis, he would probably suffer a lot from such attacks, so I could now see hope for Fauna's victory. She tried a lot of nasty tactics when fighting me. However, none of those were able to succeed against me. The results of your daily efforts are now showing results, and based on that, I think that Fauna is quite suitable to be a commander. You think so? Fauna musing. The two of us happily stroked Fauna's head while praising her. However, it wasn't yet the time to be relieved. Not until this situation ends. The Fauna has grown a lot since the start. I don't want to end up with the responsibilities of a king after all. After that, we divided a week into 3.5 days of routine, where the first half is continuous mock battles and the second half focused on leveling. The reason for that is to improve Fauna's tactics and see if it could be used against monsters. As Fauna's level increased, the stronger the opponent she could win on her own. Right now, we were testing Foxfire with all 4 of us doing trial and error, refining the skill. Fauna was also delighted to know that she was becoming stronger as the days passed by and was putting a lot of effort in leveling up. We debate about how to make the country better every night, so I think that she's developing as a proper ruler. As the month nears its end, I was surprised by how fast Fauna was growing. Right now, she is still shorter than me. However, her chest started to rapidly develop for some reason. That's why she's now a big-breasted lily. Each time she moves, her breasts also sway, which is really distracting me a lot during our bouts. Moments like these make me forget that Adel is actually a female. How did it ended up this way? How should I explain this to Maru-san? Wouldn't it be better if you honestly explained it? I think if this continues, then I will go berserk again. When we were taking a bath, even though I'm not a man, it felt like I was going to bend down. I know about otaku culture and their shenanigans. However, this is just too good to be true. If those 2 weapons are attached to Arena, it will probably be purified. I think thinking about that happening is more disturbing, Master. Poyo. And then another week went by. It was also a lot of fun. Near the end, She was able to turn a flock of wyverns into a bloody mess, and managed to defeat an actual dragon on her own. More like, it was Master's fault that a weird switch like that is turned on whenever she's fighting monsters. It's not my fault. Don't say that it was because of me. I am honestly scared about it too. I couldn't help but smile wryly at this result. Seriously, her eyes were indeed full of joy. However, that's not the kind of joy I like to see. I'm sorry, Maru-san. I think I've made a mistake somewhere without knowing. I know that you really treasured her a lot. The night before the battle, we have finally returned to Ladaria after a whole month of absence. When we arrived at the plaza, it was noisier than usual. As a precaution, I covered Fauna with a cloak. Everyone, we have endured as slaves for the past few years. Is it really alright if we forget about the past just like that? I don't think so. Everyone should remember how humans trampled us, stepped on our dignity and didn't even consider us people. For that reason, what we currently need is not a weak leader. I am thinking that humans should also feel the pain of being dominated against their will. Yawa. What a terrible slogan. That wolf is really a lost cause. Ojas, who appeared in our sight, is currently doing a negative campaign. He raised a flag that was occupying the plaza with the crest of his clan on it, and along with a slogan saying the strong and majestic Ojas is suitable to be king. Every time Ojas spoke a line, the surrounding wolf people were giving a response, and there were also quite a few people who stopped by to listen to their speech. Ladaria now has more people than before, and some have become inhabitants without witnessing how this country was created. That's why it couldn't be helped if there are those who would actually sympathize with him. As proof of this, the third princess has never made any objections to our speech for the past month, and only remained inside the castle without even trying to show herself in public. That is definitely because she doesn't have the guts to fight back. How could she easily bow down to Galania and let that country have its way with ours? If it's like this, then what would happen to our dignity? That's not really the case, you know. Ladaria is actually quite rich. Just thinking about the revenant ore mines that we discovered. It's probably Galania who would bow down to us instead, to ask for a supply of revenant ore. Not to mention that they are still in debt to Arena. Fauna, worried about the situation, looked at me with worried eyes. It couldn't be helped for her to worry, I guess. What should we do, Adel? Won't the public see me as a bad ruler because of this? No. You don't really have to be worried at all, you know? Why? That's because everything will end if you win the duel tomorrow. Even if it's true or not, it will be decided by the winner of the duel tomorrow and people will follow that. After all, that's the only thing that is important right now. That's why I am not worried at all, and because of that, I pushed Fauna's back and we returned to the castle. Fauna-sama. How? Fauna, who was seen by Maru after a while, was twisting in embarrassment. Maru-san, who saw the big changes, tried his best to restrain himself from having a nosebleed. Well, I told him in advance about the changes, so he was able to prepare himself, at least I think so. Maru. I don't know why, but after training for a while I ended up becoming like this. No. I mean, it's fine. But you know, I'm glad that you've grown up and became really beautiful. Is that so? Then, it's good. Maybe I didn't really know if I should be grateful or angry with this result. Well, even I didn't know that it would end up like this after all. Mira finally snapped back to normal, then told us that a bath has been prepared. Now that I think about it, our baths outside have always been rushed. I want to have a long relaxing soak after a long time. Right. When did Ojas started doing that weird propaganda? I think it was the day after everyone left. At first it was just a simple campaign trying to find people who would join him, which finally escalated to denying the current state of Ladaria. Was he doing that every day? He sure has a lot of free time. All of the beastmen who have been here since the establishment of this country are of course supporting Fauna. It seems like there are a lot of latecomers who are joining his group though. Most of them were from races that were quite bloodthirsty. That's how about it's fine, Maru. I could understand the current situation. That's right. All I have to do is win tomorrow. Those people would certainly understand if it's like that. That's what I believe. Fauna-sama. I'm sure the feelings of this country will become united. After hearing Fauna's words, Mru bowed deeply and said, that is right. I'm sure that will be so. It seems like her feelings have now settled down. It would be easier to clean up some garbage tomorrow, so that Fauna will be able to stand strong as royalty. Tomorrow, if some weird people appear, let's deal with them immediately. Leave it to me. I'll be sure to leave nothing behind cleaning. It will be the debut of upgraded Fauna with a little special mix. I don't really want to interfere, but I have to do it this time. _tilde. Having a bath after a long time is the best. Also, Fauna's floating balloons were amazing as expected. Chapter 80. Chapter 80, Day 89. Dignity of a Ruler. TL. Yuki. I have been waiting, though I didn't expect you to show up, and not run away. For the confrontation, a special stage was made in the town center. It was in the same place where Ojas continued his propaganda for the past days in order to gather a crowd to watch the match. There were three main purposes for this. First is to invite the upset Fauna, then humiliate her in front of the crowd. Second one is to ensure that the duel will be recognized by everyone present. And last is to prepare a certain scheme. This is a good enough place to settle this, is what I would like to say. Contrary to what he expected, Fauna faced Ojas with a calm demeanor. However, she was still covered by a robe which didn't show her body lines, and her face was also hard to see inside the robe. He could barely understand Fauna's current condition. Oi, what's with that robe? I don't think anyone who calls themselves a ruler should be dressed like that in public. Is this some kind of a joke? I am not playing around, you know. This should be good enough, right? I am only following what I was advised. That being said, Ojas still didn't stop mocking her for that outfit, but all that was stopped by the voice of a moderator. Now then, to all the people who have gathered here, this will be a duel in order to decide who the rightful ruler is today. The decision will be based on the results of the match. I am really excited to see a new page of history that is about to be written. I never expected to witness something like this when I decided to visit that area for my honeymoon. For some reason, Senil-san ended up becoming the commentator of this event, and the two people from Fairy's banquet couldn't help but give a wry smile. Moreover, she said it was a honeymoon, which would mean that she got married right after the martial arts tournament ended. On a corner nearby, they found Jasper grasping his head in pain from embarrassment. Now then, let's move on to the introduction of the participants. First is the patriarch of the Wolf Clan, who challenged the current ruler to a duel. Ojas presented himself haughtily while showing off his wolf-specific parts. He was confidently brushing back his hair like some refreshed idiot trying to intimidate Fauna. Thank you for the splendid display. According to my sources, Ojas is currently the only direct descendant of the clan head, which made him automatically appointed as the chief after the previous clan head perished. However, his combat ability is not to be trifled with, and what he wishes is to show this power to the people. But I wonder if that be enough to prove his dignity to be a ruler. Opening parenthesis. What a frightening person she is. Was she even aware of what she was spouting out? Closing parenthesis. To start with, Adel wanted Senil to escape immediately because she didn't know what Ojas would do after she commented that negatively. Is that person a natural bomb dropper? She wanted to comment about a lot of things. However, miraculously it seems like Ojas and his groupies were too focused on Fauna that they completely missed it. Now then, to continue, we now present to you the current ruler of Lud area, Her Majesty Fauna Fox Meniant. Right then Fauna took off the robe covering her and presented herself to everyone. Who is that? An incredibly adorable beast girl stood there, dressed like an adventurer. Looking closely, everyone could find some resemblance to the little girl they once knew. However, the atmosphere around her this time was so different that no one could be sure if she was the real deal. Ha, how cute. Seriously? Are you the real deal, Your Majesty? Yes, that is so. Some people finally recognized her after hearing her voice. At the same time they were all confused, wondering what happened for such a drastic change to take place. She was certainly an adorable girl before, but not at this level, not having such a mature state. Also, after noticing the change in the gazes that surrounded her, she blushed. Oi, You who the hell are you? Ojas didn't seem to realize as he pointed his claws at Fauna, while getting ready for battle. However, Fauna was not disturbed by his stupid reaction, so she answered, I am Fauna, the person who was challenged to a duel. You know, weren't you the one who told me to prepare for this duel in a month's worth of time? I just ended up growing into this figure after a month's worth of training. Fine then. I just didn't expect something like this to happen in just a month's worth of time. With sarcastic words including ridicule, Ojas continued further. I didn't expect that you would become a fine woman, and a really attractive one at that. Everyone. I have decided, if I win this challenge I will at least accept Fauna as a bride. Huh? Ojas started spouting things that did not make any sense while full of confidence, and Maru, who was listening to this, couldn't help but react. Wait, the purpose of this duel is only to decide who should be the ruler. What nonsense are you even spouting? That's what I just decided. I will become the ruler anyway, so that would be useful because I will need an heir anyway. And she's of royal blood, so it will still end up that way. If you understand that, stop interfering with our sacred duel, old man. It's all right, Maru. The results won't change Fauna-sama. With Fauna's words, Maru finally calmed down. Because it looked like Ojas wanted to continue spouting nonsense, Saniel attempted to announce the start of the battle. However, Fauna stopped her. Before this duel starts, I want to ask something. What is it? After you become a ruler, what is it? Continue. Ojas happily responded to Fauna's question, probably because he thought that Fauna was recognizing him as a ruler. Fauna, who received confirmation, finally started her attacks. Then, after you become a ruler, what are you going to do? Of course it's that. Bring retribution to the humans. How exactly? Let the slave beastmen rebel against humans who? That is impossible, you know. Ojas was completely in shock after receiving a direct attack. But that didn't stop Fauna, so she continued. First of all, they have slave collars, so that would simply be impossible. They won't be able to do anything as long as that is attached to them. You should know of something like that as well, don't you? Then assault them with the current troops of Ladaria. There are only around 3,000 battle-capable people on Ladaria. No armor, no weapons, not even military supplies. And what do you think will happen if try to attack? We will be immediately crushed, not only by humans but also by all of the heroes. Do you want to return to being a slave? Then we will fight until every one of us dies, to their last breath. We would rather die as proud warriors than to. Do you know what my friends call that? Dying a dog's death, which is completely stupid. Instead of wanting to do something stupid, you should think of doing something more productive. Due to having his useless thoughts and opinions totally crushed, Ojas was so engulfed in anger that even his face was turning red. After all, just before the start of their match to decide the ruler, he was deliberately made fun of in front of so many people. Because of that, he completely snapped. Then you BTCH, what do you want? Does a child like you even have any better ideas for this country? You do know that she already did a lot for this country, right? What? The answer didn't come from Fauna, but from the people who were watching over her. That's right. As soon as the country was established, she immediately took measures to improve our lives. As soon as possible, she helped in expanding the fields that provided our supplies for the children who have no parents. She helped with the expansion of the church's orphanage. It was to the point that everyone could feel that the country was getting rich, not to mention everything becoming more fun and productive. That's right. Without Her Majesty, we wouldn't have even been able to move forward. Voices could be heard, one after another. Everything was created because of Fauna's will and achievements. Even with her lack of power, she alone was able to establish this. Everything she did were steps heading towards a peaceful future. There was no one who wanted to shed blood. Are you people retarded? Can you even call yourselves proud beastmen? You don't know anything, you idiot. You don't even know the meaning of pride. What? Ojas tried to fight back with his stupid opinions, but it was completely drowned by the crowd, which increased the pressure being directed at him. Everyone. When Fauna's voice was heard, Everyone went silent. The people then watched her with gentle expressions. "Thank you. That makes me really happy. However, I couldn't have done it on my own. That's why I thought that this duel would also be a good start. It is certain that the great kings of the past were not deemed as kings by their power alone. However, being powerless would also lower the value of a ruler of beast people." Fauna is secretly feeling nervous, however she then declared filled with confidence. "However, today, I will prove that I have all the qualities of ruler that should be leading this country." What everyone witnessed, there was not a powerless princess, but a queen with a face filled with determination. Right then, burst of praise came in response, and with that as signal, Saniel started her commentaries. "And that's it everyone, this will be a match for the future of this country. To move on from the past. To create a new and prosperous future. Let the duel. Stuart, I will definitely split you into 8 pieces. Try it, but I will definitely win." And with that, the battle to decide the future of Ladaria started. Fauna's current stats. Fauna opening parenthesis 8 closing parenthesis cell V.312 race Fox Beastman. HP 2784 2784 MP 4015 4015 ATK 1573 Def 1477 Matk 2300 MF 2622 INT 800 SPD 3875 Inherent skill Foxfire Learning Skills Sword Arts B Cooking D. Chapter 81 Day 89 A Merciful Tyrant TL Yuki. As soon as the match started, Ojas immediately attacked. He accepted the provocation thinking that he wouldn't lose in status against her. He wanted to end it immediately, and to him it didn't really matter if Fauna changed. Too slow. Aga Yuka. Due to the clear difference in status and skill, Fauna was clearly at a disadvantage. Despite this, Fauna continued fighting back while planning her next moves, and though this made her feel cold sweat running down her back, she was able to cope up with her enemy's strongest moves, who is considered a really strong individual among beastmen. Those attacks were still within the probable range that she could cope up with. Hora, did you think you would be able to win with that level? It seems like he deliberately toned down his attacks. After all, rather than using his claws, he would attack with his fists or by kicking. Fauna also did her best to retaliate. However, all of her attacks were blocked and the damage she was receiving gradually increased. Opening parenthesis. What is this brat planning? Her attacks doesn't seem to follow the same pattern. It's not just a random series of attacks, and it feels like she was aiming for something. Closing parenthesis. Ojas was getting annoyed because Fauna never followed a single form of attack in the 10 minutes that have passed since the start of their match. And then, Saya. While he was distracted for a moment, the sharpened tip of her sword grazed his cheek. In retaliation, Ojas swung his claws towards her, but Fauna quickly fell back after successfully blocking with her sword. Only at that time did the battle stop for a moment. Fauna's breathing was a little rough, but she was able to stand firmly. She then looked at Ojas and whispered something. From the people who were watching the match, they probably thought that Fauna was in a clear disadvantage, but from her point of view that was quite the opposite. Ojas, who was also thinking the same way, mocked her for how bad it was. "Oh, it seems you still don't want to give up. Though it's true that you have properly prepared for this duel, otherwise you would have been taken out as soon as the match has started. But this is the end. You realized it, didn't you? You can't win. You did well indeed, however it will be over now. You definitely have realized that you couldn't beat me, right? If you surrender now, this humiliating match would end now, you know." In all honesty, it was the public who didn't want Fauna to continue getting hurt anymore. She definitely did her best, but her attacks never properly connected. No matter how much training she did, it was probably not enough to match up to Ojas, who was originally a strong warrior. But then the air around her suddenly changed. Finally, ready, equip up. What? Are you telling me that you are ready to lose? I'm finally ready to beat the hell out of you. UFCKNGBTCH. Foxfire activate. In that moment, Fauna displayed a ferocious face that she had never ever showed before. Her opened wide eyes shone like amber, and near her tail, which was only one, 8 new tails made out of fire grew. Right then, a swirl of magical torrent flooded the area. "Wah, what is that?" Ojas, who was shocked for a while, finally managed to say something, but Fauna only raised a middle finger in response. After that she assaulted him with the words that she wanted to say for some time now, including rants of annoyance paid back with a lot of interest. "You idiot! Do you think I would tell you about it? You mongrel, who would want to expose their card if asked? You're the naive one here, BTCH. Garbage like you should be treated like garbage and be cleansed." Dance. Foxfire. 8 fireballs were released, surrounding Fauna. The next moment, Ojas was already being approached by flames. He even casually accepted it as if it was nothing. In his mind, he was thinking about what a child like her could do. After all, she was just an 8-year-old girl. However, what was that? He suddenly felt threatened and immediately prepared for combat, although he didn't know where that pressure was coming from. But he was already too late to react. "You really are an idiot. Did you really think that it would end with just that? There's no way I would let you win, nor let you escape out of this that easily. Nah, that's what I should be saying to you." Right then, the fireballs changed shape all at once and then started attacking him. Swords, spears, bows, daggers, axes, large swords, lances and halberds. All of this prevented Ojas from retaliating while continuously dealing damage. Adding to that is the burning effect of the attacks, so Ojas would still suffer even if he barely escaped an attack. "What? Why are they following me? What the?" Agawah. The floating weapons clad in flames never moved away from Ojas. No, they didn't let him escape. Fauna was just menacingly watching him with cold eyes as he suffered and screamed in pain. Ojas, who had most of his body hair cindered, was now down on his knees. He hasn't lost consciousness yet, but it was very close due to the severe pain. Fauna's 8-tail is a combination skill, made of foxfire and learning. It is a unique combination that only Fauna could do. Learning is an inherent skill that was developed within Fauna, which was unlocked as a result of raising her level and trying to learn about how to fight enemies that are stronger than her. Learning the ability to remember combat moves once it has been memorized dead, might actually be seen or tried instead of memorized. That is the only explanation for that skill, and when it was combined with foxfire it had a tremendous effect if used against a single opponent. The reason why Fauna attacked randomly was to make Ojas do various attacks, and at the same time Fauna was learning his attack patterns to make sure that she would be able to grasp all of it without making any gaps. That is including his way of dodging, breathing rhythm, and movement, along with every other notable actions that he would do. As a result, Fauna was able to grasp all of Oja's cards. Right after that, his attack patterns were projected with learning and were assimilated with foxfire, and there, the best magic to defeat her opponent was activated. What was created this time was a magic that assaulted the opponent while reading his actions. The weaker the opponent, the lesser the number of tails projected, but in this case she activated 8 of them. This means that her opponent was indeed a strong individual and was barely able to fit within the range of her projection. However, that means that it was still within her limits, so she could only smile at the results. Now then, the surface might have properly been singed, but the insides seems to also be filled with filth. Should I disinfect it too? Gia. Hearing that Fauna was still raring to go, Ojas finally snapped and screamed. Hearing his reactions, Fauna couldn't help but smile more menacingly. "Don't surrender just yet, Ojas." "Now then, what did you say again? You want to take my life?" "I couldn't hear it, you know. Can you speak louder?" "Yo, you a flare here." The moment he tried to speak, probably wanting to fight back, a flame spear passed a few centimeters across his face. The spear moved without stopping and stabbed the floor, and it then continued burning the floor as his fear ran through his core as he listens to the flame burning the flooring. "Ojas, this isn't a request, it's an order. If you don't have any intention to listen, then I have no choice but to kill you. I will definitely do this, if it's to protect the lives of everyone here that I treasure. However, I am giving you a choice. If you surrender, won't you become the commander of the guards?" "Well, Ojas, What do you think? Fauna deliberately tried to soften her opponent in a match where her opponent was literally silenced and she was even threatening him. Just where did their sweet and lovable ruler that was full of courage go? Who is that terrible woman who laughs at the suffering of her enemies and would speak words that a lowlife would speak? Nobody would want to believe that she was the Fauna. They knew. It was as if the air would freeze just by listening to her words. Opening parenthesis. Damn it. This woman is crazy. What would happen if such a terrible woman becomes the ruler? Closing parenthesis. For a moment, Ojas was actually worried about what would happen, but then he remembered something. Also, depending on his response, he will probably be killed on the spot. He did want to win with his own power, but considering the current situation, it seems like he needs to use the insurance that he prepared. His pride would be severely damaged by doing so. However, he had no other choice with the situation he was in. Do it, huh? Alright, stop. He did prepare something after all. I have been watching the crowd for a while now, but it seems like I got distracted by the wonderful tale. Upon my appearance without sound, everyone was definitely surprised. I'm sorry, but I have to do this. Why did Adel enter the stage? It's to prevent this. Is that a needle? It's been a while since I had a conversation with Fauna in this form, but somehow I felt thrilled by her wildness. Am I becoming an M? Something like that. That's why. Kilo. Hi, I'm coming over. Sorry, please let me pass. Kilo comes up to the stage after I called her over while avoiding the beastman that was watching. When she finally climbed up the stage, everyone was making a fuss saying it's the Shrine Maiden, or it's the Fairy's Shrine Maiden, and the likes. Oi, I'm glad that you're happy about it, but do that later. Kilo, can you check this with God's Eye for me? I understand. This is clad in paralytic poison. As he started to understand his situation, he thought of trying to escape. Ojas tried to run away but was stopped by a sword aimed at his neck. You're showing an even scarier face now, Fauna. Lavelle, did you catch him? Of course. Someone on that level wouldn't even be able to escape no matter how hard he tried. The idiot lost the moment he exposed himself by doing that. Lavelle appeared with a beastman being carried on her shoulder. When Lavelle dropped the man on the ground, the blowgun he was carrying fell on the ground. After Kilo confirms the object, she then stood in front of the audience. I will explain the current situation. Just now, this beastman attempted to shoot Fauna with a needle drenched in paralytic poison. If this attempt is confirmed to be done by a member of Oja's clan, then the match will be considered his defeat. While everyone was focused on the man, his robe was immediately removed. And sure enough, what appeared on his head was a pair of wolf ears. Well, that was to be expected, I guess. Then it's decided with this. The match is Her Majesty. Fauna's. Wait a bit. That, Fauna, you bastard, how did you say you were going to end this? Should I shove swords in your butt for you to understand what you did? Bastard. This is a sacred duel, you know, a duel. When Adel was about to declare her victory, Fauna stopped her, then forcibly lifted Ojas to face her. Bastard, did you really try to sabotage me with poison? He could do nothing more than to stay silent. Many of the beastmen who were following him also paled the same way as he did, and everyone else was enraged. Even if he tried to make an excuse here, it would only worsen the situation. That's why he tried to stay silent. And then, shut up, everyone. With her words filled with rage, everyone was silenced. Fauna's eyes were definitely burning in anger. Ojas, you disappoint me, not only me, but everyone else too. Your father was rather famous for being a bad-mouthed person, however he did possess pride and was said to be a man among men on the battlefield to his last moments. I was expecting you to be like that, however He couldn't argue back and could only stay silent. Fauna continues while showing an amazed and irritated face. However, what did you do? Was this something a chieftain would do? Is this something that a man who was proud to be leading his people would do? Is it only like this? Are you trying to take the throne just to satisfy your idiotic mind? You would even dare to declare war against the humans, and you did this? Do you think the people around you are toys for you to use? You even dared to flirt with me. Do you know what kind of lowlife do you look like right now? You and I were originally born under different situations, yet we were both incompetent at the time we were born. However, the weight we carried on our backs were of different scales. I couldn't stand on my own and carry everyone on with my power alone. However, I will do so. Absolutely. It was a complete defeat. He lost in power, in will, even en route. Ojas finally declared his loss, and in the end he was waiting for his verdict, which would have been his death. That's why bow before me. Live that life not for yourself, but for the country. If you want to clear the regrets of your ancestors, don't uselessly shed blood. Don't stray away from who the real enemies are. Fauna was reaching out to Ojas. She didn't want to needlessly kill her own people. Hear this, everyone. People of Lud area. What we should be aiming for is a bright future. We won't forget our past. However, it is not right to die for it either. If everyone understands this, then I ask you all to follow my lead. With one person as the lead, everyone falls down on their knees like a ripple spreading around with Fauna at its center. Fauna finally breathes a sigh of relief and then removes her nine-tailed form, and then her face returns to the usual kind face that she has. Right then, she called out to everyone once more. This is a public consensus. Do you swear to everyone to accept this loss? Yes, I admit my loss. Your Majesty, I will be working under your wing. With that answer, Fauna responded with a sweet smile. Yes, please do so. Later on, this duel gave her the title Tyrant of Charity, but it was only a few days later that she has learned of this. Alright, with that done, it's time for a Kimimimi Ondo. Adel. Alright, we're up, Arena, Lavale, let's go. Tilda. Sigh, it couldn't be helped, On this day, the Beastmen were once more united by the Kimimimi Ondo. That was great, Fauna. All the people were Moromero to you. There were also two factions. The flat chest is Justice Naive Lily faction. The sadistic big-breasted Lily is Sweet Pleasure faction. The next day, a law was immediately declared that everyone would be equally punished if any of the factions would have a dispute in front of the Queen. Chapter 82. Chapter 82, Day 90, Day 180. Young Beastman Group Henaku. TL. Yuki. We decided that Ojas is to be assigned work as a guard. He belongs to the fighting proficient people. After all, with him around we have secured people with fighting power, and troublesome situations in the city are being handled by them. Because of that, the security was also greatly improved, and even if some slave merchants would try to do something for the humans' side, the guards would be able to sniff them out easily, due to their natural hunting instincts. But, don't you think Oja's change was too drastic? I did find him pitiful, but that's probably because he's a beastman. No matter how tricky and suspicious he was when declaring that duel, he is following the traditions properly, and right now he is doing his job properly. Also, at the end of his work, he would go out drinking with his friends, and it seems he is enjoying himself. After all, in that day, following the duel and the Kimimimi Ondo, everyone reconciled. It was an absolute decree. After all that, I've been mostly helping in infrastructure development, the creation of the hot spring region, playing with Miku and Arena, and then also nurturing idols. The idol training would be something like the development of entertainment. I was very active at that. It started when I visited an orphanage managed by the church. It's Kami-sama. Kami-sama, play with us, read us a book. Adel plate tag. Is this the promised Holy Land? I want to spend the rest of my life in this orphanage. I would like to agree to that, but for the time being please listen to the situation first. Also, your true desires are starting come out. Psst, dangerous. I was about to bring corruption in a pure and sacred place like this. But what can I do about this? Cat people, dog people, bear, panda, fox, white wolf, rabbit, and horse people. A bunch of children from different races are crowding before me with their tails swinging around in excitement. It's overflowing. Even Arena is currently joining that bunch. This is one of the only benefits I would like to have for being treated as a god. Treating you as god is no good though. By the way, why did we come here today? It's regarding Kilo. There's just something we need to talk about. No matter how much money Ladaria has at the moment, it won't be able to continue supporting the children until they grow up. That's why we need to at least find a source of income for them, right? That's the current situation. They said that it will be enough if the orphanage is able to function on their own. That's why I also agreed to help, and today, I came here to give jobs to the orphans. Today, I came here to introduce everyone to a certain job. It's a job where everyone could have fun while working hard to improve and also earning some money. Will everyone participate in doing it? We can tilde. Alright, I have captured the little angels. I will be training everyone with everything I've got. Adel, what about me? Arena will be part of our group. This time though, I have to first do it on my own. We are going to do that again. We have already done this in Galania. Now then, I have to prepare the kids before the hot spring town is opened. If everything ends up well, then the orphanage is also going to be transformed. Alright, everyone, let's do our best. And with that, the intense training of the kids has started. First of all, I divided them into groups, those with dexterous hands, the ones with a good rhythm, and the energetic and quite playful ones, separating them for different roles. For dexterous kids, they were set as directors, the kids with a good sense of rhythm. They will practice with instruments. And the energetic ones, they will be singing and dancing. It's good that they were roughly even when they were divided and didn't really complain. Were they all good friends? Or maybe because the order came from someone they consider a god? No. It's probably because Arena was there to be the icebreaker. That girl would happily join if she finds something fun to do after all. But well, in the end I will have everyone become all-rounders. I alone designed the props, costumes for the production, and prepared the lessons for singing and dance choreography. I asked Lavelle to bring our luggage to the hot spring town. Everything was set in front of a large hall, close to the accommodations. At that time, she showed me a strange look. Never in my mind would I have thought I would be working with beastmen in the past. After all, I only thought of them as intelligent beasts before, like a barbaric race of hybrid monkeys of some sort. I also thought of fairies as insects. If I didn't lose to Master, I would have only kept searching for stronger foes, just like what I've been doing before. Well, you are probably being influenced by my taste and hobbies. The longer you stay with us, that might be the case. However, I value Arena more than anything else in the world. For a very long time now, fairies have always lived far away from people, and just making contact probably won't change anything drastically. She is truly a pure fairy, similar to the ones I knew of. Master, on the other hand, is different. I would say that you were even beyond heresy. After saying that, Lavelle picked up more tools to deliver. Even though you are saying that, I know that you are also having fun. I'm not forcing anyone to get used to it. Well, speaking of fussy, it feels like I turned into some kind of bug. My unique race is already quite a mystery. If there's someone else similar to me, then I would like to look for them. However, it is more likely that they have already perished by the time that I was born. Also, I was only able to survive because of Arena. Well, thinking about something like that doesn't matter, so don't worry about it. Now Tilda then. Let's show them our little angels. Tilda will show them. Tilda, yes, I'm sorry. That's how I joyfully continued teaching, playing, eating and sleeping with them for 3 months. Right now the hot spring town was finally completed, and today its grand opening party will be held. For now, tourists and guests from Galania also came and greeted Fauna with a slightly tense atmosphere. This will be our first big business after all. I think most of the people from the country are participating, but when it comes to revenue I don't really care about it. First of all, to see, the hot spring town was built next to the natural wall of the country. The walls of Ladaria are a natural barrier made out of largest trees weaved together and surrounding the capital. With the use of fairy magic, I folded an area which serves as its gates. Because of the amount of nature here, even the street view became a tourist attraction. Besides that, there was something else. I didn't expect them to develop this shooting range. The prizes are simple magic tools that are useful for both children and adults. I really want to live in Ladaria. I want to quit being a hero. You keep spouting that nonsense. Don't let the hot springs distract you. Tilda. Although this is a hot springs town, It is still part of Ladaria's territory, so the barrier in the surroundings is quite similar. The building materials used for construction were harvested from the nearby forest. Cheap ores that were mined in the quarry were also used as building materials. Convenient because they could easily be processed with magic. Although I say hot spring, it is divided based on the effect it would give. That's why there are quite a number of them. Well, I was also quite surprised because there are many effects unlike in my previous life. Like when entering, status values will rise. It was quite peculiar for this world though. Different springs would have different effects. Although the boost is almost insignificant, it will increase gradually. It was quite popular with the beastmen as they entered it frequently since it was built, while Kilo and Miko aimed for the one with the beautiful and smooth sky effect. There are many inns. However, there are 3 major inns on top of them all. They all have well-maintained rooms, and not to mention, every room is completely soundproof. Reservations won't be fast because there is almost no long-distance communication in this world. However, it was still alright because there are part-time working children who would deliver notes from the gates to the hotel. And finally, about the employees. They are mainly children, women and elderly. The men are earning money by doing their established jobs, and they can't leave those behind. It was also a policy to increase the employment rate in the country, and they were willing to work for us since it is with no risk while also getting a good income. Well then, I'd like to introduce everyone to what we have prepared in the special banquet hall that we created in front of the top 3 inns. Oh, there sure are a lot of them. Adventurers, traders and merchants, families, lovers, and after-job workers were currently eating and drinking in the large banquet hall. Now then, I don't know what the results will be, but I believe in the power of cuteness. I look at the faces of the children preparing for the show, and it seems like everyone is confident. It seems there's no one too nervous, so it will definitely be a good result. Is everyone ready? Yes. Good answer. Now, it's time to give our customers a surprise. The first one who noticed was a man who started a business in this town. Oi, look at that. Why are those children carrying out instruments? That's true. Are they going to start something? Everyone began pointing at us. Then, in front of the special stage, children lined up after preparing special seats and sat down while preparing their instruments. Some kids sat down without instruments and it looked like they were preparing something. The whole stage was covered in a thin veil, thus barely visible, so the spectators could only guess what was inside. When it was about to start, the noise from the audience also started to tone down, and then they focused on what was going to happen. Before the children started playing their instruments, one cat beastman stood in front of the audience. Hello everyone. We are called the Young Beastman Group NQ. Today, we are here to celebrate our anniversary, and to liven up the beastmen and everyone with all our hearts. Please give us a round of applause. The guests couldn't help but give the announcer a warm applause. Despite the childish introduction, the child then turned her back to the audience and took out a baton that Adel made from her waist. Wah! The guests were shocked when the music started. The performance was too skillfully done for a group of children. With the light beats of the music, it was natural for everyone to start moving their body to the rhythm. And then the curtain was raised. The stage behind the curtain looked as if a building was cut out. It was decorated with planked walls, marble-like columns, and even luxurious chandeliers. Then children wearing folk costumes came out dancing in bold choreography while making their way to the stage. They danced with no shortness of breath and with a smile plastered on their faces, showing they were all having fun. Then more children got into position and started singing in soprano and tenor despite their childlike voices. But what caught everyone's attention the most was the emphasis on tail movements. It looked like fluffy pom-poms being waved around, which was really cute and fascinating, thus the audience couldn't help but stare. Beastmen, I didn't expect them to be so cute and so on. Beastmen are blessed with high physical abilities since childhood. Even a small child would be able to leap about 2 meters easily, and would be strong enough to carry their own weight. Taking advantage of this, the children precisely jumped over each other's head following the rhythm, or leapt high in the air while doing some acrobatic flips. Every time such action took place, the audience also reacted appropriately, raising the voltage of the banquet to a higher level. The main reason this is becoming so exciting is that even though there are theaters, opera groups, and music troupes all over the world, most of them are operated by adults, and you won't normally find children doing that. Not to mention that they are mostly done by humans. Beastmen have never done something like this before. Besides, only rich people and aristocrats normally attend. Also, since that turns into a formal display, it is usually strict and quiet, while ordinary people would only sing and dance freely during festivities. Some traveling orchestra may stop by to play for a change of pace, but that is already considered to be an exception. That's why Adel would technically be the first one in history to establish this way of ensemble, along with an aggressive, nimble and fun music that is pleasant to hear for all. It would also be good to enjoy with food, alcohol and everything else. The more the guests enjoy the tune, the more orders they placed, continuously calling out to waiters to bring more food and drinks. When it was over, the children arranged themselves together, held each other's hand and bowed, spreading out their cute skirt costumes in front of everyone in the hall. Then, the cat girl with the baton, "If you'd like to see us again, please give us some support," Plua tilde say. After that, the children ran around while smiling and catching the coins tossed at them with their skirts, further showcasing their ears and tail as they moved around. This will cover the salary for everyone at the orphanage and the material cost to produce props and costume for the next time. At first Adel thought of donating 100 gold coins to the orphanage, but Lavale stopped her, reasoning that it would break the purpose of letting the children enjoy the results of their hard work. Thus it was decided that it would be more natural for them to accept donations after the training was done. That was amazing. Fauna, were you able to do that properly? I was able to use a recording using this crystal. However, is this really going to sell? If there are fans, then it will. As a matter of fact, I was also producing some things in the factory. One of the products I've made is this recording crystal. When magic power is applied to the tool, the crystal will record the sight reflected on it. As long as there are crystals, Adel would be able to create it at no cost, but for the time being she limited the number to 100 crystals. She was also using her magic to record from various angles. Now then, why don't we sell it right away? We have recorded that moment so it would last forever. In regards to recording crystals, this time will be a special case limited edition of 100 crystals that have recorded this event. Welcome. Can I buy that? Members of Fairy's Banquet were in charge of selling the records. Oh, it looked like everyone was quickly attracted to this place, especially the merchants. I did hear about magic tools from Beastmen being exceptionally rare and unique. Please sell it to me. How much is it? How about 1 silver coin? I got a cheap one. I have a feeling that it would sell out in an instant. Oh, they bought it for 1 gold coin. A single one of those would be around 50 coppers each, so it increased the sales to more than double the amount. This is also going to be donated to the church. When everything was finally over, and the children finished changing their clothes, everyone came to my place. I was immediately surrounded, glumped and dragged away. Thank you, Anit-chan. It was really fun. I was given a lot of money. Everyone did their best. Starting today, everyone will be officially recognized. Be sure to do your best from now on, okay? Hi. On the way home, everyone joined hands as they went back to the church. I have finished teaching the children, along with the necessary knowledge to live, but I don't know what developments this will entail. Hopefully, it won't go wrong, but Adel NN? Arena, who was beside me, smiled at me. Her eyes that were illuminated by the city light gave me a feeling of warmth. It will be fine, Ed. Oh yes. Arena is best. I put my head on her shoulder and cuddled her. She also stroked my head, which made me feel warm. You are so kind, my best friend. Fufafu. Alright, shall we go back? While feeling comfortable from the fading laughter of the children and the warmth of my friend's shoulder, We arrived at the back of the church _ Vale. It doesn't look bad _ crystal activated 4 Nevrion can't enter _ crystal activated Kilo Mazing _ Adler crystal activated McEvrion is so cute crystal activated. Chapter 83 Employment of Heroes. TL, Yuki. Oh well, today we came back to the capital of Galania after a long time. That's because the Belmore teleport stone glowed. After I teleported, I found Mondal eating breakfast in the conference room. It looks good, so I transformed into a fairy and asked for some bread. So, what was the call for? About that, we would like to ask you what to do with the heroes from now on. So it was about the heroes. Now that I think about it, they've been in prison all this time. 6 months have passed already, and I was wondering what has happened since then. They are currently living in a cabin. They still have their slave collars, and are not allowed to go outside. Their combat abilities and skills have also been disabled, but they are still heroes. We can't just treat them in a really bad way. I see. Hey, about those two, can you hand them over to me? What? Due to my sudden offer, Mondal was flabbergasted. Are you taking them to Ladaria? Why? Well, you see, there's a place that I would like to go to soon. Because of that, I will be leaving Ladaria for a while. It would probably take a few months for me to return. I don't know when the other heroes will find out about that place. That's why I would like to use those two as bouncers, in case something out of the ordinary happens. You are saying that you will use them as bouncers, but will the Beastmen accept that? I could just hide their true identity and grant them fake names. They will probably live a normal life, and it will be reassuring because they won't be able to do anything even if they want to rebel. What about human rights? Well, I would be in trouble if I offered them freedom. If they were actual murderers or assassins, I won't deny them the chance to redemption if they ask for forgiveness. I will remove their collars once their rehabilitation finishes and after my return from our planned destination. In addition to that, I will show them directly what they have supposedly taken away from those people. It's something that must be done. Otherwise, those collars will be left stuck on their necks for the rest of their lives. Having that collar would degrade them to nothing. It would turn into something like a curse. How long will I be trapped in a place like this? As if I'd know. It's been 3 months since Kazuko and Ino have been imprisoned in the castle jail. At first, due to the hard vigilance of the place, they were only able to move their neck and a few joints of their arms. They were under such condition for about 2 weeks, and then by Mondal's order they were allowed to have the freedom to move around. 3 months after, they understood that the title of hero has a much heavier responsibility than they have thought initially. Their weapons and equipment were also stripped away from them and are currently being kept safe inside the castle. At first they were relieved by the improved conditions, but soon enough they understood that it was unlikely for them to be left sharing a room together. As a man and a woman, having a good bed is already a salvation. My body feels dull. Wait. After the sound of footsteps, came a knock on their door. The two then faced each other. Isn't it a little too early for our meals to be served? Did something happen? Did the other heroes start to move? In the past 3 months, they were staying in a room in the castle. Usually only maids would come 3 times a day to deliver their meals. There were also no other people who came to visit them. That's why they suspected that there might have been some movements. What appeared before them though, was a girl, whom they hated so much that they only wanted for her to be killed. You. It's been a while. Oh oops. Kazuko immediately attempted to stab Adel with a fork she was hiding. However, the effect of the slave collar prevented her from doing so. She clenched her teeth and tried to force herself to continue, but she couldn't even move a millimeter. That's why she can't do anything else but send Adel a murderous glare. Well, I have expected something like this to happen. How dare you leave us in a place like this? After doing all of that, Kazuko continued glaring at Adel with bloodshot eyes. Adel just told her to calm down and put the fork away. I know. It was my bad. But you were trying to destroy this country. You even abducted my friends, so I was really angry. Still, I want to end the hate between us today. Nevertheless, I can't remove those collars yet. They know. They were just doing it just for fun. They didn't feel any guilt or remorse, but in reality, they were trying to deny it in their minds. Until now, They probably lived thinking that this was something like a game world. After all, they have always been the strongest group, until recently. They probably thought that the inhabitants of this world were all mobs, and that only they themselves were people. No other emotions were necessary. If someone was in their way, then all they had to do was to crush it. The same could be said about the dispatch. Asahina ordered them everyone should move out to each country to do things their way. If you are able to reduce their national strength, then it would be fine to let them be after that, and everyone followed this order. The martial arts tournament is one of those plans. That is until the irregular called Adel appeared. It was the first time they have been subjected to a storm of blames. They should have realized the sins that they were causing. After all, they have been ruining people's lives, hurting them with batting an eye, and doing things that were worse than what you could probably imagine. All while thinking that this is only a game. They realized this truth after being trapped in a dark prison. They realized just how stupid their actions were. So, where are you going to take us? I'm going to take to the Beastman Kingdom. Huh? That area is already gone. It has been rebuilt. Wow. You must be surprised. However, that is the truth. It's currently my base. However, I have to go away for a few months because of some errands that I have to do. That's why I want you guys to be bouncers for the time being. You will be paid, of course, and you will also be allowed to live normally. Letting them live in a country that they have once destroyed. Just thinking about that is scary. But Adel continued in order to calm them down. The following conditions were given. Work mainly with the guards as bouncers in the new Kingdom of Light area. Living a normal life is allowed. The salary will be 20 silver coins per month. Combat will only be allowed when necessary to save the lives of the inhabitants or of the same equivalent, helping in the suppression of quarrels. In case a hero comes as an opponent, then the use of holy swords will be allowed. Holidays will be 2 days each week, and so. What about our collars? Adel then used fairy magic to alter and hide their collars, and with this, no one else would be able to remove it, other than me. After all, it would be troublesome if you were to ask someone else to remove it. The two didn't have a choice, they could only nod and accept the proposal. Adel then took them to King Mondel, who was waiting in the conference room. Upon entering the room, Magenta was also present. Adel immediately approached her with a smiling face. There's nothing more lovely than beautiful women after all. Hello Magenta-san. A barrier? Ah, it's to prevent escape. It's okay for you to enter, and this is my job after all. Good work, so professional. Magenta gave her a thank you after saying so. In reality, she is a really big fan of Adel. So this encounter is making her really happy on the inside. Opening parenthesis. Adel-sama is so cute, I want to take her home. Closing parenthesis said, get in line, and expect to wait for quite some time. But this side of her is never shown on the outside. Adel then turns to Mondel. I will be taking the heroes then. They have accepted the offer. Our hero Dono. Mondel turns his face towards the heroes. There was no anger or hatred on his face. He stood up and came before the heroes, then told them with a gentle expression. We are alive, and not just part of a game. This is what I want you both to remember. Both Kazuka and Ino faced down and gave a small nod. Then we will be going. Do you have any message for me to deliver? For Queen Fauna, just tell her I have some people to nominate once more. Alright, see you again. I grabbed the two and teleported to Fauna's homemade teleportation gem. It seems like she was waiting in the audience chamber, and when I appeared, my face was planted in her stomach. Oops, I'm back. Welcome back Adel. Those people are the heroes, right? I brought them as helpers and they can work as soon as possible. Are you okay with that? Yeah, I have already informed Hodges. He should be arriving soon. The heroes, who got forcefully teleported, were still confused because of the Beastman girl right in front of them, and started furiously trembling after knowing that they were before the current queen, Fauna. In addition to that, Kazuka, the third Princess Fauna, and this place is Light Area Castle. Is this the real thing? It's been a long time. Heroes Day. A piece of bread was thrown at Kazuka's face. It definitely didn't hurt. It wasn't supposed to hurt. And despite initially facing each other without expression, Kazuka's face soon distorted in a pained expression. I know that you did all of that for everyone. Would you please pick that up? Are you really sure that just doing this is enough? Yes, for now. That will be it for the time being. For now, let's put that aside from here on. Please take care of us. She offered her a hand. However, Kazuka was unwilling to receive it. Right now is not a good time. Maybe when the collar is removed. Yes. After a while, Ojas finally appeared. He bowed slightly towards Adel as they faced each other, and then kneeled in front of Fauna. Opening parenthesis. Seeing Ojas changed like this is really strange. Closing parenthesis. His boastfulness and arrogance completely disappeared, and he is now giving the impression of a warrior who is faithful to his duties. Everything is now done out of pure loyalty. Queen, were you in need of my assistance? Yes, these two are going to be part of the guards starting today. I'll leave the assignment of their dormitories to you. Are you okay with this though? Human, what is your name? Being asked that suddenly, the two were troubled. They were unable to think of an alternate name to use. When Ojas stared at them with suspicion, Adel opened her mouth and spoke up. Go with the flow. The woman is Rizali, and the man is Blair. Please take care of them, Captain Sane. You can't just. Is that so? Well then, Rizali and Blair. Let me guide you to your dorms. Please follow me. Oi, what's your reply? Yes. The two followed Ojas quietly. When the other two were left behind, Fauna was suddenly hugged. Adel? That was amazing. Fauna. That's not really. Adel acknowledged Fauna as a true ruler. Kazuka was supposedly the one who killed her sister, which was transformed into a demon, and it happened right in front of her. If that was really what happened, it wouldn't be a surprise if she cursed or hit them to return the pain. However, she endured and suppressed her feelings. An 8-year-old girl, patient enough to suppress her feelings without even shedding a tear. When Adel suggested for the heroes to become guards, Fauna told Adel a story about her sister. Even so, Fauna still listened to her suggestion and accepted the offer in the end. She understands that the incident back then couldn't be helped, and that the chain of suffering should end. Those people were ordinary people forced into this world. Probably because of that, they couldn't accept the reality of this world and thought of it as a game, like that battle board game. Those two, and other heroes, probably believed that they were the players of this game world. That was in order to fight the Demon King, and they were only able to do so because they were thinking that this was just a game. They managed to erase their guilt and fear because of that. Ethics and morality also didn't matter, but they were unable to think about what to do next, after the match, and the people that remained as a result of that. Fauna continued while looking dignified. We can start over again. We could definitely do it. I know that what the heroes did was really terrible, however it's not impossible to reconcile after that. After all, even after that, we continued to live. We could still understand each other. But you can also simply cry when you are among your friends. After all, Fauna is also just a person, and when I lent her my chest, the only sound echoing throughout the room was her sobbing. And so, today, our body pillow will be Fauna. Good night Fauna. Adel Tildenan, go, good night. I'm getting really nervous about this. Opening parenthesis. So precious. Closing parenthesis. A recording crystal was activated. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. Heroes as Guards. TL, Yuki. Starting today, this will be your room. The place presented was a simple room, with 2 sets of bunk beds, 1 desk and 2 chairs. It resembled a shared space room. The two expected that they would be placed in different rooms to get used to the beastmen. You will be living together with the lowest rank in the wolf tribe, and they may be idiots, but try to get along with them. Isn't it terrible to call us idiots? That's right, we are doing our best too. Shut up, idiot siblings. The wolf tribe members in each room came out and protested. One is a large man over 2 meters tall. However, his body was tight and he was slightly thicker than the fine macho. The other was a girl who only reached about the height of Ino's waist, but with a disproportionately large sword on her back. She had a tail large enough to be used as a pillow, which could also be seen as her most notable trait. Huge small is what their first expression was, and the 2 wolf tribe siblings reacted with, "You are, his hair is black? Or rather, why are you guys this spirited, especially the man? F_note TL note, well, being forced TM. Persuaded by a monster of a fairy. No, I mean by a cute fairy, out of their will.
would make anyone feel depressed. /f_note. Gawky 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 gawky. F_note rustling sound /f_note. Stop telling each other what you think of them. Hi, Sue. Lisa Lee will be sharing with Quent, and Blair will be sharing with Nemra. This assignment will also be used during security work. I want to ask one thing, Captain. Why are the rooms not divided between male and female? Ojas looked at the two while thinking about what they asked. By the way, Quent and Nemra are also leaning their heads to hear about it, because it would be easier to make a child in a shared room. What are you talking about, DA? F_note TL note, BFFFT. Why did I imagine Ojas saying that in a straight face? Thinking about. He might actually do so. He is a simple-minded person after all. And an idiot. /f_note, because of our decrease in population, we must proactively increase our numbers for the survival of the beastmen. This time, it's with a human, so it might be hard to get used to it. But there is no better way than this to get used to the opposite gender. You siblings should remember how to interact with the opposite gender, and if you have any questions regarding the other, just consult your sibling on what to do. That's all. F_note TL note, gahahaha. Yep, he's still the same Ojas. His inclination to strange things doesn't change even after he was tamed. /f_note. After saying what he wanted, Ojas went away. The only people left in the passage of the dormitory, the 4 men and women, are surrounded by a strange atmosphere. You don't have to worry about it, okay? After all, that person always proposed outrageous things. Lisa Lee right. My best regards from now on. I'm Quent. Then, I'll help bringing your luggage in the room. Quent's group introduced themselves, though awkwardly, and managed to return to a stable atmosphere while they entered the room. One set remained, a gloomy guy and a lily beast girl. While Blair was starting to worry about what to do for his first contact, Nemra faced him with a smile and asked, "Well then, I'm Nemra." "Anna-chan. Do you have a preference for little girls?" F_note TL note. FBI/F_note. A bomb was immediately thrown. At that moment his way of dealing with her was immediately decided. I'm Blair. Let's go. Hey Sabbat, are you really sure? Are you really not attracted? I've been telling you that I am not. F_note, Ed. Yeah, that's what they all say. /f_note. Their shared lives started like this. They put out things from their item box and made a space for themselves. Kazuka puts a lot of cosmetics and mirrors on the desk. Ino filled his desk with books. The brother and sister also had different impressions, but their thoughts were the same. Opening parenthesis weird person closing parenthesis. Me with Quent and Ino. Blair, we are currently walking around the city. So, what will our job be, more specifically? For a few months starting today, we will be working as gatekeepers. Watching at the gate from our post, going out to talk if a problematic event occurs, and then we'll respond immediately if there is a suspicious person. Wait, isn't that a very simple job? We'll start from the bottom. Even if you smile and say it in a dignified way, I'm troubled about how to react. Seniors as gatekeepers. I greeted the people who took custody of me. It's quite narrow in here. Let's do our best today too, Lisa Lee-san. Opening parenthesis. I'm worried closing parenthesis. Blair-san. Our job will be patrolling around the castle. In other words, you can freely buy and eat at the stalls around us. It was a delicious work in both ways. This person is no good. This woman, all she thinks about is food. She's just like a child, and it would be great if she would be less noisy. By the way, can you actually use a sword that big? Is it even usable in combat? Dunno. It looks cool, so I equipped it. How did someone like you end up becoming a guard? That's just weird. What do those captains use as a basis for choosing their members? I've been watching over her for a while now, but I don't think she could even win against a beowulf. It can't be helped. There's a shortage of human resources all over the place. Us young ones were hired as guards because of our fast legs. That's because we were young. But why is a child in a place like this? I am already 22 years old, you know? F_note TL note,
She's legal. /F_note. You were older? I've experienced a bit of a fantasy cliché once again. After a while. After work, Ino and Kazuka talked to each other in the canteen and about what happened today. However, the tones of their voices were low and their expressions were mostly in disbelief. How was it today? That's right. We were supposed to be patrolling around the castle area, but Nemra was just roaming around the food stalls. At one point, the captain found us and pounded her head for not doing her work, but she continued eating until our schedule ended. He also discovered that she was actually older than us. As expected, a fantasy. Yeah. That's what I thought. What's that? I was given this during my free time. I was properly guarding the gates, but there weren't any problems at all. Then after a while, they started gathering. Beastmen aunts came out and started having a meeting near our place. More like, where did all those aunties come from? They appeared out of nowhere, and that's in front of the gates. Fantasy. As expected, I guess so. I was actually worried if I could do this properly, but I was relieved that I didn't have anything to do beyond my abilities. Right then, I thought about this again. The beastmen, they are quite lively, more like they were this easygoing from the start. Except during battles, the beastmen were all calm and collected, working on things that they could do, playing around if they had the chance, and was always trying to blow away the dark atmosphere around everyone. If there was a lost crying child, everyone who passed by asked and shouted about the name of the child's mother, and if there are quarrels, they try to settle it in a peaceful manner. To be honest, do they even need gods? Is what I thought. Would you like me to tell you why we need gods? Captain, don't just suddenly pop out of nowhere. We were surprised when Edges suddenly popped out behind us, but he ignored our reaction and continued to speak. F_note. Read the air, bruh. Well, as expected of Edges, he's an idiot after all. /F_note. Follow me when you've finished eating. There's something that I would like to show you. Following Edges, we went into the castle dungeon. There were many people trapped in prison, and everyone was sitting in silence. They are slave merchants from another country. They hired some renowned adventurers and mercenaries and tried to enter this country to take away women and children. If you look at the amount of people captured, you might not believe it, so we turned to Edges, but Edges does not break out of his cold attitude. If that was the case, then it should be him who would want to cut these people apart. It's fine if it's only us beastmen around. The security won't become that troublesome. However, when it comes to other humans, then these kinds of people will always appear. We must defend ourselves from this. Your main job is to protect the people from those who would do these kinds of intentional evils. Never forget it. I know about the ugliness within a person, but when we were shown something ugly like this, the two of us couldn't help but lower our faces in disbelief. I don't want to be seen as someone similar to them. Oh, you were late. Did something happen? No, it's nothing. When I went back to my room, Quint was still awake. I turned my eyes away without knowing how I should face him. Did you encounter any trouble? If that is so, then leave it to me. No. Hey, Kaya. For some reason, Quint eagerly picked me up, seated himself in a cross-legged position and put me down on his lap. He then placed his fluffy tail on my knees. Wow, what is this fluffiness? F_note. Innuendos. You never know when they will hit. /F_note. Hey, aren't you a little too aggressive towards a woman that you just met today? What are you talking about? I'm always doing this to my sister when she is sad and crying. Sigh, it's nothing. Even though I'm many times taller than your sister. But it's fine, it did help me calm down a little. This tail is really fluffy though. So, what happened? Well, fine. I talked about what happened when we were with Edges while faintly talking about our past actions. After all, we were still wondering if we can ever return from our broken reality and recover. The expression of those slavers might have been similar to what we were before. No, I still believe that it wasn't the same. I wondered if we could really rehabilitate ourselves. Besides, To use another person as a tool is a questionable human ethic no matter what world you are in. And I didn't stop the humans enough for that to be abolished. That's why I felt annoyed at myself and guilty at the same time. I know that we have also sinned. Gwent silently listened to me. He then started patting my head with his big hand. I didn't stop him from doing so because it was troublesome. You were an amazing person. Lisa Lee-san, maybe so, if it's only about power. But what's inside me is just a kid. But you are just worrying about everything. I'm not really telling you to throw away everything and have fun. But I do think that what you were doing is amazing. If it was me, I won't be able to do it. Why would you even think of doing that, huh? But, yeah, I don't think they could really forgive us. But I should also relax a little, and it makes me think that it would be fine by just looking at your reaction. Oh, really? That really makes me happy. That smile is kind of pleasant to see. Why is this happiness? What I've asked myself several times now. You know, whenever I go to Gwent, he would always show off about strange information. What's wrong, Blair? Or yes, I'm listening, so when is it going to end? I hate that. Is that so? How many times has this exchange taken place now? Nemra drove me to my bed and sat on it, and I could only scratch my head on how I should react. There wasn't even a prior warning. What and why is this? That's because I'm always talking with Gwent. There was also that thing Captain Edgers talked about. It was that I should know more about the opposite gender. So, it's a practice? So, did you find anything different? My gaze is lower than usual, Mabe. Well, that's because I'm shorter than Gwent. Your gaze will be lowered and the burden on your neck will be less off. I'm really troubled because you are staring so closely. Don't blush in front of me if you find it embarrassing. Well, whatever it is, we will be together for a while from now on. Best regards again, Blair. Though I want you to smile more from now on though. That way I can feel more secure. No. You don't have to worry about that. I don't want to be labeled as a Lilikin. Even if she is legal. F_note TL note, Lilikin. /F_note. You seem to be okay now. They became good friends. Tilda. I was watching over their work with Arena today. Although it was formally a request from Fauna, considering what we will be doing in the future, I wanted them to interact with the people of Ladaria as much as possible. If I could count on them to be a fighting force, then I would be more relieved. Now then, after watching over them, I think we would be ready to go? Where? On a little dungeon hunt, maybe? Lisa Lee-san is a woman who liked tales. She looked cute. Blair was a nervous person when he was around me. It made me feel warm. Opening parenthesis. What exactly are you two doing? Closing parenthesis. Opening parenthesis. Can't say it. Closing parenthesis. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. It's just a matter of time. TL, Yuki. After a few days, the three returned to Ladaria's castle. The heroes were now properly working as guards, and even though they are being thrown left and right by Edgers, they seem to be working hard without complaining. Foo. Well, they will have something to look forward to on their next vacation. The best shows the town could offer will be waiting for them. Once when I tried kneeling in front of Fauna, she immediately ran off her throne and stopped me. What? If the deity of the fairy worship does that, the country will perish? Don't say such scary things. F_note TL note. Well, for a god entity to kneel down a mere king that she enthroned, that will definitely make the populace raise pitchforks or at least question the royalty. /F_note. And so, I will now be going to the dungeon city. I don't really understand what you mean. Well, it's like me saying I'll be going to a convenience store is how I talked about it after all. Speaking of convenience stores, it should be something not to worry about. I didn't really need their service. F_note ed note. Me no get it. /F_note. Well, it's just the right time. I want to dive into dungeons and acquire some god-made magic tools. To be precise, I want to go on an adventure. After all, I've been working a lot all this time. Right, Adel was an adventurer. I haven't seen you doing anything as an adventurer lately, so I forgot about that. I'm sorry. That's just mean, but I can't really say anything back. Also, you don't really have to apologize. After all, I did it because I wanted to. And one more thing. there's actually a good reason for me to go. If we could succeed in duplicating or creating similar things to God-made magic tools, we could sell them for money or exchange for more beastmen that are yet to be freed. After all, the slaves in Galania were not really that expensive. The current population of Ladaria is around 20,000 people. There should be around 200,000 more beastmen that could be freed from other countries. Everyone is working together right now, and we're expecting more people to arrive soon, so the preparations are ready even if the entire population of Ladaria returns. Well, I'll be going on a vacation, so for now I'll leave this teleportation crystal with you. You can contact me using that if it's really necessary. I will come back if I want some of you though. If I pick up some God-made magic tools, I will send them to the factory. I understand him always taking care of my tail. You know? That would be for the best. Before saying our goodbye I went to the church, while Fauna relaxed, blushing while brushing her tail. Ah, that's right. We will also save Lavalrad after, so shouldn't you get some people to protect the church? Alright, Kilo and Mika secured what? What's going on? Where are we being taken to? What is this, Adel? Hey, wow. Alright, don't struggle now. Move out. Where to? When we arrived at the orphanage, Laval immediately took custody of Kilo and Mika who were watering the fields. As usual, everyone was preparing for the next lecture. But when they noticed me, they stopped and ran over here. They seem to have become more aware of their work recently, and they have been making finer details on their props, as well as making stage equipment by learning the skills of people at the factory. They've become quite dependable. For the time being, I give candy to the children who greet us. Well, this candy is made by boiling honey of the world treewu. Oh. They look like hamsters with a stalk of seeds in their cheeks. Everyone, I'll be borrowing the saint, okay? Okay. Yosh, I'll leave watching over the church to everyone. Hi. Good. I also taught them calculation, reading and other things for this. They can do things on their own now. I should also ask Fauna to watch over them. And also, Kilo who was being carried stopped struggling and looked at me with a troubled expression. Even if you furrow your eyebrows, that would only make you cuter. Why are we being treated like this so suddenly? We will be bringing you two on a dungeon hunt. Is that the reason why we were forcibly kidnapped? That's awful. What about the church? I'll ask Fauna to help with security, and the kids have been properly trained by me so they can pretty much do anything on their own. I also have to think about what to do with Lavalrad soon. For that reason, I feel like I need to make you a bit stronger too. The two couldn't help but droop down after hearing my words. Mika is still fine, but Kilo on the other hand is nothing but baggage. Mika Sakrida 20 LV.52 race, human, awakened, HP 9599 9599, MP 10, 014/10. 0148 5516 Def 5888 Matk 11207 12330 INT 4200 SPD 7540 Unique skill automatic recovery, Holy Sword, automatic translation, item box skill, sword arts, D+, concealment, C+, appraisal, dash. Titles, Hero, Otherworlder, Blessed by the Goddess. Kilo for Bernard Lavalrad, 15, LV.2 race, human HP 9494, MP 101/101 ATK 13 Def 14 Mac 22 MTF 21 INT 280 SPD 10 Unique skill Prophecy, God's Eye skill, Water attribute Magic, D, Titles, Saint, Shrine Maiden. Now that I look at it again, she's really weak. She's even inferior to the young Fauna before her power-up. If we go to Lavalrad with her current status, she won't even be able to protect herself, and would easily be taken away. Kilo, let's go on a detour. The distribution of monsters will be more stable in a dungeon, and I can protect you within the limited space. After we are finished diving in the dungeon, we will then head straight for Lavalrad. Making it two birds in one stone. You will be relying on you. About that, please take care of me. Go. Do your best, Kilo. Mika should do her best too. right after going out of Ladaria, we were greeted by an amazing sight. Why is there so much snow? What are you talking about, Adel-chan? Isn't it winter already? But it's not cold because the country is covered in a dome of trees. I didn't know what it's like outside. The inside is always warm. I show them the usual light clothing and equipment inside my robe. Kilo and Mika were surprised while Lavale looked envious. Speaking of which, I haven't really considered wearing a coat before. Where could I buy a vertical sweater? Even though I don't wear anything underneath, it would still be enough to protect me. What about Arena? Not cold really. Arena is so warm. Lavale, who quickly moved behind Arena, held onto her as if she caught a child who was trying to run away. Arena also wraps herself around Lavale's neck. Is she trying to do a neck lock? I don't know if it's really the case, but fairies are not normally affected by their surroundings. Maybe they are highly adaptable? Well, they manifested based on natural elements after all. The dungeon city is up north, so we should probably get dressed expecting the cold weather. We should go back to find some for Nawak. I bought out gold coins for everybody to buy pre-made clothes, and enough so that everyone could choose the designs they like. The materials used are mostly those from hunted demons. Are the fluffy ones made from beast-type demons? This is probably good, right? Oh, it's from a sheep-type monster. This one please. Once again, we all went outside of Ladaria and Kilo came to ask me where the dungeon will be. Since we're going to Lavale Rad after, shouldn't we aim for the biggest dungeon city? Are you sure? Amaun is the name of the city. It's a neutral city that is populated mostly by adventurers. It doesn't belong to any nation. It is governed by a union of great merchants. The security of the city is a bit bad because the laws and policies of the town are a bit loose. Well, it's just as I expected of a town built around a dungeon. It would definitely attract people who are aiming to get rich quickly. All the materials and magic tools will also be distributed to the merchants. When it comes to security, I could easily kick away anyone who tries to bother us. As for other problems, if we get discovered as a women-only group, we would definitely be targeted. Everyone, be sure to cover your faces with hoods. Will do. Kilo and Mika also agree. It will be a little bit troublesome if we don't keep our guard up, but it should be fine if everyone stays together. It will be a journey with me hiding my identity once again, after a long time. For the time being, let's register Kilo as an adventurer. That's just how it is. It's really soft, isn't it? Lavale Mooney fluffy Mooney stop it. You're tickling me. Waki Mika, why are your hands coming closer in a strange gesture? Chapter 86 to Amaun. TL, Yuki. The first thing we aimed for was Galania. In order to reach Amaun, we would need to pass by Galania, then pass through roadblocks, mountains and forests. Why aren't we riding Lavale? Well, it's because Lavale looked so pitiful and was almost crying. Also, because she wanted to pamper Arena. We also really don't want to end up getting entangled with another hero along the way. Well, traveling normally would take more time. I haven't really fought anything challenging in the last 6 months. I'm currently lying on my back relaxing on Lavale's lap as we continue our journey. Right now, we're about to enter Galania. I made a horse like Gilliam using fairy magic and 4-attribute magic, but it was very fast because I imagined it as a sailboat, a horse from my previous life. And because it's not a normal creature, it will continue running until its magical power is used up, and because of that, it took less than a week for us to arrive. Also, unlike a normal carriage, it can move regardless if it's day or night, and it can automatically arrive at a target location. It also automatically stops if people block its way. Now that I think about it, I noticed that a new skill was added to my status. Arena also learned parallel thinking, but I didn't notice it because her status was always covered by Lavale. I tried using it because it has a higher rank, but it made me feel weird. It felt like thoughts were jumbled and split inside my head. In order to cope with the skill, I continued activating it as we moved towards Amon. As for magic power, I converted into fairy magic so I didn't have any problems regarding fuel efficiency. And I only need a night's sleep to recover. Its style was also set in a way that could run over demons. Tilde 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 tilde. By the way, Arena, and Lavelle just finished singing nursery rhymes to kill time. For the next turn I was thinking about playing folk music while playing with instruments. The saint and the hero were looking at us with blue faces and were begging for something as if they were about to die. Please need a break. I can't anymore, I'm dying. Sorry. We will be arriving at a river soon. We will be resting there. Arena and I, who were in our fairy forms inside the carriage, quickly humanized. Arena then created a waterbed using fairy magic inside the carriage. Although the other two fainted, they now have peaceful faces. And so we have now taken our break. The two washed their faces in the river while the rest of us prepared lunch and started eating. The food we have is something that we got from the castle's cafeteria. The aunt's gazes were too strong to refuse, so we took everything that they prepared for us. Well, I didn't really need to refuse because the food they prepared was always delicious. I thought I was going to won't the carriage break if we continue running at that speed? I think there's no problem regarding that. After all, I reinforced it with my magic before we left. Mika was worried about the carriage. However, my fairy magic is an all-purpose skill. Because I increased its durability, it won't break easily even at that speed. Arena. This one is also delicious. Here, an armoire, that unfair. My share too. Lavelle, it couldn't be helped. Here, an armor. It's so peaceful. Well, it was also peaceful when I was in that area. It's been a while since I had some time to travel and enjoy eating food at a suitable location. Somehow, it felt like I lost power from my shoulders for a moment. So peaceful. Has Mika ever been to Amon? I haven't. I heard that some heroes went there to kill time, but they said that they could not clear it. Was it impossible to even for heroes? They could have cleared it by brute forcing. However, there were a lot of trap rooms around floor 20. They were not able to clear past that layer. Well, they were able to confirm that the dungeon has around 50 layers. Though it was information from a long time ago. A trap area is it. As expected of a dungeon, I guess. Also, no one was able to go all the way through. I don't know how strong monsters will be, but I would like to face a strong one if possible, so we'll just have to check. Oi, are you adventurers? That's right. I heard someone calling out to us, and when I turned around to respond, I found a group of merchants and their escorts. They were also taking a break in the area. The one who approached was a man, probably around 50 years old. His charm point would be his beard that was arranged in 3 braids. I am Munja of Aged Sunset. You are? I am Adel of Fairies Banquet. So, is there a problem? When I introduced myself, he didn't act surprised. He doesn't seem to be a person who came from Galania. Nice to meet you. I was just wondering if you are maybe heading towards Amon? Yeah, we want to go on a little dungeon hunt. Who is that Saul? Right now, you see, I think it would be better to not proceed to Amon. Why? After looking around, he quietly whispered it to me. It's not really openly known, you see, but the Adventurers Guild currently hijacked Amon. The adventurers that are with me fled from the guild by saying that they were going on an escort request. Was there some infighting happening? Well, it hasn't reached that level yet. However, the rift between adventurers and the merchants in that city has been growing for several years now. Right now, although there hasn't been anything bad that happened openly, the atmosphere within the city itself is filled with tension. Are we not able to enter the dungeon? You can go, but I think there are problems with handling materials. The guild is sure to intervene, so that the merchants won't be able to buy it directly. Oh, if that is the case, then it will be fine. What we were aiming for is the dungeon entry after all. Although he looks at me with a worried reaction, we won't really have problems in that regard because I store almost all of the materials that we harvest. After all, we probably won't stay in the guild either. All we have to do is go shopping while looking around, find an inn to stay overnight and dive directly into the dungeon without worrying about that. You sure are a strange one. Well, I did warn you, but I won't stop you anymore. That would be against the freedom of an adventurer. Thank you very much for the advice. Munja-san, here's something for the information. I hand over some silver coins, and after hearing him say thanks, Chu-chan, I returned to the place where everyone was resting. I've rarely met good adventurers like them other than Suvia and Moriel. It seems like there are problems in the city. Should we just ignore it? I'll leave the decision to Adel. I don't really like to get involved in troublesome things, or be used. I am still not sure. However, I would like to help people if they are in need. Well, for Kilo, Lavalrad would be on a higher priority. As a result of our discussion, we have decided to intervene if we deemed it necessary depending on the situation. Well, that would only happen if we do get entangled into something serious. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to do it because it will be a waste of our time. Well, our first objective is still the dungeon. It will be alright to do other things after that. If it's not to the point where people are killing each other, then we will just leave it as is. We can't just put in on other people's problem without really knowing it. After all, 1'T'. I also don't want to be bothered by troublesome things because it's annoying. With that decided, let's move again. First is to reach that place soon. Opening parenthesis. We're going to suffer the shaking hell again. Closing parenthesis. Oh my, why are they hesitating to ride? And so we passed by several towns, watching the scene of two beautiful girls throwing out several times, singing, playing instruments, and also defeating some monsters along the way. We have arrived. Finally arrived. We now set foot in the dungeon city. Adel's parallel thought tuning. Adel 1. Let's see, what would happen if I move this way. I'm stuck. Adel 297 Silver. Adel 3. Today I will be having a game with my lovely Arena in our mind. Adel 4. Yosh, I'm here. Adel 5. Leave it to me. Adel 6. Arena Tango Go. Arena 1. Dogun Funu. Arena 2 below is 3.4.5.6 and then moving ahead. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Search preparations. TL, Yuki. Dungeon City. It was like a city built inside a giant crater. The town was beautifully aligned in a hollowed-out semicircle, with all of its main avenues leading to the dungeon, and even from the edge of the city you could see that there are adventurers waiting at the entrance, which looks like a huge open mouth. Houses were built along the slope, and the foundations were all made out of bricks. It's amazing. You could see the whole city by just looking down. This is also a spectacular view. Many buildings feel a bit rough, but I could feel the atmosphere. The style of the houses looks old and dirty. The road seems to have been made by hardening the soil, and holes could be seen everywhere. There are special parking spaces on the outside where horse-drawn carriages make their stops. Is that some kind of countermeasure? Welcome. It will be 1 gold per carriage. So will you be able to pay it? Oh, it's expensive. It couldn't be helped, you know. You won't have to worry about it being stolen if you leave it here, and I'll give you a number plate so that you won't lose sight of it. And also, there are no other parking places in this area. If you don't want to, then go somewhere else. We'll think about it for a moment. Alright, well, that's just how it works around here. Actually, there's no need for us to think about it. I only wanted to check the price. After we moved to a place out of sight, I stored the carriage and the golem in my storage. Not bringing a live horse was a good decision after all. It would have been better if the IMs weren't like this. It would definitely be better for us to prepare ourselves. I was filled with enthusiasm when we entered the city, but there were no gates. Mika did mention that all monsters in this area spawn inside the dungeon and there seems to be almost no threats from the outside. Well, there's only a wasteland out there after all. I thought about in prices as we moved around. However, it wasn't as expensive as I had expected. There is also an abnormally large number of inns in this place. According to the people living in this place, 70% of the buildings in this town are inns. Moreover, most of them are simple and only offer a rest area. Most of the adventurers are here to dive in the dungeon. This city also has the highest adventurer population in the world, so such establishments couldn't be helped. We walked downhill towards the center for around 30 minutes and then found a certain place open. So, is that the guild? I wonder what happened to that place. And why does it look like a gathering spot for bandits? There's something strange about it. The faces of the adventurers hanging around the entrances look more like those of villains. I don't want to even go near it. It felt like I would end up in a bad argument if I talked to anyone. I don't want to get involved. Is it not possible to live in the dungeon unless you are a stronger macho man? Why is that? Let's leave them alone for now. Yep, I guess they look scary. Let's go. It unanimously decided not to enter the place. After lowering our hoods, we quietly headed towards the dungeon. After all, it seems that place is close to the dungeon, and the entrance could immediately be seen. That is Amon's dungeon. That's right, the Grotto of Gloria. It was already wide-looking when seen from the outskirts, but looking closely, it was much wider than expected. The hole extends obliquely downwards. There was a barrier like a film from the center, but the adventurers were entering without hesitation. There was a fence-like wall near the entrance, and something resembling a hut nearby. It seems like we need to go to that place to get permission in order to enter. Do we need to pay? It's a hassle to queue up. Now, don't show that annoyed look. Arena, go Adel hug F_note, ed. Best treatment for depression /F_note, wait. Sigh, it can't be helped, but don't expect me to be persuaded that easily. And so we waited in a queue for around 30 minutes while I was being hugged by Arena. Then it was finally our turn. We won't enter today, but we want to listen to explanations about the dungeon. Huh? Who are you people? You don't seem like someone who are from around here, but are you adventurers? We have just arrived today. We don't know much about the dungeon, so can we ask for an explanation about it for the time being? Who have you entered the guild? Number. We were wondering why scary-looking guys are at the entrance. I don't really feel like going to that place. I didn't feel like he would refuse to give us an explanation even if I say we didn't go there, so I was honest about it. Ah, those idiots. Seriously, well, never mind. Right now the dungeons are managed by the Union, and if you want to enter, you will be charged with 5 silver coins per head. Those who enter the dungeon have their own special equipment. There is also a requirement to bring along a bagger. It's as the name implies. They're the ones who dismantle materials and carry it. They are also familiar with traps. After all, you're all beginners, aren't you? If you go to the guild, you'll also be able to hire people. I did ask if you went to the guild so I could also recommend that. It seems like he was actually a kind person. Sorry, Jisan. You have probably heard from someone along the way, but you can only see the city on the surface. It's better not to go to the guild, and that's why a bagger is a must when entering the dungeon. Well, if you get lost, baggers can also guide you around. That's all I could recommend though. Will you only be here today? I'm always around here in the morning. If you understand that, then just go straight there. After I finished talking to the Jisan, I shook his hand. But I thought about something for a bit. I understand. By the way, what is Jisan's name? Huh? It's Jisan, is it? Thank you. I'm Adel. See you again, Lavale. See you later, Arena. Bye. 6 Kilo. See you later, Sakurada. See you again, Jisan F_note. Seems she already forgot the name. /F_note. Oh, we then left the hut after telling her our names. After all, it's important to introduce yourself to good people. Now then, I've heard the information we needed for the time being. Next will be to go shopping and then finding an actual good inn. Using fairy magic, I could easily do it on my own. Master could also use special magic after all. Will it really be that easy? Dunno. I'm currently filled with energy and want to do something. What we found out by going around the stores was that most merchandise up for sale is preserved foods. There were various kinds of dried meat, hard bread, and water bottle magic tools. It seems like water can be compressed, so a container of about 500 milliliters can actually fit about 10 liters. It was 10 silver coins, but from an adventurer's point of view, it wouldn't be much. F_note, ed. Water compression. I would rather believe the bottles are like item boxes. /F_note. I bought water bottles and preserved food for all of us for the time being, and each one of us received his share. If we get separated by a trap, we'll be able to last for a few more days. From now on, We'll only carry a minimum amount of necessary luggage along with our weapons. And then this. I handed each one of them a homemade teleportation stone. As soon as the danger comes, just fill it with magic. You will be instantly teleported, Master. Isn't this something that you could only create with a considerable amount of magic power? It wasn't really that hard to create it, Lavale. It takes about 1 month to create one of these. I created one while in Galania. I then created 6 starting from the founding of Ladaria to the time we reached Amon. In any case, this is currently the last batch. Alright. Now it's time to look for an inn. It's dangerous at night after all. And then we'll have a meal on our room. After walking around for quite some time, we finally found a good inn. With 5 people, we were split into 2 rooms. It's great because they have good beds and also have hot water on offer. Master, how are you going to separate? Well, even if I wanted to, Arena is? 8 tilde I tilde D tilde L tilde E tilde tilde U are. It seems like Arena doesn't have any intention to leave. Arena is currently hugging my head. Mika was staring at me with a jealous and disappointed expression. Then, the remaining 1 extra will be decided by rock paper scissors. It will be 3 and 2 Yoshi. I will not lose. Lavale, why are you even competing with the other 2? We're good friends, so why don't you just join us? Opening parenthesis. I will definitely have those 2 lovely creatures for myself. Closing parenthesis. Question mark. Go. Fun tilde. Sorry about that. The rock paper scissor ended with Mika's victory, and so, we asked the shopkeeper, who was staring at us as if looking at suspicious people for a while now. Goragra tilde Kaiawa tilde. Mika didn't even blink, and while sitting on her bed, she was burning the sight in front of her in her brain. By the time Adel and Arena dove on the bed, they both returned into their fairy form. Opening parenthesis. Why can't I become that small and cute too? Closing parenthesis. F_note, ed. The difference between summoned and reincarnated. /F_note. Mika was regretting being born as a human being, after living as one for a long time. For such cute creatures to exist, it's hard for her to show her love with her current self. Mika tilde what's wrong? Open your hand. When Mika opened her palms, the 2 sat down, 1 on each hand as if on a chair, and faced each other. The 2 are light as a feather. However, their softness was certainly felt through her hands. She desperately pretended to be calm. Will Mika tell us about her original world? Want tilde to know. Opening parenthesis. I'm so glad that I came to another world. Closing parenthesis. On the other hand, Lavale and Kilo's group. Kilo, is there something you want to ask? You've been peeking at me for quite a while now. Sorry about that, Lavale-san. Where did Lavale-san come from? Well, you could say that I'm not from any country. I was living near a hillside village. I just happened to meet Master at some time which caught my interest, and then decided to went along with the mum. What about your family? That name. It is similar to ancient dragon Sama. Lavale's status was currently augmented by Adel's fairy magic, and her strength is supposed to be hidden. However, in Kilo's eyes, only special races and certain skills would be able to disguise status. But since only her status column is disguised, it probably became suspicious. On the other hand, Kilo did not intend to force her out to say something she's trying to hide, so she only waited to hear what she would say. No, that's not it. Well, you see, my name was given to me by my grandfather, but that was not because he was religious, or because of religious matters. Though hesitant, Lavale managed to answer Kilo's questions. She was thinking that Kilo would end up worshipping her if she finds out. Opening parenthesis. I wish we could get along with each other just like Master. Closing parenthesis. Oh, Mika's breasts are so soft. Bouncy. .nn. Mika's worries continued to increase because of the 2 fairies. F_note, ed. I think we can all agree here on one point. Picture needed. /F_note. Chapter 88. Hiring a bagger. TL, Yuki. The next morning, when we had finished our preparations and moved out of the inn, we saw something ridiculous happening at the entrance to the dungeon. Please take me along. Please hire me. With only 1 silver coin, I'll accompany you anywhere. There were dirty children looking like they were desperately trying to get hired by adventurers entering the dungeon. All of the children were carrying a big bag on their backs, which was bigger than their body, and other than that, everything else about them looked rugged. But the adventurers seemed to have already hired someone from a faction, so they shoo away the other children, by kicking and beating them to drive them away, even laughing about doing that as they entered the dungeon. It is the first time I've seen something so cruel being done so easily. Those are the stray beggars, right? Those are just children. That's terrible. I didn't expect it to be like this. There were around a dozen children of around 5-10 years old. There are also some smaller ones sitting on the walls. Counting them all, there should be around 50 of them. Adel tilde NN. Did you bring it? One girl, who was kicked, was currently crying. I approached her and offered to heal her, but she refused. You please don't. I don't have the money to pay. I don't need it. That's why don't go wild. It's fine, you know. Kilo gently held her hands. The girl is still frightened, but we quickly healed her injury and released her. Horror, go now. And after bowing several times, she ran towards her friends. Then, the tallest boy among them approached us. Thank you for healing. Run. You geese are also adventurers, right? I'm Ashia. I'm the organizer of the orphans. Is that so? Adel. Also, can you tell me why are you all working as beggars? It seems everyone is living a harsh life because we don't want to rely on just sympathy. Ashia is looking down depressed as while explaining. It seems that Ashia was the child of a prostitute. Such children are usually raised until the prostitute wants to meet adventurers again, or they have grown to a certain age, then they are thrown out, usually in the alleys. These children are too small and can't do anything on their own, not to mention fighting demons. The most they could do is to become stray beggars and enter the dungeon with the adventurers. That's just how rotten this city has become. If the bags we carry fall apart, then so does the income that would provide us with our daily food. Some children may end up dying if they can't get a jobs for a few days. However, this is the only thing we can currently do. The injured, weakened and younger ones still need to be fed and taken care of. What about orphanages? There are none. In a city like this, orphanages are seen only as gold mines. I see, this place is indeed not considered a country, so there's no protection for the people. There's no point for a merchant to lend his land in order to create an orphanage. They only care if they find it profitable to stay in this business, and they don't really care about kids. Then, why did Ashia decided to be everyone's organizer? There used to be a lead rather than me, but that person, after entering the dungeon, did. That's why I took over, even though I know that I'm not as good as that person. As he said so, tears started falling down from his eyes, though after noticing it he immediately wiped it off. This again, it's quite heavy. What they are saying is true. Ojo-chan. It was the Ojo-san from yesterday that spoke to me. Jess-san, the hut? I asked another person to watch over it. Anyway, I was on good terms with that person. Now then, you kids should listen to me. You can't just let anyone hire you, you know? Being an adventurer is a job about profits. Those that are naive enough to be easily hired are usually left to die in the dungeon. It won't even leave a bad aftertaste to them. What he said was certainly on point, and as I have expected, he was a good person. But unfortunately for him, I'm an idiot and I do things my way. F_note, ed, yeah, but also powerful enough that most, if not all, bad consequences won't matter. So, /F_note, Arena, Lavale, Kilo, Mika. Do you know what I'm about to do now? As expected, of course. It couldn't be helped. I got it. Kilo didn't get it. That couldn't be helped. I'll just have to show her the power of a fairy again. Ashia, are all the orphans present here right now? Yes. I can't leave them on their own after all. Alright, Ashia, gather everyone here. Now. Yes. Ashia, who was surprised, immediately went to gather everyone in one place. After a few minutes, all of them were gathered. Jess-san looked worried about what I was planning. Oi, what are you trying to do? Well, I just came up with a great plan. F_note, ed. Please do not misunderstand, it's a great common sense smashing plan. First and foremost, /F_note. I don't do anything that I find to be pointless, yet I've always been doing reckless things. Now then, it seems like Ashia finally came back along with a lot of children. There's 453 people in total. Some are still toddlers, but older brothers and sisters are carrying them wrapped in cloth. Well then, I'll be making an announcement. Starting today, all of you will be hired by me, and that includes the young ones. I'm going to help get all of you out of this situation, so make sure you're prepared. I will also be paying 1 gold coin per person, so everyone should go in the dungeon with us. I will definitely adhere to what I say. I will also make sure that everyone doesn't suffer anything painful or is put in any kind of danger. The children were troubled trying to comprehend what I've just said, but they also didn't rush to make a decision. Everyone who knew Adel couldn't help but smile. Lavelle and Irina are reacting as usual. Jess, who had a worried atmosphere, approached me. Do you know what you are talking about? Of course, I said it after all because I can do it. No, you don't get it. Going inside the dungeon with a big group of people, a group of 50 is insane. Not to mention, paying 1 gold per person. What's the point of paying them large amounts of money? Or is your aim something else? The first half of what he said was his worries about the children. On the other hand, the second half was him being suspicious about our actions. Maybe he's acting as a guardian for them? First of all, the 1 gold coin was because we probably won't be able to return in just today. It's something like an extension fee. It's just a proper compensation for the work I will be giving them. I then took out a bag of gold coins from my pocket and showed him what was inside. The moment he saw the inside, Jess's eyes changed. As for why I'm taking everyone along, that's a little secret. I also want to teach them. You shouldn't worry because I won't be hurting them if they make mistakes. Finally, it's because we have the power to do that. I and Lavelle showed our adventurers cards to him. The moment Jess saw our ranks, he looked back and forth from our cards to our faces. I also raised my hood to show him my face. This is who we are. It will be fine. Or, do you have any more problems about it? Certainly, I can understand why you didn't want to go there. What he said was probably because of the issue with the guild, but I don't really care about them. After all, they've been neglecting the children after all. Anyway, we probably won't be selling anything we collect after entering when we go out. Giving up on the argument, Jess couldn't help but hang his head in defeat. Now then, what about the kids? Ashia seems reluctant, but he looks at me, probably understanding the situation. Adel-san, why are you doing this? I'm not sure why. I just want to do it because I feel like doing it. Well, let's just make an appropriate excuse. There's also no way Irina would just ignore this situation. Well, it's because my best friend wants to help Runchan probably. Then I've thought of a good idea. That is to help everyone that I could help by hiring all of them to do all kinds of things. Besides, some of you guys know how to detect and disarm traps, right? That's why if we all go together, it will be safer and everyone would be able to learn. We are all powerful individuals, so we have the power to protect you all, and we have the financial power to hire everyone. That's the reason. What about Adel-san? What's the merit for you? Can't I be allowed to help children without that? I mean, it's fine to take care of some kids, right? Even though everyone was at the age that they should be playing, they were instead driven to live harshly. A life or death situation. It's normally impossible to do it, you know? Well, if you become stronger you would have more advantages. Children must become adults who can lead the future of someone else. I don't want you guys to grow the same way as the parents who abandoned you. And, what do? Create a one-way ticket to a new future. F_note TL note, do remember, Adel was left behind by her parents, sold to mafia, died in a barrel cold and hungry. F_note. I'll go run? The child who was helped by Irina raised her hand. Her face may look kind of grim, but you could see determination in her eyes. Those are good eyes. You see, I can feel it. These people are not bad people. If people like them want to help me, I will do my best. The determination of that one girl begins to move other children along. One by one, they raised their hands calling out me too, me. The last one left. Their leader, Ashia. As the person who leads everyone, He's still conflicted about putting everyone at risk. Are you really sure you're okay about this? You're not just trying to fool us, right? I don't really like doing that kind of stuff. Besides, there's still other things that you would need. Arena Nane? I and Arena took out a lot of food and presented it in front of them. Arena then pulled Ashia close while showing her most angelic smile. It's okay. It's okay. Arena, since becoming an adventurer, has always donated her money mostly to facilities caring for children. It's not only for the underprivileged children, but because she loves children in general and wants to see them smile. When I heard about it, I almost donated all of our money to various facilities, but I was stopped before I was able to do it. Ashia, whose head was patted by her for a while, hugged Arena and started to cry. Soon after, other children were also patted and hugged, by Lavale, Kilo, and Mika. I also patted the heads of some children. After that, I moved my sight to Jess and asked for a final confirmation. I gave him a bag, which is an equivalent entrance fee for the number of people entering. This is fine, right? Fine, do whatever you want. Jess grasped the bag, without raising his face, and went back to the hut. Sorry about this is what I've heard him saying as he left. One other person tried to complain, but he punched him in the face to shut him up. F_note, Ed. The other guy must have asked about the ice wet. /F_note. Now then, it should be time for us to go inside. Everyone, let's do our best today. Hi. Now then, let's start the adventure. In this way, our first dungeon exploration started. _Q. Please state what you like about children. Adel, their gesture of grabbing onto your clothes. Mika, the teary eyes as they look up to you is justice. Arena, their smile. Kilo, their pure eyes, I think. Lavale, everything. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Group level up 1 underground 1 to 3 floors. TL, Yuki. After entering the dungeon, we arrived at an open area of a forest. It's in a different dimension after all. The adventurers already there were watching us suspiciously. But I started talking to the children and ignored everything else. First, those who are carrying patched bags, line up over here so I can use magic to strengthen you. In response to my instructions, they immediately formed a line. It seems that everyone is motivated, although they were all very anxious when I first met them. Right now they are brighter than usual. Using fairy magic, I enchanted each person's bag with weight reduction and space expansion, and then finally material reinforcement. This amount of space should be filled up by the time we leave. The weight reduction is 1/1000th. Well, since the space is expanded, they won't really feel that heavy anyway. And the last one was to make sure it doesn't break easily. Next, I'll give everyone 100 stones and a knife that they can easily hold. Kilo 2A. Why are you surprised about this? Didn't we come here originally to raise your level? Things just went this way. The children couldn't help but open their eyes wide in surprise and make a strange look as I told them about our situation, and they still waited until I was done. And deciding a rough plan, I also included Kilo along with it. I'll begin the explanations. We will start by raising everyone's levels. However you can't fight yet, okay? Everyone should only throw stones at monsters that have been disabled, and make sure to hit it. Also, for after we defeat a target, is there anyone who is experienced in dismantling? Several children raised their hands and most of them were part of the older group. Then I'll let you guys teach the others how to dismantle. Include this big sister too. The children nodded with a smile to Kilo, and her face turned red from embarrassment and appreciation. Next is about traps. I'll deploy a barrier and try to detect it, but there will be a possibility that I might not be able to notice. Okay? When I made an okay signal with my hand, everyone followed it. I want to make hand signals. I should probably make them with Arena later when everyone is asleep. Now then, everyone, line up in 3 rows. I will be at the front, Lavale will be at the back, Arena and Mika will be at the side. Kilo will be at the center of everyone. Then let's go. Our formation continued to be the focus of adventurers in the area, but we continued the exploration while ignoring the extra attention. Oh, our first demon encounter is here. Nameless LV.11 race, Blade Beetle HP 187, MP54/5480K 124 Def 180 Matk 14 F 121 INT3 SPD 145 Skill, Hardshell, D+. Our first encounter was an insect type. I've detected 6 blade beetles. It's a large green beetle with a sharp blade-like horn on its head. Some of the children screamed when they saw the monsters, but I slowly cast a spell that immediately disabled the targets. Entangle them, Earthbind. After taking a pose, I activated the skill binding the blade beetles with appendages made of earth. After it disabled the blade beetles, the earth that appeared transformed into a small rock tower, completely immobilizing the target. The children were watching what was happening quietly, but when it was over they applauded. "All right. Now it's time to work. Now, everyone, surround them and throw stones at them." Following Adel's instructions, the children surrounded the beetles, then aimed and threw their stones at the bound targets. She also directed the girls that were struggling to do any damage to aim at weak spots, like the eyes, or they won't get any experience. Also, understanding that they won't be able to move properly while holding the babies, she kept them with her and made them float around her. Opening parenthesis. People might see this as something reckless and dangerous, but they have to do this in order for the children to live strong. Closing parenthesis. Kilo was also included in the group, but when you look at her closely, it couldn't help thinking that she's doing something really dangerous. Mika, who was observing her, was watching with a pale expression. "Everyone is done throwing stones. What now, Adel-san?" Ashia came and told me that everyone has done, asking what they need to do next. So after piercing the demons, I crushed them with earth magic. Because I used a little too much power, the ground around the beetles slightly caved in. I immediately flattened the area and released the lifeless demons with magic. After examining the status of the children, I verified that everyone has leveled up at least once. Good, good. It seems they were able to level up properly after damaging the monsters. Everyone was also excited about their level up for the first time. Now then, let's collect the monsters and continue. Won't we dismantle it first? One of the children was already preparing his dismantling knife but was told to keep it for now. Everyone would be able to learn more about dismantling if there are various monsters to work with, right? I am planning to hunt as much as possible today, so I think it should be done after that. I also want to move down as soon as we can, and because of that, I asked some of the children to store the defeated beetles in their bag. They were surprised that it didn't feel like the weight increased. After all, when carrying it normally, only one of those would be more than enough for them to carry. If we want to go down a floor, we would need to get permission before. I see, it's the same as the one at the entrance. This is because it's known that the monsters change, mostly becoming stronger, when going on a lower floor. However, with our current lineup, the slight difficulty increase wouldn't be a problem. Come to think of it, is there anyone who was able to go down a floor? What about Ashia? Ran, I think. If I remember correctly, they were able to go until floor 20. It was mostly because of luck though. When I called Ran and heard about the story, the party in question that hired Ran is a party of heroes. It's no wonder why they were able to reach that floor. Ran was hired probably out of sympathy, but because all of the monsters they defeated were stored in item boxes, there was nothing for her to carry. However, as soon as the amount of traps became too much for them to handle and the monsters also became more annoying, they gave up. I wonder what the level of heroes that gave up after only reaching that point. Furthermore, they weren't able to substitute with anyone and could only do things on their own. A dark aura is starting to flow out of Mika. Did they bring her along because she was a cute little girl? Must kill the Lilikans. Yes, do it when you become at least strong enough to fight them. After all that, we continued to encounter monsters as we moved. I'm not sure if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Not only blade beetles but also goblins joined the attack sometimes, and because of Mika's weird state, it was a bit troublesome to move. Anyway, I encountered a few monsters that I have seen for the first time. Nameless LV.15 race, Earthgrab HP 287 MP 120/128 EK 150 Def 225 Matk 15 211 INT 2 SPD 30 Skills, Hardshell, D+, pincers, D. It was a big dark brown crab. Its size is almost as big as the children and has huge pincers. When I parried after the crab tried to attack me, the iron sword that was caught by the pincers broke. Lavelle immediately followed up, smashing the crab. Would you please stop doing stupid things? I'll do properly from now on. I will pay attention from now on. Nameless LV.18 race, Yellow Ape HP 457 MP 51/51 ATK 288 Def 160 Matk Tumtf 124 INT 5 SPD 212 Skills, Animal Hair, D, Brute Strength, D+. I think a yellow gorilla would be more proper to call it than an ape, though it was a really violent creature. After drumming its chest, it immediately rushed but was paralyzed by Lavelle's roar. The children immediately threw stones, and when they were done the gorillas were finished off by Arena and Kilo. We are now at the 3rd floor, but medium-sized demons are already starting to pop out. At that moment, I encountered a certain monster. That is Nameless LV.3 race, Pure Slime HP 100 100ths, MP 11/11 ATK 30 Def 10 Matk 24 1 INT 1 SPD 3 Unique Skills Magic Power Absorption. It was a slime. One of the staple fantasy creatures. I finally encountered a slime. It was really too weak, but nevertheless it was a slime. Yosh, now a part of my trip have been fulfilled. Seriously, Master, was really one of the purpose of this trip to look for that. However, that creature is a strange one. Does it only have a single skill? Not to mention, it was a unique one. I was thinking that it was unusual that I haven't seen any outside a dungeon, but Mika told me that that was not the case. I've seen pure slimes before, and they could be found anywhere, especially in forests. But because they are too weak, they become the staple food of some monsters. That's not the case inside here though. Oh, so that's why. Okay then, I'll make a contract with it. Now why did it ended up that way from that flow of conversation, Adel? No, Kilo, don't stop me. The moment I saw that, I already knew what I wanted to do. In order to fulfill my desires, I won't be stopped even if I share my saliva with the mucus-based organisms. F_note, now Adel is scaring me too. Probably even a certain op slime would run away. /F_note, not to mention, magic absorption. It absorbs the given magic and becomes stronger. Will become friendly to those who give it magic. That's why I probably don't need to contract it. I still don't know how it will grow. And if it gets stronger, then I might be able to have a conversation with it. When I held it in my hand, it was moving about. It seems like it was desperately trying to do something, but nothing happened. The moment I poured out some magic power on my hand, it began to quiver and steadily absorbed it. Oh, it already stopped absorbing. I then placed it on the ground, and it rubbed itself on my feet, so I took it and handed it over to Arena. Why does it feel like someone was sneering at me when I turned around? After that, we both held a part of its body and me at the same time. Hammer, why did you bite it? Hammer Yumi, it felt somewhat like biting Mochi. After biting it for a bit, I checked, and it looked like the demon contract was properly established. It looks like Arena also succeeded in establishing the contract. Lavelle and the kids were solidified and shocked from the series of actions that we did, but I completely ignored it. I then introduced the pure slime to everyone with a delighted smile. Well, I can't really explain, but a lot of things happened. Anyway, I would like to introduce a new companion. Please get along well, everyone. Oi. Explain it properly to the children. All right. A lot of things happened, but after doing another round of walking, we went down to the next floor. This little one is likely going to be useful as emergency food. Fluffy Pie Yui. Please don't. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Group level up to underground 3 to 7 floors. TL, Yuki. As we went down another level after everyone leveled up, I asked the kids to give the pure slime a name. She will be our new companion and definitely going to follow us for a long time, so of course I want a name for it. After a result of some strict examinations, a name was finally decided. Best regards, Morris. When I called out to the slime, it jumped happily and crawled up my head. Oh, aren't you a mischievous one? But could you stop sucking my magic while you're on top of my head? I'll give you a lot later. Okay. Seriously, I can't believe that the next contract after me is actually with a slime. Lavale was a little bit of a pain right now. Well, she definitely didn't expect that the next being to be in the same position as her would be a slime after all. Sorry Lavale, you do know that I can count on you more than tens of thousands of times, right? So why are you upset now about this? Now then, it should be time to get back on the main topic. The power level of Kids and Kilo seems to be doing well for now. Mika is also currently standing in as their escort right now since she won't be able to raise her level unless we go on the deeper floors. The monsters would only change after the 10th level, only their levels going up. The monsters we have encountered so far are only 5 types, and they are blade beetles, goblins, yellow apes and pure slimes. Well, if there's too much variation of monster species then it would make a chaotic mess out of the ecosystem. Also, we sometimes encountered adventurers as we moved from place to place, and even though everyone was under a lot of stress, they would leave us alone, laughing as they distanced themselves. Well, even if they try to get involved, it would still be easy to rough them up either way. They probably have no time to do so. It's not like it's not already dangerous inside the dungeon after all. That's right, if they quarrel with other groups and end up incapacitated, there's a high chance that everything would collapse. Of course almost everyone wants to avoid such risks, no matter how much of a bad person they are. And then, while we were talking about that, a little problem came from somewhere else. Help us. Several adventurers who suddenly came into sight were running towards us. Analyzing them with fairy magic, their levels were around 30-40. The average levels of those on the 7th floor should be around 20 to 25, so it shouldn't have been a problem for them. However, everyone was in a tattered state. Nevertheless, it's still another matter if I would help them or not. Don't move, I'll help everyone. When they were close enough, I summoned halos restraining their hands and feet, and after the sudden bind, the adventurers all fell down to the ground, face first. Sorry about that, but I'm just being cautious since I don't know what might happen. This also serves as a warning. They're coming, Master. It's also a good number. Lavale, can you handle them for me because I will have to put barriers on the children? Leave it to me. We finally encountered a new monster. Moreover, their numbers are around 20. Nameless LV.48 race, Flare Monkey. HP 975 MP 404/404 ATK 476 DF 308 MATK 472 MTF 294 INT 33 SPD 405. Skills: Fire Beast Magic opening parenthesis C closing parenthesis Tree Climbing opening parenthesis B closing parenthesis. Fire Beast Magic that can be used by beast-type monsters. It can use magic that matches the characteristics of the monster. It was a large flock of monkeys with bodies covered in flames. They are skillfully using their tails to jump from tree to tree, though what I'm more curious about is the big flame at the tip of their tail. As for their size, they were not really that big, but their status and levels are not something you would normally find in this area. I don't really have time to do this, but I'll just ask for a bit. So, why were you people trying to escape here? We'll answer everything. Please just let us go. We will all die if we don't run away. Yeah, don't worry about that. I'll ask again after things settle down. Lavale, take care of it. Understood. The monkeys finally came within Lavale's range. The nearest monkey started its assault by throwing a flaming ball towards Lavale. It looks like their tail also serves as a magical conductor. Who, are you underestimating me? With a swing of her halberd, Lavale returned the ball of flame with tremendous momentum. Kiki. F_note press F for the late flare monkey /F_note. Unable to react to the speed of the returned fireball, the flare monkey's head exploded, dying instantly. Enraged by the loss of one of them, the other flare monkeys assaulted Lavale, wanting to tear her up with their claws embedded with magic. These monkeys didn't understand how useless this is. Bad luck encountering me, now all of you will die. Each time the halberd was swung, a red light was created, which incinerated any monkeys hit. killing many of them in a single blow. All of the monkeys were wiped in just a short amount of time by her flame dance. Because they all jumped at her, that probably made it easier for Lavale to eradicate all of them. She returned to me with a cheerful look, though a bit of dissatisfaction was written on her face. "Oh, you're done. Now then, shall we continue our conversation?" F_note, Ed, come now. Adel should give Lavale some head pats at least. /F_note. I turned my sight on the adventurers again and asked, but as expected everyone was stunned so they couldn't respond. I know how they feel, but don't they understand the situation they are in? When I began tapping my feet, they finally regained their sanity. "So, sorry, it's fine, so can you explain yourselves?" Yeah. When I asked them why they ended up in our location, they didn't give me a clear answer. To simplify, they said that they went to a level that wasn't fit for them and that they unknowingly camped in a location close to a flare monkey nest. As a result, they ended up chased by the group and fled all day long until they reached this level and finally found our group. "So, are you telling me that you didn't purposely drop them on us?" That's right. Your group was just in the direction of our escape. That's why we were telling you to escape. Jai. They were lying, so I stabbed my sword near one of their feet. I'll ask you again, one more time, but I am also warning you to be careful of what you say. This time I might actually hit you for real, you know. So, what's the real reason? Are you really okay with that, Master? To let them free? Well, nothing really happened this time, so it's fine. Still, there sure are a lot of adventurers here with really rotten roots. Seriously, I almost vomited after hearing their reasons, but I still released them without really doing anything. Arena consoled me saying you did great, which made me feel a bit better. Well, if I left them restrained here, they would have died for sure, and I didn't really want to kill them. It might have been a naive decision, but I don't want to suddenly kill people in front of Arena. There were a lot of other people around us, and because they saw a lot of stray baggers working with us, so they thought that they could just leave the monsters to us and run away. If I was still a human, I definitely would just leave them alone to die. But I am also thankful that I am a fairy right now. Adel, that was really amazing. Fairies are mostly like that. Kilo and fairies like all humans and beastmen by instinct. That's why I would have felt even more disgusted if I killed people. In the first place, I don't really have the drive to kill a person, that's why I let them go. They also witnessed the power of Lavale, so I don't think that they will ever try that again with us, and they would also spread it to others when they go outside. Alright, let's camp out here for today. Everyone, regroup after cleaning up the defeated monsters. Let's go dismantling. We got a lot of flare monkeys today, so it should be a good time to take a break. Every demon was collected. Not really that many though. Well, it should be enough for practice, I guess. After confirming that everyone has a monster body to handle, the children gathered around the most experienced children in dismantling. Now then, what is your name? It's Ryota Desu Yosh. From now on, I'll assign you as their teacher. Can you guide us in disassembling? Ryota was surprised by what I've said. Well, sorry about that. We're not really that proficient in dismantling either. That's why we would also like to learn the proper way to do it. Shall we start then, teacher? Please teach us. I got it. Alright Tilda. Then, we shall start with Yellow Apes. Even though hesitant at first, after hearing the requests of Kilo and the children, Ryota consented quietly. And then, according to Ryota's instructions, we dismantled monsters one by one, and at least 2 children would cooperate to process one. Some pairs were about to cry after failing, but Arena encouraged them to continue until they finally managed to complete it. When one of the little girls finally finished the last one, Lavale immediately prepared a huge pot. We will be making stew out of the monster meat hunted and gathered by everyone today. Let's all eat together. We did it. The children lined up in front of the pot, showing that they had a lot of fun. Ashia was glancing over here, but also properly lined up with the others. It will disappear without you knowing it, you know. Lavale-san is good cook, isn't she? How envious. Kilo is not good at cooking. The meat ended up turning into charcoal the other day. Don't worry Kilo, I'll teach all about it. Fight. Yu, thank you for the consideration. As expected, Kilo kind of resembled me in my previous life, so I felt sympathy with her. I'll teach you just like how Testania-san taught me, so don't worry about it. More like Lavale has too many good points. When we started our journey, she would only bake things and eat it, but after eating Agra-san's dishes, she started cooking on her own. Because it was delicious, I would always leave our meals to her, but I wonder if it's fine. Well, the person in question seems to be satisfied with her work. Lavale hated humans, but slowly she was also able to accept them, and that hatred completely disappears if it's for children. The children were eating with tears in their eyes, saying so good as they stuffed food in their mouth. Looking at the scene, I also noticed that Lavale was happily swinging her tail. Thank you for your delicious meal today, Mo. You don't have to praise it that much. It was only a hobby of mine. Please look forward to the next ones. Of course we'll do. Right, Arena? I love Lavale's dishes. Yup, if I was a man, I would definitely want to marry her. Both of them. When everyone finally finished their meals, I handed out something to everyone. Idle-san, what are these? Ashia, this is a board game called Othello. Well, it would be a good thing to exercise everyone's brain before going to bed. It's easy to understand, so why don't we try it? Why do you have something like this? Mika, who was another worlder, was the first one to react. Now that I think about it, don't I have any way to escape explaining? No, there is another way. Well, it's something that was popular in my hometown. It seems like heroes also used to come to this world even from 1,000 years ago, and I think it might have already been forgotten in most countries. After all, there were also others that were similar to us. Well, that should do it. I think he would like to hide the fact that I'm a reincarnated person for now, though I don't really need to do it. Alright. Arena can show how it's played to everyone. Because you only need to flip a lining sandwiched rows. Everyone immediately remembered the rules and started to play, enjoying the game. And of course, I lost. Be sure to finish and go to sleep after a few rounds, okay? Hi. I created a water barrier while everyone was concentrating. This would keep us safe during the night. After putting up a tent, everyone entered. The space inside is expanded, so there is plenty of room. I have already used it a number of times today, so I feel a little headache, but I should be fine tomorrow. F_note, Ed, change this paragraph a little, and I hope it's better. /F_note, Arena, shall we turn back into a fairy? And so, me and Rena returned to being fairies while putting a dummy in my sleeping bag. I then called out to Morris and the two of us immediately dived on the slime. That's right. This is what I have always wanted to do. This is so good so good you are. That looks really good, that looks really comfortable The contract was definitely worth it. The slime that trapped around me and Arena with quite the exquisite softness served as our bed. With this, I will definitely be able to sleep soundly. We are currently sleeping between Mika and Lavale so that the children won't be able to see us. A lot of annoying things happened today, but this evens everything out. Anyway, good night. The next morning, this issue did this happened. It seems like my body became numb because too much magic power was absorbed. It's not really my fault, Morris, bad. Insert random slime SFX here. F_note. There was one more, line, there. And I think it's pretty much a sound effect, for slime. Jiggling. /F_note. Chapter 91. Chapter 91 Group Level Up 3 Underground 7 to 19 floors. TL, Yuki. The next day, we went down another floor as we continued to raise the children's levels, and after a few hours, we finally reached the 11th floor. Perhaps due to proper meals and sleeping well every day, the children now looked much better and healthier compared to the first time I've met them. I asked everyone if they had any difficulty, but they smiled saying it was fine, so we continued. The average level of the monsters around here is 60 meters, so I asked Mika to join the level grinding. Kilo and the children's levels also averaged around 50, so it's just the right spot. Average status of the children LV.50. HP 300, MP150/150 ATK 120 Def 100 Matk 140 MF 100 INT 50 SPD 130 Skills: Throwing opening parenthesis F tilde D plus closing parenthesis Dismantle trap opening parenthesis D plus tilde C closing parenthesis. Throwing was expected since everyone used throwing attacks most of the time. As for their status, when the children grow up it will be adjusted according to their levels. Kilo Fulbronide Lavale Rad, 15, LV.51 Race, Human, HP 560 MP872/872 ATK 314 Def 355 Matk 746 MF 702 INT 310 SPD 374. Unique Skills: Prophecy, Divine Eyes Skills, Water Attribute Magic opening parenthesis D closing parenthesis Throwing opening parenthesis D closing parenthesis. Titles: Saint, Shrine Maiden. Kilo's status looks better too. Before, her status was far lower compared to Fauna's after all. Also, because her growth is more compatible with magic, I'll teach her before going to sleep. Kilo tilde What is it? From today, you'll be a stone thrower, a water provider, and a dismantler. Is it alright for me to cry now? This is also a step to become stronger, so it's not good to decline. Now then, about the monsters. The types have already changed after moving past the 10th level. The number of medium and large-sized monsters has also increased. If you go in this area, you'll hardly see any adventurers, so it might be a good place to earn money. The number of monsters also increased. Nameless LV.63 Race, Mad Serpent, HP 1133 MP 588/588 ATK 841 Def 743 Matk 659 591 INT 45 SPD 757. Skills: Earth Magic opening parenthesis C plus closing parenthesis Earth Swim opening parenthesis closing parenthesis. Nameless LV.63 Race, Vital Frog, HP 1405 MP 399/399 ATK 622 Def 650 Matk 684 MF 631 INT 10 SPD 1010. Skills: Tongue attack opening parenthesis C plus closing parenthesis. The Mad Serpent is a slender snake with a body length of about 8 meters. What to be careful about is that they can approach an attack by swimming in the ground. They don't have poison unlike other snake types, but they could easily constrict a child and squeeze them to death. Soil attribute magic involves manipulating the ground, but it was easy to read because of the vibrations prior to the magic activating. As for the Vital Frog, which was a common enemy, it's a big frog with a rounded body. Is that really a frog? It attacks mainly by stretching its tongue to strike. Its means of transportation is rolling, which makes it look really weird. I almost kicked one like a soccer ball when it rolled near me. Their body length is about 1 meter, and they attack in groups of around 5 to 8. Some of the snakes and frogs were too muscular, disgusting. I don't mind the snakes, but I don't like the frogs looking like meatballs. It seems like both I and Mika have the same hate of frogs from before we were transferred here. After all, if you look closely, the ball of muscle is also covered with a slimy coating. As a girl, there's just a natural reaction to be disgusted by it, right? After reaching between the 10th and 11th floor, we took a short break and talked about the next floor. Speaking of which, we are now in the 10th floor, but are there no boss battles? Boss, is there going to be a strong enemy master? Can I fight it? It won't be a match for you. And so, what do you know about it, Ashia? There is a floor boss. On the first 10th floor, the boss is a red ogre. There should be a group of 10 ogres under its command, so 11 in total. How are they arranged? Ogres are strong individually, so they usually attack alone, and they are very big. The size of one is around 6 meters. Their weapons are clubs, but sometimes they use the trees growing around. Its attack range is wider than Lavale's reach. Being large targets, so it should be easy to hit them by throwing stones. For the boss battle, everyone should have enough status. However, to make sure that anything unexpected would be prevented, I kept the children in a circle and surrounded them with a water barrier. The water barrier itself is then passed to Kilo to control. It's draining. When we stepped into the field, the environment suddenly changed. We're surrounded by stone walls. There's also a ceiling. It was like we were sent into a small coliseum. A short distance in front of us, just as Ashia said, there was one red ogre surrounded by 10 ogres. It was alright because we were still far away from them. Nameless LV.95 race, red ogre. HP 3624 3624, MP 811/811 ATK 2241 Def 2309 Matk 887 1234 INT 25 SPD 803 Skills Stick Arts opening parenthesis B closing parenthesis Superhuman Strength opening parenthesis B closing parenthesis Shield Arts opening parenthesis C closing parenthesis Nameless LV.65 Race, Ogre. HP 1899 MP 403/403 ATK 1121 Def 1154 Matk 446 MF 623 INT 15 SPD 455 Skills Stick Arts opening parenthesis C closing parenthesis Superhuman Strength opening parenthesis C closing parenthesis. The ogres were similar to the ones we've been fighting on the 10th floor. The red ogre on the other hand is twice as big as the ogres and has a deep red-toned body. It's as strong as one of the people I fought at the finals of the battle tournament. Because of their superhuman strength skill, its attack powers are also relatively stronger. It would be a bit painful for Mika or Arena to get hit by its attacks. Moments later, the ogres finally noticed us. The red one then released a loud cry which was followed by a charge from the surrounding ogres aiming at me. I see, it's at least smart enough to command and give orders. However, I don't want them to get close to us. Dragon running through the ground, aim and maim my enemies. Using earth magic, a mass of soil transformed to look like a dragon and intercepted the ogres. Because the ogres were close to each other, they were all caught and easily knocked straight into a wall. After ramming them with the earth dragon, I immediately restrained them by fixing them in place with earth magic. Alright. Now it will be a one-on-one fight. The reason why I didn't use fairy magic this time is that the kids might end up getting caught in it and it's not good for them to know about it. Also, because I've been relying on it too much lately, so I'm holding back. I do things as I like most of the time, but I also follow the proper time, place and atmosphere to do it. And now, it's the red ogre's turn. Adel tilde can I go at it? Arena wants to go? But won't that be not easy to disable? I'll be fine tilde maybe if you say so. I'll prepare a follow-up just in case. I let Arena go because she seems to be very motivated this time. Lavale on the other hand looked as if she was on the verge of crying. It's alright because I've prepared proper defensive measures. If you are that worried, you can go a bit closer to watch over her. They were close enough. The red ogre immediately initiated a destructive blow. However, Arena easily avoided that attack and dived closer to counter. Soria, she accurately slashed the tendons of an ankle with her dagger. The dagger has a paralyzing effect, but it didn't manifest because the target is just too large for an immediate effect. Still, that was enough to slow down the target's movements. Annoyed, the red ogre attempted to kick her with his other foot. But before it could do so, Arena dived under his legs and slashed his thigh. She then followed with a cut on its back, and this time was a flashier attack, leaving behind the cross/wound. Although it was a good attack on its back, it still had a lot of HP left. Then, in an attempt to stop the assault, the red ogre started flailing its arms around, along with its body. Without noticing, Arena already moved on the red ogre's head. She grabbed onto the ogre's hair with one hand, while the other hand was holding the dagger. She stabbed the dagger in the head. It stopped moving. The paralyze effect was finally activated, so it fainted. After losing consciousness, It fell down like a stick with its belly hitting the ground first. Psst, that was a bad fall. Following the fall, Arena rolled away, stopping next to Lavale. After that, applause rose from the children who were watching. Amazing. I never thought that she could win using only a dagger. She looked like a skilled warrior who is used to fighting the Arena-chan. So courageous, Tilda. Well, it was more like Arena's INT was greatly used in the battle. With her high intelligence, she was able to predict all of the ogre's movements and attacked precisely the points where she could deal the most damage. After all, in order for me to win against Arena in a duel, I must overboost my speed to a point where she couldn't predict it. Though in case we actually end up fighting, I would give up before we would even start. Alright, let's finish this and process everything, then head to the next floor. The stone throwing party continued. This time, everyone's levels went up by 10, so it was a delicious amount of experience. Alright, time to speed things up once more. After taking a lunch break and a little rest, we then moved to the next floor. After that boss battle, it then took us around 2 days to reach floor 19. The monsters that appeared along the way were hobgoblins, a higher-ranked goblin, the maple sheep, which creates some sweet sheep and fluffy fur, and lastly several types of lesser dragons. The maple sheep has nice fur and the meat is sweet, which is said to be a raw material of some kind. I wanted to hunt a lot, however, since it was an extremely rare creature, we were only able to hunt 2 as we moved. Kilo along with Mika were also aggressively fighting against lesser dragons. They are not the type that flies since they don't have wings, but they have long powerful tails that could crush their target. Well, they are not an opponent for a hero. There were a lot of hobgoblin raids, but Lavale went into a full rampage, leaving all of them almost dead. It was a really horrible picture to see, because goblin species actively target children. We need to kill them to raise the children's levels more, to a point where they could get rid of it on their own. Aren't they considered the lowest of the low when talking about monsters? Well, because of that, do forgive me if I end up accidentally killing them while trying to hold back my power armor. I'll leave that to you. It took us a while to move around the 10th floor because most of the area was a forest. However, we quickened up the pace from 11th to 19th floors because it was all stone corridors. Regular adventurers would have a really hard time on these floors since the average levels of the monsters were around 90. The next floor is finally the 20th floor. It was a place where even the heroes were not able to break through. I was thinking about it. Tilda. Oh oops. Evening already. Alright, shall we set a camp here for the time being? Master's stomach clock is as accurate as ever. I'm going to do my best to cook today too. That's the spirit, Kilo. Then following Lavale's instructions, everyone started cooking properly. Yes sir. Today's menu will be lesser dragon steak. However, when the two did it, something's different. After leaving Ladaria, Kilo's new challenge. Fu.nn tilde 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 uu. 1 Kungu tilde 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 r. 2. It was decided for her to do some basic muscle training. Chapter 92. Chapter 92 Deadly Trap Road Floor 20. TL. Yuki. The next day, everyone woke up after hearing my stomach rumble. It looks like they started to consider my stomach as some sort of alarm clock. Lavale tilde it's morning tilde it's time tilde to tilde wake tilde up tilde mute tilde how tilde good morning Arena. Master 2, good morning. Hi, good morning. What are we having for breakfast? Arena wakes up Lavale, who is rolled like a bagworm in her sleeping bag. After shaking her head a bit and stretching, then yawning, she greeted us. The other kids were also rubbing their eyes and yawning as I brought them together with Ashia. Ashia, as of today, we will be exploring the 20th floor, which is full of traps, so don't rush. We will be moving slowly, step by step, so be sure to share with everyone what you know about this place. I will call to proceed when I can confirm that everything is alright. Our high fighting power won't be that much helpful on this floor. I also don't want to needlessly use fairy magic because it would also cause a huge burden on me when in this dungeon. The time we have spent in this dungeon should be around a week now. It won't really be a problem if we started to slow down our pace starting at this point. On our way to this point, we have also encountered several traps in various areas, but most of them were based on the terrain, so it was easy to spot. On the other hand, The structure of this place is very plain with similar arrangement of stone blocks in a regular manner, so detecting common traps was a bit hard to do. We could only rely on the children. The moment we entered the 20th floor, we were greeted with a place that is made out of stone blocks with narrow roads and a lot of intersections. A trap-infested maze. It also seemed like the entrance was moved, so we don't have any other way back. Isn't this floor a little too high-leveled all of a sudden? And then, chichi. Nameless LV.101. Race, Tyrant Scorpion. HP 4986 4986 MP 1044 1044 ATK 1120 Def 2641 Matk 1655 MF 2473 INT 70 SPD 500. Skills: Carapace opening parenthesis B plus closing parenthesis Poison needle opening parenthesis B closing parenthesis. Black scorpions which were about half my size flooded this place in large numbers, coming out from all of the paths of the intersections. I wanted to erase them, but this is inside a dungeon. Their color and the way they move make me think of something which I wouldn't ever want to see. Adding to that, their poisonous tail will be problematic if they hit you. I have to make sure that something like that never happens. I could feel cold sweat running down my spine if it's only this much. Can I incinerate them with fire? Hey, calm down, what are you trying to do? What are you planning to do, Adel? Something like this. Wait. This wall prevents usage of magic. Ah, this is bad. Although we were following a straight road, it suddenly became very dangerous as we were being flooded by enemies along with lots of traps hindering our movement. That being the situation, we gathered the children and surrounded them. As for fairy magic, it was usable. It seems like only magic usage is completely blocked on this floor. I guess it can't be helped if it's like this. Alright, I will be in charge of the right. So can I leave the left side to you, Lavale? Master, if I transform for a bit, I would be able to block all sides as we move. Their attacks won't do anything to me. Are you okay with that? Kilo will know, right? Eh? It can't be helped. This is an emergency situation after all. And so, with Adel's fairy magic and removing her earrings along with some cracking sounds, the inhibit recognition was also removed. After watching the situation, Lavale's real status was then reflected onto Kilo's eyes. That, no way, ancient red dragon. Lavale then transformed into her original form and almost completely blocked off the passage. All approaching tyrant scorpions targeted her, but their attacks were easily blocked by her dragon scales. The first to attack were then crushed by the next wave of scorpions, and of course, the children were frightened by the sudden appearance of the red dragon. Alright children, leave this to us and continue moving forward. Even so, with Lavale backing them, the children nodded and followed after her while disabling traps that remained. Yosh, this should be alright for now. Arena, I will take the front this time, so I ask you to grasp the whole area using S.A.T. mode. Support me if you find it necessary. Mika, I'll leave my back to you. Activate your holy sword if needed. Got it! Leave this to me, alright. Don't overdo it, Adel. And then Kilo Poi. Yeah. I sent a light chop to Kilo, who was still stunned staring at Lavale. I know that you have a lot of things you wanted to hear about, but do that later when we get out of this place. Please help with healing if Mika is injured, okay? Hi, I'll be alright. I will do it right. Alright. Then let's proceed with this defensive battle. I finally pulled out my sword after a long while and started moving on in the passage. Scorpions also tried to assault me, however I smacked each and every one of them that approached me like a batter hitting a baseball home run. Jayakayan. My attacks were like the full swing of a bat. Receiving the full force of the magic sword's flat area, their heads were crushed and sent straight back into the crowd of tyrant scorpions. Sending them flying was nice, however there was still more of the crowd waiting behind and they rustled straight into us. My status was back in its original state as I tried fighting properly this time. It's been a while since I've been in a troublesome situation like this. Jai. Sword slashes were not my only means of attack. First, pick a target, kick its tail and split its head. Second, a flash strike to the side. Then third was kicking the corpse back to the horde. Fourth was jumping around dodging, then splitting the target into two with my sword. Arena. Mika. Hoi, hoi. Mika and Arena dealt with others that were crawling on the walls. Arena was precisely slashing them with her dagger, aiming at their joints, leaving behind paralyzed convulsing victims. Leave the rest to me. Activate Holy Sword. Mika also activated her Holy Sword, which raised her status 10 times. She easily dissected the scorpions that survived, finishing them off. With Mika around, the children's defenses were perfect. This random block is a switch that activates if stepped on. We just need to put a stone in order to activate it. Where does the magical power come from though? Isn't it from that? There are stones with higher concentration of magical power. I'll take them off. Then wait, there's an arrow trap next to it. Because the magic circle is weak and smaller, we should erase that first. Next ice a big ball trap, isn't it? There's also one that makes the road a slope. This one seems to activate if a certain amount of weight is in place using a knife. We could deactivate it by sticking it in the trigger. We could also not activate if we pass by one person at a time. The children continued studying traps as we moved. Everyone combined their knowledge and experience, teaching each other with great attention. Behind us, I could still hear the continuous battles, and if I didn't move soon, that might have continued forever. They did give us some delicious food experience though. We were here for only a few days, but it's been a lot of fun. I have also heard some really interesting stories. There was no way a single person would make it to this place using only their wisdom alone. Even their heroes didn't break through this area at the time they explored. It's one more reason why we want to get out of this place and reach the next level. When a clear path was created for them, the children acted quickly. Opening parenthesis, it should be about time. Is everyone getting tired now? It's a relief that our weapons are strong enough to last though. Closing parenthesis. The continuous battle was about to reach 3 hours now. I've been monitoring them for almost a week now, and it wouldn't be strange if someone starts to break down at any moment. Normal adventures receiving that endless onslaught would have given up in just several minutes. Well, I am doing my best to not let anything pass by, so it's still alright. Adel, I'll take over. Please do. I tagged out and let Mika replace me as I went to the back. It's been a while since I've done an endless battle like this. Adel, are you alright? I'm fine. Are you not tired yet, Arena? I am still fine. Hora, come over here. Hio, I received a hug. Uatilda, I'm being healed. I'm still in battle mode, but my head feels like it's going to melt. Wait a bit. Don't just go and start flirting over there. Oh, sorry. I'll also be switching again in a bit. Mika, who still isn't used to endless battles, is already dropping out, though it wasn't really that long yet. After tagging out again, I continued my endless massacre of scorpions again. I haven't really confirmed the actual body count, but it should have already reached 4 digits by now. If this doesn't end soon, I'm afraid that we'd get buried in dead bodies instead. Opening parenthesis, as I was thinking about what our next move would be. What's that question mark? Closing parenthesis. I could finally see an opening from the back. Has the endless flow finally stopped? After defeating the remaining scorpions, a long silence finally arrived after a long time of fighting. Is it finally over? I wonder. Arena, did you hear any level up notice? Nope, didn't. Then the battle mode is still up. Experience points would only pop up after a match is over. It would have been impossible otherwise for Mika and Arena to not level up after defeating that large amount of monsters. Is there something else incoming? Kilo grabbed Mika's arm and showed a concerned face. She seems to be exhausted already. I guess she was really tense this whole time after all. Oh, it looks like the next batch is about to arrive, and there seems to be different monsters. Nameless LV.167. Unique race, Metal Scorpion. HP 9251, 9251 MP 3875, 3785 ATK 2400, Def 8530, Matk 1853, Fate 1479, INT 110, SPD 1500. Skills: Carapace opening parenthesis S closing parenthesis poison sting opening parenthesis A plus closing parenthesis steel colored scorpions. And wait, aren't they a bit too strong? My base attack could barely penetrate its defense. Not to mention that they are also about the same amount as the previous one. You are, this has to be a joke. No, hey, it's not the time to show despair yet, you know. Miko still had a higher status than those things. That's, I know, but that number is just impossible. I wonder. I've been worried about my sword doing its best until now, but it would be impossible to use it this time. I wonder if I could use that instead. Alright, let's give it a try. The children haven't collected all of them yet anyway. It's too early to give up yet. Let's go with delaying tactics this time and not continuous annihilation. If they are blocked by corpses, they won't be able to move easily. Well, though the strategy is a bit different, it's still the same in a way. Master. I then heard Lavelle communicating to me directly. What's up? Are you reaching your limit? No, that's not it. I noticed earlier that something is wrong with Master's sword. Something wrong? What is it? Wait, didn't it look like it molted? This sword originally had a more earth-like color, but now it's a bit fleshy colored instead, as if covered by some sort of skin. It's also pulsating, just what I felt. I didn't really notice it until mentioned. I guess I have to let it peel off some more. We're about to resume the battle anyway. Your guts is too strong. I don't know about that. However, I'm more curious about what's going to happen to it. Soria. When I slashed it to the ground with all my power, the skin-like coating broke off, and then a blade with a dull white color was revealed. Adel, what's that? Arena, who was curious, came closer to look. I'm not really sure myself. I'd like Mika to appraise it, but right now is not the time since the enemy is already close. Jisoo, they have more momentum than the previous batch. Their statuses are also much higher. Take that. Ooh, swinging my new sword at the first metal scorpion that arrived, it was sliced like tofu, without any resistance at all. Did it get sharper after molting? That's really convenient. Well, this just makes the battle much easier. Mika, who probably used appraisal from a distance away, was shocked, but because the cries of the scorpions were too loud, I was not able to hear it. Alright, it's round 2 everyone. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. With a little courage and pride. Since the start of the endless battle against the tyrant scorpions, more than 10 hours have passed. From that point onwards, the level of the scorpions gradually increased. On the other hand, my sword just became weirder as the battle continued. It's the third molting. Yes, the sword continued its pace of peeling off every few hours. It accumulates and turns rugged, but then it becomes more refined after each peeling off. It now reached the point that it would slice iron as if slicing air. Another effect is that no matter how long I keep fighting, I don't even feel a bit tired at all. It's been a while since I've been in a fight like this, so my tension is a little high. How are the children? It looks like this won't end soon. Anyway, time to go even deeper. Looking at the children for a moment, it seems like everyone is still doing their best. If they do this well, we can surely concentrate on our work as well. It's all good then. Is everyone else still fine? We are still fine. Both Miko and Kilo seem to be a bit exhausted, but they show their fighting spirit by shouting out loud along with everyone. Alright, time to continue. Speaking of which, I don't really understand this sword. Was it evolving into something else? Finally, after the continuous onslaught and slow-paced advance, we finally reached the final trap area, the one before the next floor. The children have been doing their best for a few hours now, but it seems like everyone is now stuck on this one. What should we do? Is it? The children seem to be worried as Ashia tries to figure out the gimmick of the trap. The trap itself wasn't that hard to figure out. The problem was that the entire area was a treasure trove of interconnected traps. All the scaffolding would seem to activate other traps. Every other step would be an out unless they found the one and only proper path. Even with my eyes, I can't find it. Every block in this place is stuffed with magic power, so I can't be sure if most or all of them were bluffs. I've found a few that I could say for sure were traps, but I don't know where the duds are. The trap was well made, so it's really hard to see through. This area seems to be built to prevent anyone from passing through. The children are also starting to get scared because of the dungeon's clear intention to kill anyone in here. Opening parenthesis, we came here on a whim, but it was a bad idea coming all the way here after all. Exclamation mark closing parenthesis. Anai-chan, run. Run gently clasped Ashia's hands. As I was observing them, the other children were also watching them from behind. Shall we solve this together? Everyone nodded to Run's words in response. They were doing their best. In the end, everyone wanted to do this together, and even if they make a mistake there will be no regrets. Ashia also agreed. Then, after doing it for almost half a day, it finally happened. It done. The quickest among the children came back to call us with loud voices. Hearing that, we all made a move. Lavale. Everyone run. I'll hold back the onslaught for a while. I'll also stay back for now. Mika, escape along with all the children you could carry. Got it. Arena, Kilo, and Mika carried children to escape while Lavale returned to her humanoid form and stood in front of the corridor to block incoming attacks. I also stopped fighting and fell back beside Lavale to block the passage. I'll be here as the last line of offense and defense. When everyone escapes, go and follow them, then confirm the situation with synchronization. Got it. Do your best, master. From the passage that we were blocking, scorpions started to pile up like waves of snow. I'm starting to feel disgusted about it, as black and steel scorpions are also mixed up in the pile. Though my battle tension is still at its peak, that's why I want Lavale to escape first. Chikichichichichi, come. I will not any of you pass. Along with the other children, Lavale carefully passed through the corridor. However, Asia and the others were still there at the end of the passage, standing in front of the door. Why haven't you escaped yet? Lavale-san, look at the floor. That place is the only path that everyone could walk through. I managed to put a mark on it, but the other children won't be able to reach it. There were several protruding stones on the ground before reaching the door, and only one of them is marked in red. At first glance, Lavale immediately understood. The mark was painted with blood. Half of that stone, that is, and that was a slab in between the door and where they are standing. The distance was not something that normal children would be able to reach. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. We finally managed to complete the answer. We did it successfully, but the other children were too tired and unable to move. The children were definitely exhausted and they were all just sitting down. Just when their spirit was about to reach their limits, they were able to find the correct answer and bet everything on their hearts and focus that were sharpened to the limit. Looking at them, Lavale proudly declared, "Well done everyone. Leave the rest to us. We did our best to figure it all out." "All right, we'll bring everyone all at once." Lavale carried as many children as she could hold and brought them towards the door. Kilo, Nika and Arena also carried everyone, and after a few round trips everyone finally made it across. Lavale then used synchronization. "We're done over here. You can come over now, master." That sure took a while. Did something happen? The little heroes just worked a bit harder than they should. Anyway, the pathways have been marked, so please follow it. "All right, prepare for departure." Lavale, "All right, leave it to me." Soon after, a really loud noise was heard, followed by a rumble that sent vibrations through the walls. There the children saw one girl running away from what one would call the embodiment of hell. The sword she was carrying was giving off a strange brilliance, but no one had the time to worry about that at the moment. Adel. Anai-chan. Everyone. Open the gates now. It will be a crazy ride. Right before she stepped on a red-marked plate, Adel unloaded as many monster materials as she could. Looking back, despite the passage being clogged, she was still able to witness the hellish view as the door began closing. Still, they were expecting the scorpions to reach the door before it closed, due to the speed of their approach. "I did expect it, but this is annoying. Are you ready?" From the passage. After entering the door, the strongest dragon showed her head with her mouth open wide, ready to spit a hellfire that would turn everything into charcoal. Perfect. Now, erase everything. A bright red ray that obstructed the view was released. It dyed the room white and passed all the way through the other side, and then the door finally closed. And now we are currently in the middle of a wide meadow. Howard. I'm tired. Is everyone alright? Whoops, everyone, go to sleep. Good work everyone. Everyone was put to sleep other than members of Fairy's banquet. My body won't probably be able to move for a while from exhaustion. Oh, the sword's brilliance finally disappeared. The sound of level up doesn't stop. I'm tired and hungry. Magic is. It seems to be usable now. The water barrier activated without problems this time and covered us. This should be enough to make this place safe. The sword ice well. I'll investigate it later when we wake up. Adel, thanks for the hard work. I've endured quite well these two. You probably won't be able to get over it if even one of them went missing. It was not a place that one party would be able to survive. Even a team of heroes were not able to break through all the traps. It would definitely be out of question if it was only a group of backers that could overcome it. It was only made possible because of this special group. All the children will definitely come back alive. That way they can live strong and proud even when they go outside. It will be fine. They have already become really reliable and I'm sure everyone will become good people in the future. We guarantee it. Oh. They got Arena and Lavale's guarantee. Then there's no doubt that they will become a heroic symbol in the future. Anyway, time to sleep too. Morris, bed. I summon Morris, return to my fairy form and lay down. Arena also did the same and lay beside me. Lavale then lifted Morris and brought us close to the children. What's wrong? I'll also sleep in my original form, and since I'll be sleeping in a circle surrounding you, it's better to rest soundly. Alright El, we also don't want them to get separated, so it's fine. The children shouldn't have any problems with that. Well then, good night. ZZZQ. Hey, starting today, don't suck up too much, okay? Please listen Peru. Then good night ZZZZZ. You understand, right Peru? Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Moving forward and a miscalculation. After a long while, TL, Yuki, the children all got up at almost the same time. Probably because of everyone eating regularly, their hunger came at the same moment. A chorus of stomach growling could be heard. The first thing they all noticed when they woke up was that they were surrounded by a gigantic red dragon. Normally, one would react as if it was a life or death situation, but the children knew quite well who the dragon was, and that instead of being afraid, some were even leaning against its warm body and were starting to doze off again. The next thing they noticed were two familiar-looking people sleeping on a slime. Kilo, who also got up, gestured them to watch quietly and be silent. And then they thought, opening parenthesis. It wasn't humans who helped us, closing parenthesis. Mika happily strokes the heads of Adel and Arena, who were showing lovely sleeping faces, with her index finger. The two were comfortably smiling while asleep. Of course there were no children rude enough to try and wake up their tiny benefactors. NN? Oh, is everyone already awake? When I woke up, I was greeted by the faces of the children surrounding us. It seems they were confused and didn't know how they should react, as they were only staring quietly. If I suddenly humanize, they would probably be surprised. You are Adel-san, right? Yup. Good morning everyone. Sorry for asking this so suddenly, but can everyone keep this a secret? The children immediately nodded in response. That's good, but it's also fine if they actually talk about it. Anyway, for the time being I transformed and then took Morris and Arena and put them under my hood. Thanks Morris, you can absorb a little bit. When I said that, it absorbed around 10% of my magic power. It's a little more than usual but it's fine. That's right. There's also the situation with Kilo. Kilo? About Lavale. About that, why don't we have a meal first? Kilo stopped me halfway and then looked at everyone, an act followed by grumbling stomachs. Even mine was grumbling. Well, I guess we can't talk properly in this situation. Then, shall we start preparing for now? Hi. The children quietly replied as if to not wake up Lavale and Arena. I should take them all home back to Ladaria. Something smells good. Oh, you're finally up Lavale? We're almost finished preparing meals. New. Good morning master. Good morning everyone. I forgot that I was in this state. Sorry, I'll transform right. Hey, good morning Lavale. Whoops. The children carrying plates rushed towards Lavale, who just woke up. She probably didn't expect to be liked by humans in her current state and was a little disturbed. She was also moving strangely to avoid hurting the little ones. She's crying. Oh, I just felt nostalgic being treated like this by humans. Everyone here is grateful to you after all. Now, why don't you humanize so we can start our meal? When Lavelle returned to her human form and started eating, Kilo sat next to her. Lavelle wanted to move away because of the awkwardness, but Kilo immediately started talking about the main subject. You were the Holy Dragon, right? Well, I guess I was indeed called that before. I was wondering what she would say, but well, she seems to be worried that Kilo, who was seeking salvation, would feel delusional or betrayed after knowing about her. After all, what was in front of her was the very being that they have been worshipping for a long time now. I understand. I knows that we enshrined you without your permission. I also know a lot about what happened in the past since I've been reading books about past literatures. I was skeptical because the said being was nowhere to be found. But now that I have actually proven that such legendary being exists, I somehow wanted for you to be our support without realizing the burden. I'm really sorry for being such an unnecessary burden. When Kilo bowed her head to apologize, Lavelle was surprised by that. After all, she was expecting her to seek salvation or ask for help like the usual worshippers do, without thinking about her feelings. Well, after listening to the stories about what happened to Lavelle before, it would have been inevitable for her to think that way. However, Lavelle was still troubled by the unexpected response. At that time, I knew that the masters were inferior to the Demon King. At best, I was the only one that they could rely on at that time. However, I couldn't understand the concept of trying to survive that the masters were talking about even if they joined together. Probably, if not for how I am now, I still wouldn't be convinced that anything like that matters. That's why I ran away, because I was ashamed of myself. I'm not a noble being worthy to be enshrined and worshipped the way they see it. So you don't need to apologize. The two faced each other as they talked. It seems like both sides have reasons that are just contradicting each other. However, they no longer need to hide how they feel. Right now, I am just Lavelle, and you are just Kilo. I won't be the Holy Dragon of Lavelle Rad, not now nor in the future. However, if humans believe that I could bring them salvation, then I will try to see it happen with my own hands. Yes, but well, if there are people that actually need help in front of me, and my master is willing to help them, then I'll be happy to lend a hand. That's how it is. Lavelle smiles as she smoothly caresses Kilo's head. As she turned her face towards me, I smiled and gave her a thumbs up in response. I want Kilo to be allied with Ladaria, so we will also be saving Lavelle Rad. We'll do our best to help Tilda, is what she said. Hi, thank you very much. I'm really grateful. Listening to our conversation, Mika hugged Kilo after. Mika was also in tears, but she was smiling as she sensed that her best friend's heart is now at ease. It's a good thing that the misunderstanding was settled without problems. Now they can be much more open to each other. Well, we haven't really told the kids about us yet. Everyone. Tilda Adel senses fairy lessons are about to start. Tilda, gather here first before we start out. Departure. Tilda heart. Tilda I. Well, as expected, some of the children were quite surprised and some of them looked as if they were moved. I'm only going to talk about what fairies are like normally though. However, after what Fauna told me, I was quite amused about what the tales about fairies were like. When it comes to what I think about though, the very existence of this world would be the fantasy itself. Well then, first is that we are not humans. Considering that, are you still willing to follow me? If anybody doesn't want to continue, we'll escort them back to the entrance. We're fine. Considering the situation, I have expected this answer, but it sure is very nice to listen to their uniform reply. I was so happy about it that it felt as if tears would fall out of my eyes. I patted the heads of the children who agreed with me with a smile, and told them to get ready for our departure once more. Also, I have finally checked my status after all those level ups, something that didn't happen for quite a while now. This is already going insane. Adel opening parenthesis 3 closing parenthesis cell V.1065 unique race, dimension fairy opening parenthesis awakened plus closing parenthesis HP 10,550, 350 tenths, 550,350, MP 42, 639,989 42,639,989 80k 100,035,472 def 100,046,981 matk 375,051,911 367,078,665,400 int 7,100 SPD 99,700,291,000 unique skills fairy magic, fairy eyes, dimension magic, manifestation dependency, conceptual resistance, divine sword, first stage, skills, singing, S, sword arts, SS+, humanization, S+, 4 attribute magic, X, adjustment, S+, concealment, S+, demonic contract, dash, parallel thinking, B. Title, Master of Ancient Dragon, Dragon Killer, Rebel, Battle Master. My attention was drawn to the awakening plus part close to my name. Nope, let's not think about it. This time after all, we were kind of in a pinch because I couldn't use magic, so the growth of my physical abilities is, let's just say, it makes it easier for me to protect everyone. Though if possible, I want to stop this ridiculous way of level grinding. Next is, why do I have a divine sword skill? Why is it in stage 1? No, it's definitely because that weird sword is similar to a holy sword or maybe something else. But I definitely don't need something like that. Divine sword opening parenthesis 1 ST stage closing parenthesis allows the use of holy attribute magic, dash. That was the only description displayed. Speaking of holy attribute magic, is it something similar to what Kazuka was using? Will it be similar to what the heroes are using? Or will I be able to unlock more abilities after reaching certain stages? I went to ask Mika. At the moment we arrived in this world, we were already able to use the effects of our holy swords? There were no stages? I don't remember anyone having such conditions. Or rather, the sword that Adel was using was a holy sword? No, it was only a sturdy sword we found when we bought equipment for Lavale. If I knew that it was a holy sword, I would have destroyed it on the spot. Just how much do you hate holy swords? But well, I'm just glad that I didn't get the title of hero. Though it also adds more questions as to how I was able to learn to wield the holy sword. For now, I took a look again at Mika's status. Hero, a title given by the goddess to heroes of the world, and is manifested by fulfilling missions given by the goddess. Ooh, so I won't be able to get it. That makes me feel relieved. After all, even if I am also a reincarnated person, I seem to have gone through a different process. I don't have a mission nor know anything about it. Freedom is the best after all. For the time being, I don't really need this sword, so can I throw it away? That should be for the better, eh? You're throwing it away? And so I threw the sword beyond the horizon. I only used it because it was a good sword and bought it almost zero price. It's just the right time to change to a new regular weapon. I could hear the sound of the sword hitting the ground from a distance. Mika on the other hand tried to tell me something in a hurry, but I didn't really understand it. Now then, time to refresh my mind, and me, with farsighty thought I was just imagining it, but Mika, with eyes shining in excitement, what is that function? How envious. Lavale, who had a bitter smile as if she had already given up, that seems interesting, master. It seems like you have created an infinite projectile weapon. Kilo, who was panicking. What if we suddenly receive divine punishment? It was definitely using the skill as a beacon to return. I wonder if I could erase the divine sword skill with fairy magic. The moment I attempted it, I was assaulted by a feeling as if my head was going to explode. Adel good morning sigh, it can't be helped. Arena is also finally up. Do you still like me even if I ended up with this? I like Adel always, you know. F_note, youth, might need some insulin. /F_note. Arena, who came out of my hood, whispered happy words to my ear, which healed my depressed self. And so we enjoyed our meal for the day. As for the sword, well, it was a sturdy blade, so it will be useful at least. Alright, time to prepare and make sure that we don't do anything out of the ordinary for today. Seriously, This divine sword is quite sturdy and won't even chip after I swing it at full power. Converted all status to ATK. Now that I think about it, you were able to easily crush that hero's holy armor with your bare fists. Is this weapon really something that belongs in this world? You too. Don't you know that the power of the holy sword depends on the power of the owner? I immediately threw it into the horizon once more, but once again, the holy sword came back. F_note, Ed, looks like Adel got a new waifu, and it's a sword waifu this time. /F_note. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. Secure Transportation Floor 2130. TL, Yuki. There were many huge monsters in the plains, but their levels were as high as the scorpions, and it somehow felt like this is the actual continuation of Floor 19 and only those floors. While the previous had a specific and strange mechanism attached to it. I couldn't help but give respect to the people who were actually able to bypass that place and reach the 50th floor. The first mob we encountered was Cyclops. They look like giant macho men that fit the termites' walls with skills similar to orcs but as big as ogres and have a denser muscle mass. Also because of their low INT, they easily fell victim to Arena's paralysis and became fodder for leveling the children. The next one was called Army Minotaur, a humanoid creature with cow head and hooves that also resembled the mythical creature of the same name from my previous life. It has a big horn and a thick furry body which was kind of discolored and tough, making it quite an annoying enemy. Other than that, the parts not covered by fur were protected by tough armor. Although not as tough as dragon scales, it was more than enough to prevent Arena's dagger from piercing. That's why Lavelle ended up crushing it in a single blow. Was that all? The next group seems to be a monster party. Nameless LV.82 race, Ego Centaur HP 2577 2577 MP 2602 2602 8TK 1200 Def 968 Matk 1347 1005 INT 260 SPD 1100 Skills, Archery, B, Blink Step, C, a group of around 30 mobs. They have the body of a horse and the upper body of a human, and they look more intelligent than normal monsters. Can I communicate with them? Will I be able to talk to those centaurs? I want to ride them well. This bunch just loves violence as a standard, and liquor. I don't think it would be possible to communicate with them even if they speak the commonly used language. Right? That means I might have a chance if I have some liquor. Then there's only one thing that I have to do. I told everyone to stay down and use Ed fairy magic. Using parallel thinking, I was able to use a lot of magic at the same time. I also synchronize a lot with Arena using parallel thinking when playing games, and as a result the level steadily increased. Alright. Now to put honey from the world tree then mix it a little bit with water. Lavelle, who saw the bottle of world tree honey, froze. I'll make some for you next time, so please wait for now. Then using fairy magic and space majesty mix the honey with water. Alright. Now spin. I aged it using fairy magic that was converted into time magic. It's one of the more advanced magic that Testania-san taught me, but I didn't really have the time to use it. I could also just store it and let it age in the storage naturally, but because my storage space stops time, won't work. Before I finished, in the few minutes that I've been working, I was also blocking off waves of arrows with a barrier. I also asked Lavelle for a taste test if the result was fine. Phew, this is tasty enough. With an ecstatic expression on her cheeks, she grumbled down to the ground from the taste. It's erotic. 100 points. If it can knock out Lavelle like this, I wonder how it will be like with the centaurs. I guess I could only verify the results. I floated chunks of mead into the air, then shot them straight towards the centaurs' faces. The result, all those I hit fell down on their knees with a face as if they tasted something heavenly. Outstanding. It seems to be more than what I expected. Is it okay for us to throw at them? No. This time don't throw at them. I gently instructed the children who prepared their stones to stop, and then I walked towards the centaurs. Now then, will they be able to understand me? Hello there. Was it delicious? Oh, that was splendid taste that was. Is there more? Oh, I only tried it, but it seems like I was able to properly communicate even though it's a bit rough. Judging from their stance, it seems no one has the intention to fight anymore. Well, I won't be giving them that for free though. I am willing to give you more, but can you accept my request? I would like for everyone to escort us to floor 30. We's all do it fine. Scombe, ride. I wonder if they liked it a little too much. Everyone quickly sat down. I then encouraged the children to mount on them, 2 on each centaur. Is this their first time riding? Everyone was excited, and even though they were supposed to be riding on monsters, they don't show any sign of fear at all. Are you not scared? Nope, because I know that Big Sister will protect us well. I guess there's also that point. Alright, everyone carry this drink. Be sure to share it with the centaurs, okay? Ziz not Zalika, don't worry. It's only to create a temporary contract. Are you okay with agreeing for now? It will be removed when we reach our arrival, you see? That cool's to be helped. Alright, human, let's form a contract for now. F_note, Ed, is it just me, or is Adel tricking drunk centaurs to work for her? /F_note. I gave each of the children a glass of water and everyone exchanged it with their partners. And yes, the results were just as I expected, with everyone successfully creating a contract. After all, the language of demons was not really that different from what humans use, so the contracts were easily agreed on without problems. And, well, I thought it would have been more complicated. Maybe that was just Lavale being very different. Alright, enough of that, Lavale, time to get up. We're about to go now. Master, more drinks. I'll make more when we get out of the dungeon. So that's enough for the time being. Because we secured some mounts, our movement became easier. We decided to raise our levels on the 28th to 30th floors, but the centaurs couldn't help but tremble with cold sweat after witnessing our fighting methods. I also tried avoiding enemies of the same race as them, but it seems like they were quite surprised and even frightened by the continuation of enemies being unilaterally restrained, stoned to death and processed after. Sorry about that. Now then, I'd like to hear one thing. What are you guys to this dungeon? What we all know is that we've been born in Ziz dungeon. Does that mean that there's something much like an ecosystem in this dungeon? That's right. I see. That means that the floor environment is changed depending on the monsters that live in it. I was thinking that dungeons just randomly spawns demons, but it seems like some of them live more naturally. It seems like Miko and the children have only heard about it for the first time too. Adel, who is happily having a conversation with a dungeon monster, is the strange one from my point of view. Isn't important to have a spirit that is willing to challenge everything? You are just going with the flow, aren't you? That's right, I guess. Are you going wild again? Calm down, Mika, aren't you just thinking too much about it? Alright, the average level of the children has finally exceeded 100. Miko and Arena leveled over 200 after the endless battle with the scorpions. It's a good thing that Miko has finally started getting more strength. After all, it would be beneficial to have a capable hero by our side. After that, wouldn't it be great if you could acquire a sacred armor at Lavale Rad? I have to defeat Gautni. It should be fine if you are able to smash him. However, let's at least hit him too. After a while, we could finally see the end of the 30th floor. After putting down the children, I created the reward mead for the centaurs as promised. I also saw Lavale sneaking in with the centaurs to have a drink, but I just ignored it. Adel tilde sa tilde n Fuji oi, Mika, Kilo, did the two of you also sneak in a drink? I understand you are attracted to the sweet scent, but that's a really strong liquor, you know? The force of the two who suddenly hugged me, it felt as if I was about to be crushed. It's Adel, he not you too. Arena? Arena then set me on her lap pillow as if it was the most natural thing to do. Oi, Arena, you are drooling on my face. Her drool smells like honeydew. He tilde ch tilde u tilde o. I discovered a new side of Arena. She turns into a kissing monster when drunk. I'm very happy, but this should be done on other times, not no you tilde. F_note, Ed, and kids. That's why adults say don't drink. /F_note. The sudden violent and bold actions of Arena were witnessed by the children, and their faces were painted red. Adel's ego was already slipping out, but before it completely disappeared, she created a barrier and cover to cover the two, and finally surrendered herself to the drunk Arena. Lavale also started drinking together with the centaurs while Miku and Kilo were hugging each other, knocked out. Because of the current state of affairs, the children decided to leave them alone and started disassembling their game and prepared for dinner. Opening parenthesis. Let's also drink alcohol when we grow a bit more. Closing parenthesis. And with that, the children have started their paths into becoming proper adults. Adel with hollow eyes and cramped body. And Fu Arena, who still continued even after the effects of the liquor already disappeared. Opening parenthesis. How long are they going to continue this? Closing parenthesis. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. Race difference 3150. TL, Yuki. Mika, do you remember when I told you that fairies are not affected by weather? Yes, good luck. That apostrophe s tilde just tilde 9 tilde fair tilde 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 tilde. Floor 31 was a wide desert. The sun is burning brightly in the sky, almost at a deadly level. Although everyone is wearing hooded robes, it doesn't help much in this heat. Kilo, don't give up on your life. Lavale, I can't go anymore. It seems like Lavale and Kilo have become close friends now. Kilo now even abandons the polite speech with Lavale. Lavale seems to be really happy about it, though the way they look right now is similar to friends with one of them at the verge of dying and having given up on life. Lavale was a dragon of fire, so she's not good with cold weather, but when it comes to hot environments it doesn't matter how hot it is. To which Kilo glared at Lavale. Unfair. I let things continue this way, everyone will definitely be exhausted from the heat, so I need to take measures soon. For the time being, I'll add wind to the usual water magic that I conjure. This should be enough to change the situation for a bit, I think. This time I created a cold water barrier and let the wind flow inside and out of the barrier, wrapping everyone in a cooler atmosphere. After doing so, everyone's faces slowly returned back to life and showed relieved expressions. It looks like my control has become even better after leveling so much all at once, which hasn't happened for a while. Alright, everyone, let's continue. The desert floor has been a tough road for the children. Because of their short legs, they can't walk properly and get easily caught in the sand. That's why even though they are not really getting hurt, a lot of them kept falling down from time to time. Now that I think about it, Lavale, since you don't need to hide your status anymore, can't you just fly everyone on your back? Ah, you're right. Alright, children, get on my back. Using summoning magic used a lot of magic power, but that turned Lavale into a huge dragon. Lavale then spread her wings and lowered them to the ground, creating a foothold for the children to climb. Then, with Ashia taking the lead, the children climbed on the wings until everyone got on Lavale's back. This time, it's twice as big as usual. I received immense amount of magic power. I'll go to the head. I want to go too. Me too. Arena, Kilo, Mika placed themselves on Lavale's head, while I sat beside Ashia while Lavale's transformed her scales to prevent the children from falling off. The transformed scales took the shape of chairs, wall and even railings. Lavale is as dexterous as ever. It's just an application of dragon magic. I usually find it uncomfortable, so don't deform it too much. Can you do your best just a little bit for today? But I would like a meat as reward later. Hi. Did you already finish what I gave you before? Everyone was cheerfully cheering Lavale, who fluttered her wings to raise the altitude, and as the scenery went higher, so did the loud voices of everyone. There is no problem when it comes to updrafts and strong winds since everyone is covered by a wind barrier. However, flying monsters are an exception since Lavale can't really move as much as usual, so it's up to me, Miku and Area to deal with it. Adel there's something over the monsters? It seems so. I also wondered what those were. I then activated fairy magic. Using my hand formed into a ring, I looked as if it was a telescope to observe. Unfortunately though, I can't use fairy eyes when using this method to check their status. Now then, what's the other party like, Tilda? Aren't they related to Lavale? So are we letting them go or shutting them down? Wait a bit. The opponents we encountered this time are red dragons. They are about half the size of Lavale's original size, but this is the largest by far I've seen in a group. I didn't expect red dragons to act in a group though. Oh, and it seems like they have also noticed us. Will you get angry if we hunt them down? Well, if they attacked first, then they should prepare themselves for retaliation. Even I did that myself, you know. Alright. For now I'll return to fairy form and close in on them to check their status. Leaving the children in her protection, I flew straight to the flock of red dragons. They really look similar to Lavale. Even with just one of these, the team they sent on Havel for subjugation would probably end up in a pitiful state. The power of an ordinary red dragon is that strong. Nameless LV.160 race: red dragon HP 8741 8741 MP 4600 4680 K 3591 Def 4735 Matk 3304 4782 INT 140 SPD 7006. Inherent skill: Dragonic Scales. Skills: Dragonic Magic, B+. Fire Attribute Magic, A. Body Difference Correction, C+. The inherent skill Dragonic Scale seems different from Dragon Scales. Similarly, the skill Dragonic Magic is also different from Dragon Magic. Is this the difference between a normal and an ancient dragon? Status-wise, they are not as strong as the Metal Scorpions, but there are around 60 of them. As I approached, the red dragons suddenly stopped midair. Are they going to engage me midair? Ah, the biggest red dragon came and suddenly talked to me. Fairy of ancient times. Regarding the dragon behind you, is that perhaps a descendant of ancient dragons? That's right. What about you guys? So that was the superior presence we detected entering this floor. Why we came to see it is what they said. I see. It seems like they wanted to follow me by instinct because we belong to the same family. After communicating this, Lavale slowly approached the red dragon. This time I also rode on her head along with Arena, or rather, I'm more surprised that they have knowledge about the existence of fairies. There is probably some kind of connection from ancient times. I thought you guys were the ones trying to hinder us in this dungeon. And yet, you are willing to spare us despite being the ones trying to conquer this dungeon? If it's other humans, then that might not be the case, because we also need to fulfill several obligations. As long as the dungeon or its monsters don't mind coexisting with us, we won't mind getting along with them. However, if any of them try to harm those we deem precious, then we would definitely be hostile, and if it cannot be helped, then they have no choice but to bare their fangs towards us, and it will be a battle to death. So will you just let us go? To us red dragons, just witnessing our superior kin is a far more precious encounter that we won't even mind betraying the dungeon itself. Boring, huh? Lavale looks over the red dragon with an irritated temperament. It seems like what they are doing right now revived some bitter memories from her past. All of you, are you willing to leave this dungeon and come with us? If that is what you want, then we would be happy to do so. It would be a supreme joy for us to serve under a higher order of our race. All right, I've decided. Master, I'll take them all under my wing. Oi, you're already deciding it on your own. Not like I'm going to stop it though. But, red dragons, huh? It seems like a group of good friends are going to be added again. Or rather, won't they just become a proper kin to Lavale? All of you, what I like the most are the strong. I would even deem them precious. However, I do not condone upon oppressing the weak, especially looking down on them, so if you want to be taken under my wings, then make this oath upon yourselves and live with it. Lavale then intimidatingly spread out her wings as a sign of superiority, and as a show of their loyalty, the dragon also spread its wings and lowered its head as it took an oath, as if they were part of an army. We are those who would never despise the weak, pledge not to oppress them, as we offer our allegiance to you. After doing so, the red dragon that approached us returned to his group and talked to everyone about what happened. I don't know exactly how many of them would follow us, but it will definitely cause a big ruckus once we all leave the dungeon. And then when I asked if there will be any caves or differences in the next floors, they answered that it will only be deserts in the next 20 layers. So it will stay like this until floor 50. Were we not friends with Lavale, we might have been continuously attacked by red dragons while traveling in this desert. That would be way worse than dealing with a bunch of scorpions. Because everyone can also be turned into human form with Dagonic Magis, it would be possible to take everyone out easily, so no problem there. I might just need to pay several extra admission fees to Jess when we return at the entrance. We have more than enough money for that though. Will they move together until we move to Lavale Rad though? No. I'll have them fly towards Ladaria. If we have someone come along with them and tell the people that it was by Master's request, then Fauna will definitely take notice. It would also help in strengthening the current military force of the country. I see. It would certainly be encouraging if the Red Dragons became an additional defense to Ladaria and Kilo. Please don't look at me like that. Can we at least bring one of them over? Mika, you are just wording out what she is thinking. You really want to enshrine one of the Red Dragons over there, don't you? No, that's not it. Rather, if possible, I want to shift the worship to Red Dragons instead of just one Holy Dragon. Not to mention, right now, that place is still under the control of Gautni. I think they are currently trying to blindly teach everyone about heroes. Is that why she wants to use the Red Dragons, to recreate a new religion? Well, that would be possible, but what kind of religion do they want to create after destroying the old one? I'm glad that they are telling me this, but, no way, right? Of course, we will be preaching out fairy religion cult, right, Arena? What? See, Kilo. I didn't expect the three of them to be scheming about this while riding on Lavale's head, not to mention even involving Arena. Just what in the world did these female foxes offer to make her agree? It's already an absurdity just to be able to trick a pure fairy, not to mention having her be the linchpin to hold me down. No, that's not it. Did you agree with them because they offered you some sweets? Because that's the only way I know to easily go through a fairy's defense. Arena-san isn't that easy to please, right? Do you want some candy? Want? Fine, I'll forgive it because it's cute. Mika, if you will agree with me not showing myself, then I will go with it. Well, at worst, I'll probably end up going with the flow anyway and would reveal myself to everyone. Though that will depend on how I go with the flow. I don't really understand what you are trying to imply, but I could somehow understand what you are trying to imply. We can do this, Kilo. Kilo seems to understand me better these days. Even so, it looks like I'm going to crush another hero, Gautani, just like the ones I've defeated in Galania. But well, that is for later because we don't really know what will happen at that time. Well, worshipping heroes would also be important to Kilo, but don't you care more about that? Of course I do. We continued our journey towards the 50th layer safely without any problems, but by the time we reached it, it was already turning into nighttime and the place was veiled in darkness. There doesn't seem to be a moon in this area, so it's just a pitch black world that was spreading before us. Also, just like a normal desert, the temperatures at night were really cold. At this time, it was Lavale who trembled with a blue face. It's really cold. Everyone cling to Lavale. It would be a little warmer after we set things up. Kilo, can make warm water using magic? Yes, I think so. Good. Then make some and put it on everyone's cup. I will be preparing the bonfire in a bit. I took out a large amount of dried tree branches from my storage, piled them up and lit them on fire with magic. Some of the children immediately came over and put out their hands in front of the fire. Lavale also came after while being hugged by several children. It's a beautiful woman with a runny nose. I set up a huge pot on top of the big fire and quickly prepared meat and vegetable stew in it. The meat for today is Minotaur. Although it's not marbled meat, it was still soft and easy to eat. The moment it enters the mouth, the meat melts immediately, releasing the flavor within and spreading around in no time. Hamu opening parenthesis more please closing parenthesis Hamu opening parenthesis more closing parenthesis. This is the noble ancestor ancient dragon they look up to. She looks more like a child. Or rather, Don't influence the children and make them imitate you. No, okay. After all, won't that kind of relationship have something much like a hierarchy relationship? Ancient dragons are not really fond of something like that. Thor fits them that are the ones suggesting it on their own. You don't want to make a harem? Shut up. Chapter 97. Chapter 97 Death Inviting Footsteps. Floor 51. TL. Yuki. NN tilde 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 dot R. Did it get cancelled? As soon as I got up, I immediately created a water cooling barrier. It's still only around 5 in the morning, but the sharp sunlight on the open skies is already starting to heat up the surroundings. When I looked at everyone, it seemed like they were troubled sleeping, but let out a gentle sigh of relief after it was deployed. Oops, that was a little bit dangerous. I also immediately blanketed everyone with processed wolf fur so that they wouldn't catch a cold if it was a little too cool, while the other early risers came to greet me. Oh, good morning. The young babies that the children were carrying woke up and reached out to me smiling. Sorry, I don't have milk to offer to you, little ones. When I brought my fingers close to one of them, the baby grabbed my hand and started suckling. Oh, I could make some pacifiers for them along with proper baby food. After watching the first one to grab my hand, the other 2 babies also reached out to me. Sorry, I only have 2 hands. And I'm sure that if I grow extra hands using fairy magic, I'd end up frightening them. Sigh, it can't be helped. So, what exactly are you doing so early in the morning? Gee, good morning Lavale. If it's alright with you, could you lend me a hand for a bit? Ah. Fine, do as you please. The early awakened Lavale squints as she stares at me. Right now my hands are occupied by 2 babies as I was humming for the 3rd one. Hey, don't do that. Don't start moving around. I wonder if I could get someone else to hold them. Master, how about making Arena hold them down when I'm sleeping? You just want someone to replace you so you can sleep some more, right? This dragon. Soon enough we reached the 51st floor, and as we entered, the atmosphere changed. It's indoors this time. It kind of resembles a mansion, right? Dungeon? It sure is a gorgeous hallway though. San over. The place we entered looked like the hallway of a mansion. There were chandeliers hanging from a high position, far ahead of the aisle, and the floor is covered with a comfortable to touch red carpet. There is no dust at all, as if it was just recently built. There are also some finely crafted furniture stuck on the walls. And as we were observing, Arena and the children took off their boots and shook off the sand that accumulated on the inside. Please do something like that outside, not inside a place like a mansion or castle. So, are we still in a dungeon floor, or are we inside a mansion? I wonder what kind of monsters would be in a place like this? Well, that's something we have to find out soon. There is no other choice but to continue. For the time being, we started walking cautiously while keeping everyone as close as possible. However, after several hours of walking, the scenery didn't change at all and some children felt uncomfortable with the endless looping corridor, so we stopped for a bit and held an emergency meeting. Isn't this corridor just too long? It doesn't feel like we were progressing at all, right? Maybe there's some kind of gimmick involved. We haven't encountered any monsters along the way too. Is it some kind of trick that is not a proper trap? Probably. But because things did not change at all, it creates a really creepy atmosphere. I understand that feeling. It kind of resembles something that happens in a horror movie. Is this really something like that? Let's see, what's something common on such Western mansions? See, then the monsters would also be. If that's the case, Kilo, there was an old grandfather's clock along the way, right? Yes, there was indeed one. Do you remember the time it was set on? No, I don't It was at 12:00 clock? Arena? Arena confidently answered my question that was addressed to Kilo. Yoshi, as expected of my best friend, did you notice the needle moving? I see. Mika, I adopted one of your ideas from earlier. Alright, 1 point. Why did I get points? What are the points for? Do you want to know? I don't want to know. After resting for a while, we started moving again, now to find the clock. This time, we walked slowly so the children wouldn't feel sick from the repeating visuals, and finally, We found what we were aiming for. There it is. Well, the time is. As expected, it's not moving at all. The pendulum is moving. But the hands did not move, even the one for seconds, and all the needles kept pointing at 12 just like before. What does this mean? Probably, this floor, or rather this mansion, has its time stopped at 12 o'clock. The same goes for the progress in this floor. In other words, the story of the mansion has yet to start. And if we want to continue, we need to do something ? Kilo and Lavelle tilted their heads in confusion, not understanding the meaning, but Mika on the other hand got it and her face turned blue. While Irina is, haunted house. She put her hand on my shoulder and started bouncing with excitement. Is she thinking about this as some kind of attraction? Well, Irina isn't really the type to be scared by something like this. Now then, time to ring the bell that would start this with everyone. Alright, Irina. Rotate that hand once. Okay. Irina opened the glass door of the clock and spun the seconds hand with her index finger. Click whoosh. Tilde. The lights from the chandeliers went out first. The hallways were blanketed with darkness to the point that we even couldn't see each other's faces. Kilo and Mika screamed from the surprise. I was a bit worried because there were no screams among the children. Roll call. While listening to everyone I counted, and the result was that everyone was present. When I asked them why they were silent, it seems like everyone was holding their breaths. No, you shouldn't have done that. It's okay to be scared, you know. For the time being, in order for us to move in this darkness, I asked Lavelle to float a small fireball for light. Only after that we realized that we're not in the same mansion anymore. Isn't this really scary? Just as Mika said, even though we were in the same corridor, the red carpet became rugged and dark with rips and damages all over the place. The window panes and boards became tattered, and the outside was in total darkness, almost like a void. There were also broken pieces of chandeliers on the floor, as if they have decayed after a very long time. Adding to that were the traces of blood splatters all over the place. It completely turned into a typical horror house no matter where you looked. Since it's like this, I won't be surprised even if something actually appears. Gushu. And then, from depths of darkness beyond the hallways, footsteps came, 12, with hollowed eyes that do not reflect anything. They popped out of the boards. Their eyes shone a eerie light as they focused upon the children. Broken pieces of furniture also started rattling and floating all on their own. And then, from the corridor behind us, moving slowly, a group of undead that barely had a humanoid shape started flooding in. It was a terrifying sight. The children who witnessed this horrifying madness couldn't help but fall down as their feet trembled in fear. That is fine though. It was definitely better than having them panicking and running away. Nameless LV.126 race. Insanity Ghoul. HP 5333 5333 MP008 TK 3591 Def 4735 Matk 0 MTF. INT 0 SPD 3800. Inherent skill corrosion, undead body, curse, skills, madness. B. Nameless LV.102 race. Evil Geist. HP 10/10 MP 10/10 ATK 4500 Def 10 Matk 0 MTF. INT 0 SPD 4000. Skills, floating. I have never encountered anything like this before. Not to mention they are inflicted by an abnormal skill, even though they should be undead already. Lavelle and Mika prepared themselves and even Irina is in A.T mode now, ready to give instruction even if she won't be able to fight properly. Mika's holy sword skills should be able to easily deal with them. The children, even if they can't move, will be alright as long as they are within my barrier. However, this was different from what we expected. Mika, are you sure that the confirmed level of this place is only 50, right? Why, yes. I think I understand the reason why. Beside everything else, at the end of the passage, there was a certain armor that appeared from a magic circle. Nameless LV.500 race, ancient armor. Awaken plus. HP 60 million MP 00. AC 50. 800,000 DF. 60 million make 0 MDF. 89 million INT. 7,000 SPD. 100 million. Unique skills: Insanity, Curse, Grant Undead, True Holy Armor, Curse, Skills, Madness, X, Sword Arts, SS+, Shield Arts, SS+. Insanity, Curse, makes the affected target lose their will or reason. Grant Undead turns a person you kill into a ghoul. True Holy Armor, Curse, increase the status to 10x and disable all status anomalies. If you acquire these unique skills, it will give correction medium for the Holy Sword characteristics. Madness: the higher the rank, the more effective the status will be. Current correction, 100x. A short while ago, I was at a level that I would probably be annihilated instantly if I were to engage on that enemy, unable to do anything. The one who made this dungeon must be kidding me. No matter what they think about this, a normal hero would not be able to win against something like that. It's like one of those super bugged characters that are just basically there to prevent you from completing a dungeon quest. Kilo, who saw it, began to tremble, and Mika, who felt its killing intent, was also frightened. Why is there a hero's armor in a place like this? It's so strong. I have never seen anything like that. I quietly gave instructions to Lavale and Arena. Arena, who was already in S.A.T mode, also made her moves. Lavale: I understand. That is really dangerous indeed. I will also use synchronization on. If anyone else faced that, they would certainly die. Arena: too, it's okay. I won't get in your way. Well then, can I leave the rest to you? Can you really do it on your own, Master? What is it now, Lavale? Are you worried that I won't beat that on my own? It's fine, though I would be happy if this could become useful for the children later. Well, it's because that seemingly wants to challenge me. Also, it's been a while since I found an opponent this challenging. For now, Lavale, please block the path the same way as you did on floor 20. I could feel it. Even while hidden by the helmet, its line of sight was definitely directed at me. Perhaps it sees me as a challenger. There is probably no other reason why something with ridiculous status like that would come out. Alright. Don't die, Master. Also, one more thing. Arena: what is it? Will you hug me in my sleep after everything is done? I always do it. Do your best. Alright. I don't need to worry about anything anymore. I don't know what their intention is, but I'm going to challenge it even if I might end up dead, because that is the true nature of a fairy and fairy magic, to enjoy everything to your heart's content. This time, I could feel as if I was getting sucked in an abyss while those two eyes stared at me. That's right, only look at me, and I will be only looking at you. Let's dance, Phantom. Chapter 98. Chapter 98: Fairy vs. Ancient Armor, Holy Armor. TL, Yuki. Lavale: transform and protect everyone with synchronization. I altered it with fairy magic to make it last as long as possible. I also scattered fire attribute elements in the air as finely as possible 10 meters in front of the children. Can I leave it you? Leave it to me. Arena nodded and moved next to Kilo. Kilo was still frozen in fear and despair, with her voice trembling with fear at the center of the children. Kilo? Arena. I am. It's alright. I want Kilo to be the emotional support of the children. There is too much murderous aura around here. Adel is barely preventing it from penetrating the water barrier, but even a small amount of that would affect the children. For now, can you help me reassure them? Why, yes. Arena smiled at Kilo in order to encourage her, and slowly watched as determination sprung forth in her eyes. Everyone, it's absolutely going to be alright. We already went through a place that could be called hell once. Compared to that, these are just dark and unpleasant monsters coming to attack us. That's why don't be scared. I want everyone to support Adel by praying for her victory. The children turned towards Arena. A sense of relief finally surpassed the fear they were feeling, and the cloudy words they listened to have become clearer. After all, the smile of Arena gives vitality to all living beings. We fairies love people's smiles more than anything else. And if those people do their best in hoping we succeed, we will also do our best. That's why everyone, pray. Soon enough, one by one, they put their hands together and started to pray. For those who helped them, for those who protected those for those that guided them to reach this point. Kilo also joined. No one is scared anymore. Thank you. Mika, are you alright? Ugh, it's grotesque and unpleasant, and when I split them they spill out a strange unnerving odor. Still I am alright. Although her face is distorted, Mika continued extinguishing monsters with her hold sword with high tension. Her body was now moving more unconsciously fluid due to the many powers up so far, but she still seemed a little unstable, as if she could collapse soon. Alright, then here's a gift for you. At that moment, Arena used fairy magic on her. Soon after, Mika's thoughts became clear compared to how messed up she was before, and her face returned to sanity. Arena gifted her the skill Mental Tolerance. Wait, just how versatile is that magic? It's only temporary, but even with that, it should be more than enough to help you in clearing them out. I'll follow up with support, but only you could truly defeat them. I will the best I could, so leave it to me. Mika, finally getting some momentum, continued extinguishing the enemy, each with a single strike of her sword. Arena also helped by shooting enemies with burning blades, cutting arms and legs while hindering their regeneration. And compared to the endless scorpion's rush, they have more leeway. If it's only that amount, then it won't be long before they could clear them up. She only had one concern though. That is, if that came to help. I'll give you a great big hug when you are done, so definitely do your best, Adel. Beyond the corridor that Lavale blocked, two sword fighters were exchanging blows countless times. It was a battle between two beings that transcended beyond what would be considered normal. Even with Lavale's synchronization, she could barely follow the fight between Adel and the armor. Nameless OV.500 race, Ancient Armor, Awakened Plus, True Holy Armor, Curse, Insanity. Status times 1000. HP 60 million MP 008 TK 50 million 800,000 Def 60 million Max Serum 89 million INT 7000 SPD 100 million. Unique skills: Insanity, Curse, Grant Undead, True Holy Armor, Curse. Skills: Madness, S, Sword Arts, SS+, Shield Arts, SS+. F_note TL note, the effect of Insanity is not displayed on stats of the armor/F_note. Adel, 3, LV.1065 Unique race, Dimension Fairy. Awaken Plus. Status altered by Fairy Magic. HP 10,550, 350 tenths, 550,350, MP 42. 639,989 42,639,989 ATK 300, 100, 035, 472 opening parenthesis plus 300 billion closing parenthesis def 200, 100, 046, 981 opening parenthesis plus 200 billion closing parenthesis max 75, 051, 911 opening parenthesis 300 billion closing parenthesis mf 167,078, 665, 400 opening parenthesis 200 billion closing parenthesis INT 7100 SPD 99 billion 700 million 291,000. Inherent skills: Fairy Magic, Fairy Eyes, Manifestation Dependency, Conceptual Resistance, Holy Sword. Stage 1, Skills: Singing, S, Sword Arts, SS+, Humanization, S+, 4 Attribute Magic, X, Adjustment, S+, Concealment, S+, Subordinate Contract opening parenthesis closing parenthesis Parallel Thought opening parenthesis B closing parenthesis Titles: Dragon Killer, Master of Ancient Dragon, Rebel, Battle Master. Oh, oops, TSK, why is it so fast? It's annoying. Our sword techniques are on equal terms, however my speed can't catch up, not to mention that it was ridiculously skilled. It's probably the difference in combat experience. At first, I used Holy Attribute from Holy Sword to attack, but it didn't really do anything because the enemy in question is a former Holy Armor, and the fact that this doesn't affect it at all also makes me quite annoyed. However, There are many ways to tilt the engagement. Now, fairy magic! Exclamation mark. It was not a direct attack using fairy magic. Fairy magic will have little effect on opponents that are on the same threat level as the user. That's why, opening parenthesis, turn the floor into a quagmire! Exclamation mark, closing parenthesis. The next moment, the surrounding floor was transformed into a quagmire. Both our movements were restricted, but I teleported behind it. Soria. GHGH. A quick transfer using space magic and fairy magic, and I targeted the opponent's leg with a powerful strike. But, kickin' hard. GH. Oops. What ridiculous hardness. Even with the huge difference in power, the armor was barely dented and it didn't even get blasted away. Did it concentrate its power in that area? My hands are slightly numb from the feedback. The armor didn't let that opportunity pass and sent a counter blow 1,000 times faster than Genkaku's AI. However, I was able to escape by transfer at the last moment. I returned to the position where I came from, but the armor did not move and was only looking at me from where it was. It didn't even pursue me. If it was dented, that was more than enough evidence that it worked. So I continued the assault by making short-range transfers aiming at its blind spots. Does this thing possess a sixth sense even though it's just a lump of armor? Despite trying many times and aiming at blind spots, I always met a strong counterattack, as if I was being followed. What's more ridiculous is that despite its bulky body, it was more than flexible enough to attack me even in the most ridiculous position, and because it's so big, its attack would reach me first. It tried to overwhelm me with speed, perceiving my every assault. However, as long as transfer speed is faster, its attacks are unable to hit me, though my attacks on the other hand barely damaged it. If any of its attacks were to hit me, I might seriously die from the sheer difference in power. I can't be helped. I guess I can't just wing this and win without gambling. It's easy to risk your life in such situations. The outcome will be decided in a single strike. However, failure would definitely mean instant death for me. F_note, ed. I changed a bit here, but I'm not sure if it's right. /F_note. If it was me from my previous life, I probably wouldn't mind either way since I had nothing to lose. But now, right now, I have Arena and everyone, so I won't easily give up my life. And right now, I'm not even a human anymore. I don't see myself as a human anymore. I will show you what a fight with Adel the fairy is like in her original form. For some reason the sword I am using also shrunk along with my size. It transformed into the right size that I need for the fairy magic that I will use. Opening parenthesis, the image will be Godspeed on myself, a sword for exorcism, and a wish to save everyone. Closing parenthesis. This time, it was the ancient armor that came rushing towards me. The mud floor was completely ignored. Not even a second passed, but as I was observing the situation, I could hear it, their wish, their prayers. On the other side of where Lavale was, I could hear their voices, cute voices, small voices. Opening parenthesis. My exhaustion is disappearing. Closing parenthesis. I could feel the tiredness vanishing from my body, and my headache disappearing from my mind. I remember this feeling. This sensation is similar to what happened at the concert I did in Hivul, the same way during the tournament at the Royal Capital. It was a time when everyone was smiling as they prayed. The sword of the ancient armor approaches me, aiming for the kill. It was definitely its strongest strike and fastest swing so far. However, even that speed became slow for my current disposition. I could have warded off the sword that was filled with evil energy if I want to, but this time I countered with a powerful slash instead. Adel, 3, LV.1065 Unique Race, Dimension Fairy. Awaken Plus. Status altered by Fairy Magic HP 10,550, 350 tenths, 550,350, MP 42, 639,989/42,639,989 100,100,035,472 opening parenthesis plus 100 billion closing parenthesis def 100,046,981 mat 75,051,000,911 opening parenthesis 300 billion closing parenthesis mf 67,078,665,400 opening parenthesis 300 billion closing parenthesis int 7100 spd 599,700,291,000 opening parenthesis plus 500 billion closing parenthesis. At this point I didn't really need that much physical attack, so I decided to just put enough to damage it and the rest was dropped on speed. I realized I only need one proper hit. Whether it can be done depends on how I deliver it. I didn't really know the reason why, but I just feel like I need to do it. That's why. GHGHGH? There is no need for me to transfer anymore. I ignored the approaching sword and struck with my sword enchanted with penetrate. My sword flashed through with strings of wind spiraling as it went straight to its target, and with all my concentration thinking pierced through the ancient armor I delivered the blow. A shining trail of light went through the armor in a flash. After the flash though, no visible damage was seen in the armor. What I actually aimed at was not the armor itself but the curse attached to it. The armor struggled to stop me the moment it probably felt my intent, but failed to stop me. Soon after, the darkness covering the armor dispersed with intense momentum. It did try to struggle to attach itself back, but all it did was paint the armor with its color. After a loud roar, the armor was covered by intense light and all the dark energy wrapping it was completely dispelled. How ping oh. It seems like I have successfully defeated it, and the other side also finished their part, so a notification of level up came. I was then assaulted by an intense headache, but I did my best for everyone. I also humanized along the way back. Because the battle this time was far more intense than the fight with the scorpions, I'm literally dead tired. A moment later, I also heard the sound of the armor collapsing. It was a white armor similar to what the hero I have faced was wearing. Can it be equipped though? The corridor also returned to the beautiful mansion area. Lavale's overarmor. That dense murderous miasma also disappeared. Are you alright, Master? As you can see, I am almost at the verge of dying from fatigue. But I'm fine. What about everyone? The heck is with that Ripley? Well anyway, Mika and Rena did their best and succeeded in annihilating their enemies. I'll open up this side now, just a second. When Lavale returned to her human form to open a path, the kids immediately made a mad dash towards me. Arena was also flying following the kids from behind. Kilo and Mika were both hugging each other while crying but also smiling in relief. Ani-chan, are you alright? Oh yeah, I'm alright. Just a little tired. We have defeated the monsters, so everything should be alright now. Probably feeling relieved from my words, the children sat down again around me. Arena squeezes herself from the children and hugged me. Finally my healing has arrived. Thank you for the hard work, Adel. Arena, you guide the children to pray for me? I thought that it would definitely help Adel even a little. Did you receive it? Of course I properly received it. If it wasn't for that, there would have been a big chance that I would have lost my concentration. Anyway, I'm really sleepy. It's alright if I take a little nap, right? I'll take a little rest as well, so take a good rest, okay? Then I'll let myself be spoiled by your words. Arena Poff. Adel slowly fell asleep in my arms, so I hugged and carried her like a little princess, and then I called out Morris. Probably due to absorbing her magic power whenever we slept, Morris has grown bigger. Morris, can you spread out flat and wide enough to become a bed for everyone to sleep on? After quivering as confirmation, it stretched its body wide enough to reach the walls of the hallway. I then instructed everyone to use Morris as a bed and sleep. Everyone should rest after all, or at least have a little nap thinking about the battles that we've just faced. Everyone started dozing off as they placed themselves on Morris. Only Adel was sleeping in my arms, and I spent my time watching over everyone while being alert enough to move if necessary. Well, what I really wanted was to watch the sleeping face of my cute best friend, though all for myself _ Carter SCHK show. Chapter 99. Chapter 99 Dungeon Fairy, complete. TL, Yuki. When I woke up, I was greeted by Irina's saintly face as she was stroking my head while her other arm was my pillow. Maria-sama. Morning Irina, you didn't sleep? Morning. Well, I want to watch Adel's sleeping face, and I wasn't that tired compared to everyone else. Also, wasn't it Mika who did almost all of the work this time? I see. How long was I asleep? I think it's been around 3 hours now since that time. And look, the clock over there is also moving properly now, right? She's right. The hands of the clock, which was the trigger before, are now working properly and moving along with the pendulum. Looking at the corridor, which was an endless one before, it now has a proper path ending on a white wooden door. Where do you think? Is it connected? Dunno. Other than that, Adel, can you take that away? It's kind of prickly, you know? Prickly? The heck is this? There was something white fitted in my body. Wait. This is armor. It was properly fitted on me, and the design was closely made for ease of movement. I then turned towards the place where the ancient armor was supposed to be, but there was nothing there now, as if nothing happened. Around the time when Adel and everyone else fell asleep, I noticed the armor glowing, and before I knew it, Adel was already covered in armor as if you had worn it yourself. That's just strangely disturbing. I could remove it. I didn't want to wear anything that Irina hates after all, but it's a good thing that it easily came off. I'm glad it wasn't some kind of cursed gear. It would have been a real pain if I had to destroy it every time I wanted to take it off. If it didn't come off after taking off the armor, I was probably able to store it, and it didn't forcefully return. Unlike a certain sword I have, this will definitely be helpful. Though if I have this kind of equipment, I couldn't help but really stand out. Aren't you already standing out already? Well, it's just that if I hide my face, I would still stand out with that on, right? But you never truly hide your face anyway in the first place, don't you? You Irina is bullying me sorry. Now. Come over. Irina spread her arms inviting me for a hug, and I happily accepted it and hugged her back. Perhaps it was because our roles have reversed, where I'm the more childlike now, that it was easy for her to control my emotions. Not like I hate though, and it's healing my soul. After enjoying that moment for a bit, I then checked my status. Since I definitely got that holy armor, there were probably skills dedicated to it similar to the holy sword that I acquired. Adel opening parenthesis 3 closing parenthesis cell V.1340 unique race dimension fairy opening parenthesis awakened plus closing parenthesis HP 30,665,998 30,665,998 MP 63 600,023 63,600,023 ATK 342,803,900 Def 311,009,010 Matk 542,269,990,440 Form 523,087,703,400 INT 7,100 SPD 201,226,905,500 Inherent skills Fairy magic, Fairy eyes, Manifestation dependency, Conceptual resistance, Holy sword, Stage 2, True holy armor, Dormant skills, Singing, S, Sword arts, X, Humanization, S+, 4 attribute magic, X, Adjustment, S+, Concealment, S+, Subordinate contract, Dash, Parallel thought, Beat titles, Dragon Killer, Master of Ancient Dragon, Rebel, Battle Master, Holy Sword, Stage 2, when activated, the status of the user is multiplied by 10 and it is possible to use Holy Attribute Magic. True Holy Armor, Dormant, Deafen Fizz increased 10 times. Disable all abnormal conditions. If one acquires this skill, correction will be applied to the skill Holy Sword when used as a medium in improving its characteristics. This skill currently cannot be used because and is in a dormant status. Cannot be displayed. The two from above are good. The third one on the other hand is strange and cannot be displayed for some reason. I'm kind of scared if this ended up as something like a bug on the system. Utorf, I don't really want to possess the skills of a hero. Well, I think it's going to be fine because my race didn't really change or anything else, right? Alright, time to get up. That's right. After waking up everyone and returning Morris to its original size, we went in front of the door that appeared. I wonder if we will encounter more corridors like this if we continue? Please give up on that thought. I don't think I'll have the mental tolerance to continue suffering from something like that. Me too. I don't think we'll encounter something more dangerous than that anymore though. Anyway, let's go, then. When I opened the door and entered, I disappeared in front of everyone. Something resembling a shrine stood in front of me. I wonder if that's what I think it is. Maybe it will say you won't escape this place that easily, idiot. Or decided to invite you because you are special and will be able to talk to the manager. I wonder if I can still use synchronization. Arena over? Hadel, where are you? Why did you disappear so suddenly? Over. I'm impressed by the lovely angel that is Arena, who always follows through with what I start. I was transferred in front of some kind of shrine. The bronze statue that welcomed me was so sloppy when speaking. What about everyone there? We arrived in a place with a big round table where everyone could sit. There's also a lot of magic tools placed on the desk. Roger that. I'll return soon in the name of Guts and Flow. Roger that. Or rather, why is it about Guts and Flow? Clank. We were able to exchange information without much trouble, though I ignored Lavale's call and just cut off the synchronization right after. It's fine as long as the other side is safe. Now then. I'm sure I heard something click from the back. I head towards the direction where the sound came from. Looking around, I found several statues resembling a wizard, or maybe witches. There's also engravings on each one of them. Are they the owners of this dungeon from the past? But why witches though? When I entered the room beyond the opened door, there was a man standing, waiting. An old man, to be more precise around about 60 years old, with dark green hair and wearing an all-black outfit. The old man spoke to me while following with a refreshing smile. Nice to meet you, pretty lady. I am in charge of managing this dungeon. Would it be possible to inquire of your name? It is. It's Adel. What about you? Adel, is it? I am really sorry, but I still do not possess a name. I am only known as the manager of this dungeon. Behind the old man was a strangely mysterious device fitted with a large jewel. It kind of resembled the transfer stone that I created, but larger. I could also feel magic power overflowing from its core. Now then, I know that you have a lot of questions to ask and things to worry about, but before all that, would you mind listening to my story first? It's been a long time since I had guests over after all, so I'm rather feeling quite uplifted. You see, I also wanted to know a lot, so it's alright, thank you. Then how about we talk this over some tea and sweets? When the old man flicked his finger, a white desk with a pair of chairs popped up along with a tea set and a teapot filled with tea, and another one with milk. Many sweets also decorated the table surrounding the tea set. The lively old man then called me over. He seems to be genuinely happy about this. Then let us start. First of all, this is the last floor of the dungeon, which is the 51st floor. I would like to offer you my heartfelt respect and praise to all of you for successfully conquering the dungeon. The many prizes for doing so are probably being examined by your friends right now. If you are worried about them though, would you like to see their current situation? Nah, it's fine. I have already confirmed it with the others I see. So you were able to communicate with others. I am a bit envious of possessing such skill. Very so. He let out a lonely laugh, rubbing his hands together, but he then served me a new cup of tea, noticing that my cup was empty. Oh, the scent has changed. It's apple-based tea this time. Although I look like this, I am not really human. It's probably around 10,000 years since I was born. Normally, one wouldn't develop such emotions, but emotions have accumulated in this dungeon after existing for such a long time. I couldn't help but learn it slowly as time flowed. You did mention that you were in charge with the earlier management, so what exactly are you? I already activated my fairy eyes since a while ago, but even doing so I can't see the status of this old man. It was the first time that I've ever encountered something like this, so I'm a bit upset. However, the bombshell that the old man dropped right after was far more amazing than I expected. My race is fairy, one that was born in this dungeon. However, unlike normal fairies, I am tied to this dungeon and can't get out. Hey, really? Are you really a fairy? Oh, so you know the existence of fairies then? By the way, that crystal over there is called a dungeon core. Also the real me is linked to that. You can take a look. The old man smiled as if he had succeeded in doing a child's prank. He also didn't lie. Following his suggestion, I approached the dungeon core, which was emitting a fascinating glow, and when I took a closer look, at the center of the magical device was the old man. Nameless opening parenthesis 12,998 closing parenthesis cell v.1 unique race dungeon fairy. HP 11 MP cannot be displayed. AC1. DF1 Make 1 MDF1 INT cannot be displayed. SPD1 Inherent skills dungeon core, deteriorated, fairy magic, fairy eyes, manifestation dependence. Skills humanization, X titles dungeon administrator. Dungeon core, deteriorated. Those possessing this skill have some authority in the dungeon. However, those who possessed this skill also cannot leave the dungeon. I was dumbstruck. The status of the old man was ridiculous. After all, he was literally integrated to the core, and only a part of him could be considered living. Anything other than that could not even be considered as a living thing anymore. That explains why he was able to easily create all those things out of nothing. It involved fairy magic. The old man inside the core was curled as if he was sleeping. More like he can't wake up at all. As I observed, the old man came next to me and then looked at me and the dungeon core alternately. I looked up at the old man's face, but only shook his shoulders in response. Is it because you are lonely? Is that why you called for me? I only want to share my knowledge. Luckily though, the person I invited this time seems to know of fairies other than myself. That's what I have been hoping for. Other than that is just to have a good conversation with Sumione. After all, I wanted to know what real fairies are like. I want to know what they are like outside. That's all that I've wished for. I can't stand it anymore. I gave the old man a big hug. How could someone continue to live with such terrible treatment? You are an idiot, old man. How could you live alone in this place for so long? That is just too sad. Ahaha. That is kind of rough. He never expected anyone to cry for me, you know? That's only a natural reaction. Thank you very much, Adel-sama. My tears continued spilling for quite some time. The old man also gently patted my head while I continued crying. Chapter 100. Chapter 100 Never Abandon. TL, Yuki. By the way, Gramps, can I ask? What is it, Miss Adel? Why was this dungeon designed so horrendously? I was sitting on the old man's lap eating cookies when I asked. I see, if I master fairy magic, I would also be able to create such delicious food. I need to practice some more. Well, though I said that I manage this dungeon, all I could actually do is adjust the weather and ecosystems within the dungeon. At most, all I could do is hinder the invaders. That's pretty much all I'm allowed to manipulate in this dungeon. As for other things, it was all made by the creators of this dungeon. You did see their statues before coming over here, right? That reminds me, there were indeed statues of people resembling witches on the way here. When I asked, are they responsible? The old man smiled as if satisfied and then explained. That is indeed the case. It was because of those witches. I don't understand myself what the purpose was. I only know that they built this dungeon around that core. Some time after its creation was also the time I was born. Though I learned most of this information later, when I integrated with the core. I see, so those little harassment of a specification were the work of those witches. Too bad. none of them exists anymore. There would have been a long list of complaints that I would like to file. What about that ridiculous holy armor at the 51st floor? That was also brought in by the witches. Only one person reached the 51st floor before. He was the last survivor of a brigade that challenged the dungeon. However, he never found out about the mechanics of the 51st floor and he just wandered until his end. That happened around 2000 years ago. I wonder if it was because of those tricks. They definitely tried to capture the dungeon with human wave tactics. That would have been manageable in the Scorpion Hell Zone, but it sure must have been really harsh at the desert fields as well. Those witches probably had no intention of letting anyone capture the place from the beginning. Well, that much didn't matter now since I was able to successfully clear it. By the way, on your way back, I have arranged it so that you will be able to easily return by flying until floor 20. I'm sure those red dragons would also follow you back so you can ask them for help. What about you, Gramps? In my current condition, I won't be able to leave. My body is also technically inside that. My current self is nothing more but the materialization of humanization and fairy magic. I did try to separate myself before, using fairy magic, but it failed. It seems that my body and soul have completely assimilated with the core. Would it be alright if I give it a try? Are you sure, young lady? I don't know if it will work and it will definitely be difficult. However, I absolutely hate the idea of leaving you here alone in a place like this. I definitely can't leave you be, especially because we are of the same fairy race. But I got off the old man's lap and created a self-made transfer stone. After leveling a lot and the ridiculous growth of my status, it was now really easy to do something like this. I handed the stone to the old man and then activated synchronization. Arena. Yes, what is it? I need a little help over here. So can you put all the magical tools over there on Lavales? After that I want to bring everyone over here via transfer. For now, can you pass some magic power through the stone? Alright, just a minute. Gramps, if it was me alone then it would be definitely difficult. Thankfully though, there's an expert when it comes to doing something like this. Those kids will also be coming over to help as support. Is that so? That is so. So could you pour some magic power on that stone for now? Yes, I will do so. Though a little confused. The old man at least knew what he needed to do, so I moved to the other side and landed on the round table. For some reason though everyone was on top of the round table. If it's like this, won't it be easier to bring everyone along with the whole table? Nice. Arena. Alright everyone. It will be a bit of jump so be careful with your feet. When we arrive, I returned to the place where the old man was with everyone along with the table. Because I teleported slightly above ground, the table made a loud noise as it landed. After that, I explained the story about the old man to everyone, and in response the children all cried, clinging to him. They definitely thought that the old man was more pitiful than their situation so they did that. But it only confused the old man who desperately tried to calm down the crying children. Arena on the other hand was clinging to me crying. Due to the difference in height, she was basically clinging to me with her head buried in my chest. F_note, ed, Arena be smart, /F_note. Because of that, I have officially captured this dungeon. But I can't leave Gramps behind. I will need Arena's help this time and a bit of Lavale's help too. Okay? It would be great if you could support me like what we did in that area. Of course leave it to me. I definitely want to help Gramps too. But Master, if you are planning to help the old man, what do you plan to do with this dungeon? That fairy is basically serving as its core right now, right? About that. Indeed. If this dungeon were to disappear then the people living in Amon would be troubled. I must make sure that the dungeon continues to exist even without letting the core be destroyed. I'll be careful with that. For now, let's just try it out. Are you really sure about this? The old man seems to be worried about it. It's his main body that is involved after all. However, it will be fine Gramps. After all, there has been no impossibility that could stop a serious fairy. And so, to start it Arena and I touched the dungeon core. Lavale, I will be using you as pipeline to send information about the dungeon core through synchronization and pass it over to Arena. I will also activate super synchronization while adjusting int values. That's the plan. Got it. Then from the information I give to Arena, try to figure out the parts linking Gramps to the core and slowly peel him off. Will you be able to do it? I'll do something about it. What about Adel? I will be preparing something to be used as replacement of Gramps. Now then, let's start the challenge. Let's go. First, I converted all of my stats into INT using fairy magic, making its total value go over trillions. Though even with this much, I don't know if it will be enough, but I have to do it no matter what, so I will do my best. Operation start. Opening parenthesis. A bunch of images and information started flowing in. First is to find information regarding the central operations of the system. From that point, I have to filter it. Cracking. Closing parenthesis. And so the 5-minute battle started. Tilde 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 tilde. Opening parenthesis. Parallel thought to full power. Tilde 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 tilde. Closing parenthesis. As soon as that clump of information entered Adel's head, she was immediately assaulted by a severe headache. The impact shook her to her knees, but she withstood it with pure guts and spirit. Well, the strongest pain attack as expected was the sudden assault of too much information, and that whirlpool of information slowly flowed into Arena and Lavelle to be sorted. I'll also filtered the data before sending it to the others so they didn't feel as much pain as her. The headache was intense but bearable for Adel, so she continued. Master. 4 minutes until super synchronization reaches its limits. She heard the voice of a pained Lavelle. I'll decided to activate super synchronization so that they could do their best to ease up the information and would be more than manageable if it did finally expire. Arena was also clenching her teeth, but they are certainly making quick progress. Then finally, the signal for their counterattack came. Alright, found it. I'll cut it off. Got it is what Arena would have said, but only showed it through hand signals. They were after all busy concentrating their fairy magic, and with their concentrated power, they pressed their hands into the core. Their hands that went inside the cow felt like they were dipped in water. The tremendous amount of magic power accumulated within the core then immediately overflowed. They were almost drowned by the intense amount of magic power. But the dungeon fairy warped out of the area using fairy magic. The children, along with Kilo and Mika, were safe. To think you could do something unreasonable. Thank you very much for saving us. No, it was a pleasure to be of help. Kilo thanked him. But then again, they were the ones who were supposed to save him. Opening parenthesis. How can they do ridiculous things like that? Is that because they are fairies? Closing parenthesis. He himself didn't really understand it. He didn't even know what an existence called a fairy is like, nor what instincts they live with. Were they just a special bunch that are especially kind? It was even to the point where they would endanger themselves for his sake even though they have just met. That's what he thought, and then about the humans that he has observed over time. Despite that, he still didn't know. More like he has never felt anything like that before. However, to them, that doesn't really matter. It's just that if they want to do it, then they will do it. Get tilde tilde it tilde tilde off tilde tilde now tilde 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 apostrophe m tilde tilde on tilde 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 it tilde tilde tilde. Arena, who found the root core, saw a fairy with roots attached to his head as if linking both the core and the being together, so with an image of separating them, Arena slowly peeled him off the core, trying to take him out. Adel, on the other hand, was manipulating the core functions, overriding several alternative functions to keep the core working, following up on the functions that were being peeled off. However, when they finally reached the central root, it just wouldn't let go of the fairy, and instead tried to take Adel in. Opening parenthesis. This is fine. If it's trying to take me in, then I will just modify it from inside. Closing parenthesis. The children also didn't stop their support, praying for the two who were enduring it with spirit and guts. Kilo and Mika also joined in with the grouping, hoping for their success. The time is 2 minutes. You need to hurry up, Master. Gugu tilde 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 tilde. Arena was about ready to peel the fairy off. Adel then filled in the holes where the connections were cut off, but the time limit was close, so she was in cold sweat. However, the dungeon core was stubbornly holding on without backing out. And then, You are Adel? The dungeon core suddenly sprouted tentacles and grabbed Adel's physical body. Adel was physically defenseless, so was completely dragged in without resistance. She did not expect the core to physically counterattack. Opening parenthesis suck. I wasn't careful enough. I didn't see any information regarding such defense mechanisms though. Anyway, Arena. That can't be helped tilde closing parenthesis. Arena. I'll be heading in for now. With that final message to Arena, she finally cut off the last link attached to the fairy, and at the same time successfully pulled out the fairy from the core. Lavale. Got it. Mika, help us out too. Alright. Holy Sword. Activate. Lavale did her best trying to pull her back and Mika covered for her while super synchronization was still active. However, the pulling force was far too strong for them to manage and finally the link was broken. Arena also immediately activated synchronization but no reply was heard from Adel. Opening parenthesis. Maybe Adel intends to confront the cause and settle things directly. But what should I do? Closing parenthesis. Gramps. I'm returning to you your body. Arena then showed the old man a little fairy in her hands, and after nodding to her, the old man deactivated his humanization. And so, the fairy who has been sleeping for 10,000 years would finally awaken. This is. While trembling, he checked his body, the touch and feel of his actual body. Though quite confused for a moment, he was returned to sanity hearing Arena's voice. That is not something he should do right now. Please, only you, a dungeon fairy could enter that. I want you to pull Adel out of it using this link. Arena bowed down to him asking to re-enter the thing that had confined him all this time. Despite knowing his suffering, Arena still asked thinking that this is the only method that could save her friend. She was also thinking of the possibility that he might decline. However, of course, there is no way I would reject it. Please leave it to me. The fairy spoke with a joyful voice as he turned into a ball of light and held onto the string Arena handed. That ball of light then plunged into the core with tremendous speed. Sorry please. Seriously. What a bad time to get stuck in a strange place like this. This is supposed to be for all ages, right? I didn't really want this kind of thing to happen, you know. Forcefully cancelling my humanization. Do you want to play with me as if I was a doll? I am currently in the real core of the dungeon, at the heart of its system. I am currently surrounded by wire-like cords moving as if they had their own ego. The synchronization has now ended, and I couldn't even link with Arena and only this thin line wrapped around my wrist is the only thing connecting us. In this place, there was only one thing that caught my attention. An existence resembling a mass of magical power with a human figure sitting at the back of this space. Welcome, little fairy. That same figure then started speaking to me,